Chapter 1 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bereni. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 1. She sat at the base of the big tree, her little sunbonnet pushed back, her arms locked about her knees, her bare feet gathered under her crimson gown, and her deep eyes fixed on the smoke in the valley below. Her breath was still coming fast between her parted lips. There were tiny drops along the roots of her shining hair, for the climb had been steep, and now the shadow of disappointment darkened her eyes. The mountains ran in limitless blue waves towards the mounting sun, but at birth her eyes had opened on them as on the white mists trailing up the steeps below her. Beyond them was a gap in the next mountain chain, and down in the little valley just visible through it were trailing blue mists as well, and she knew that they were smoke. Where was the great glare of yellow light that the circuit rider had told about, and the leaping tongues of fire? Where was the shrieking monster that ran without horses like the wind, and tossed back rolling black plumes all streaked with fire? For many days now she had heard stories of the furriners who had come into those hills, and were doing strange things down there, and so at last she had climbed up through the dewy morning from the cove on the other side to see the wonders for herself. She had never been up there before. She had no business there now, and if she were found out when she got back, she would get a scolding and maybe something worse from her stepmother, and all that trouble and risk for nothing but smoke. So she lay back and rested, her little mouth tightening fiercely. It was a big world, though, that was spread before her, and a vague awe of it seized her straightway and held her motionless and dreaming. Beyond those white mists trailing up the hills, beyond the blue smoke drifting in the valley, those limitless blue waves must run under the sun on and on to the end of the world. Her dead sister had gone into that far silence, and had brought back wonderful stories of that outer world, and she began to wonder more than ever before whether she would ever go into it and see for herself what was there. With the thought, she rose slowly to her feet, moved slowly to the cliff that dropped sheer 10 feet aside from the trail, and stood there like a great scarlet flower in still air. There was the way at her feet, that path that coiled under the cliff and ran down loop by loop through majestic oak and poplar and masses of rhododendron. She drew a long breath and stirred uneasily. She'd better go home now, but the path had a snake-like charm for her, and still she stood, following it as far down as she could with her eyes. Down it went, writhing this way and that, to a spur that had been swept bare by forest fires. Along this spur it traveled straight for a while, and as her eyes eagerly followed it to where it sank sharply into a covert of maples, the little creature dropped of a sudden to the ground, and like something wild, lay flat. A human figure had filled the leafy mouth that swallowed up the trail, and it was coming towards her. With a thumping heart she pushed slowly forward through the brush until her face, fox-like with cunning and screened by a blueberry bush, hung just over the edge of the cliff, and there she lay, like a crouched panther cub looking down. For a moment, all that was human seemed gone from her eyes, but as she watched, all that was lost came back to them, and something more. She had seen that it was a man, but she had dropped so quickly that she did not see the big black horse that unled was following him. Now both man and horse had stopped. The stranger had taken off his gray slouched hat, and he was wiping his face with something white. Something blue was tied loosely about his throat. She had never seen a man like that before. His face was smooth and looked different, as did his throat and his hands. His breeches were tight, and on his feet were strange boots that were the color of his saddle, which was deep in seat, high both in front and behind, and had strange long hooded stirrups. Starting to mount, the man stopped with one foot in the stirrup and raised his eyes towards her so suddenly that she shrank back again with a quicker throbbing at her heart and pressed closer to the earth. Still, seen or not seen, flight was easy for her, so she could not forbear to look again. Apparently he had seen nothing, only that the next turn of the trail was too steep to ride, and so he started walking again. And his walk, as he strode along the path, was new to her, as was the erect way with which he held his head and his shoulders. In her wonder over him, she almost forgot herself, forgot to wonder where he was going and why he was coming into those lonely hills, until, as his horse turned a bend of the trail, she saw hanging from the other side of the saddle something that looked like a gun. He was a raider, that man. So cautiously and swiftly then, she pushed herself back from the edge of the cliff, sprang to her feet, dashed past the big tree, and winged with fear, sped down the mountain, leaving in a spot of sunlight at the base of the pine the print of one bare foot in the black earth. End of Chapter 1. Recording by Bereni. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr.
Chapter 2 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 2. He had seen the big pine when he first came to those hills, one morning at daybreak, when the valley was a sea of mist that threw soft clinging spray to the very mountain tops. For even above the mists that morning, its mighty head arose, sole visible proof that the earth still slept beneath. Straightway, he wondered how it had ever got there, so far above the few of its kind that haunted the green dark ravines far below. Some whirlwind, doubtless, had sent a tiny cone circling heavenward and dropped it there. It had sent others too, no doubt, but how had this tree faced wind and storm alone, and alone lived to defy both so proudly? Some day he would learn. Thereafter he had seen it, at noon, but little less majestic among the oaks that stood about it. Had seen it catching the last light at sunset, clean cut against the afterglow, and like a dark, silent, mysterious sentinel guarding the mountain pass under the moon. He had seen it giving place with somber dignity to the passing burst of spring, had seen it green among dying autumn leaves, green in the gray of winter trees, and still green in a shroud of snow, a changeless promise that the earth must wake to life again. The Lonesome Pine, the mountaineers called it, and the Lonesome Pine it always looked to be. From the beginning it had a curious fascination for him, and straightway within him, half exile that he was, there sprang up a sympathy for it as for something that was human and a brother. And now he was on the trail of it at last. From every point that morning it had seemed almost to nod down to him as he climbed, and when he reached the ledge that gave him sight of it from base to crown, the winds murmured among its needles like a welcoming voice. At once he saw the secret of its life. On each side rose a cliff that had sheltered it from storms until its trunk had shot upward so far and so straight and so strong that its green crown could lift itself on and bend, blow what might, as proudly and securely as a lily on its stalk in a morning breeze. Dropping his bridle rein, he put one hand against it as though on the shoulder of a friend. "Old man," he said, "you must be pretty lonesome up here, and I'm glad to meet you." For a while he sat against it, resting. He had no particular purpose that day, no particular destination. His saddlebags were across the cantle of his cowboy saddle. His fishing rod was tied under one flap. He was young and his own master. Time was hanging heavy on his hands that day, and he loved the woods and the nooks and crannies of them where his own kind rarely made its way. Beyond, the cove looked dark, forbidding, mysterious, and what was beyond he did not know. So down there he would go. As he bent his head forward to rise, his eye caught the spot of sunlight, and he leaned over it with a smile. In the black earth was a human footprint, too small and slender for the foot of a man, a boy, or a woman. Beyond, the same prints were visible, wider apart, and he smiled again. A girl had been there. She was the crimson flash that he saw as he started up the steep and mistook for a flaming bush of sumac. She had seen him coming, and she had fled. Still smiling, he rose to his feet. End of chapter.
Chapter 3 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bereni. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 3. On one side, he had left the earth yellow with the coming noon, but it was still morning as he went down on the other side. The laurel and rhododendron still reeked with dew in the deep ever-shaded ravine. The ferns drenched his stirrups as he brushed through them, and each dripping treetop broke the sunlight and let it drop in tent-like beams through the shimmering undermist. A bird flashed here and there through the green gloom, but there was no sound in the air but the footfalls of his horse and the easy creaking of leather under him, the drip of dew overhead and the running of water below. Now and then he could see the same slender footprints in the rich loam, and he saw them in the sand where the first tiny brook tinkled across the path from a gloomy ravine. There the little creature had taken a flying leap across it, and beyond he could see the prints no more. He little guessed that while he halted to let his horse drink, the girl lay on a rock above him, looking down. She was nearer home now, and was less afraid, so she had slipped from the trail and climbed above it there to watch him pass. As he went on, she slid from her perch and with cat-footed quiet followed him. When he reached the river, she saw him pull in his horse and eagerly bend forward, looking into a pool just below the crossing. There was a bass down there in the clear water, a big one, and the man whistled cheerily and dismounted, tying his horse to a sassafras bush and unbuckling a tin bucket and a curious-looking net from his saddle. With the net in one hand and the bucket in the other, he turned back up the creek, and passed so close to where she had slipped aside into the bushes that she came near shrieking. But his eyes were fixed on a pool of the creek above, and to her wonder, he strolled straight into the water with his boots on, pushing the net in front of him. He was a raider, sure, she thought now, and he was looking for a moonshine still. And the wild little thing in the bushes smiled cunningly. There was no still up that creek, and as he had left his horse below and his gun, she waited for him to come back, which he did by and by, dripping and soaked to his knees. Then she saw him untie the queer gun on his saddle, pull it out of a case, and her eyes got big with wonder, take it to pieces and make it into a long limber rod. In a moment he had cast a minnow into the pool and waded out into the water up to his hips. She had never seen so queer a fishing pole, so queer a fisherman. How could he get a fish out with that little switch, she thought contemptuously. By and by something hummed queerly, the man gave a slight jerk, and a shining fish flopped 2 feet into the air. It was surely very queer, for the man didn't put his rod over his shoulder and walk ashore, as did the mountaineers, but stood still, winding something with one hand, and again the fish would flash into the air, and then that humming would start again while the fisherman would stand quiet and waiting for a while, and then he would begin to wind again. In her wonder, she rose unconsciously to her feet, and a stone rolled down to the ledge below her. The fisherman turned his head, and she started to run, but without a word he turned again to the fish he was playing. Moreover, he was too far out in the water to catch her, so she advanced slowly, even to the edge of the stream, watching the fish cut half circles about the man. If he saw her, he gave no notice, and it was well that he did not. He was pulling the bass to and fro now through the water, tiring him out, drowning him, stepping backward at the same time, and a moment later the fish slid easily out of the edge of the water, gasping along the edge of a low sandbank, and the fisherman, reaching down with one hand, caught him in the gills. Then he looked up and smiled, and she had seen no smile like that before. "How'd, little girl?" One bare toe went burrowing suddenly into the sand. One finger went to her red mouth, and that was all. She merely stared at him straight in the eye, and he smiled again. "Cat got your tongue?" Her eyes fell at the ancient banter, but she lifted them straightway and stared again. "You live around here?" She stared on. "Where?" No answer. "What's your name, little girl?" And still she stared. "Oh, well, of course, you can't talk if the cat's got your tongue." The steady eyes leaped angrily, but there was still no answer, and he bent to take the fish off his hook, put on a fresh minnow, turned his back, and tossed it into the pool. "It ain't." He looked up again. She surely was a pretty little thing, and more now that she was angry. "I should say not," he said teasingly. "What did you say your name was?" "What's your name?" The fisherman laughed. He was just becoming accustomed to the mountain etiquette that commands a stranger to divulge himself first. "My name's Jack." "And mine's Jill." She laughed now, and it was his time for surprise. Where could she have heard of Jack and Jill? His line rang suddenly. "Jack," she cried, "you got a bite." He pulled, missed the strike, and wound in. The minnow was all right, so he tossed it back again. "That isn't your name," he said. "If 'tain't, then that 'tain't yourn." "Yes, 'tis," he said, shaking his head affirmatively. A long cry came down the ravine. "June! Hey-o, June!" That was a queer name for the mountains, and the fisherman wondered if he had heard aright. June. The little girl gave a shrill answering cry, but she did not move. "Thar now," she said. "Who's that? Your mammy?" "No, 'tain't. Hit's my step-mammy. I'm a-goin' to ketch Hale now." Her innocent eyes turned sullen, and her baby mouth tightened. "Good Lord!" said the fisherman, startled, and then he stopped. The words were as innocent on her lips as a benediction. "Have you got a father?" Like a flash her whole face changed. "I reckon I have." "Where is he?" "Here he is," drawled a voice from the bushes, and it had a tone that made the fisherman whirl suddenly. A giant mountaineer stood on the bank above him, with a Winchester in the hollow of his arm. "How are you?" The giant's heavy eyes lifted quickly, but he spoke to the girl. "You go on home. What you doin' here gassin' with furriners?" The girl shrank to the bushes, but she cried sharply back. "Don't you hurt him now, Dad. He ain't even got a pistol. He ain't no—" "Shet up." The little creature vanished, and the mountaineer turned to the fisherman, who had just put on a fresh minnow and tossed it into the river. "Purty well, thank you," he said shortly. "How are you?" "Fine," was the nonchalant answer. For a moment there was silence, and a puzzled frown gathered on the mountaineer's face. "That's a bright little girl of yours. What did she mean by telling you not to hurt me?" "You haven't been long in these mountains, have you?" "No, not in these mountains. Why?" The fisherman looked around and was almost startled by the fierce gaze of his questioner. "Stop that, please," he said with a humorous smile. You make me nervous." The mountaineer's bushy brows came together across the bridge of his nose, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. "What's your name, stranger, and what's your business over here?" "Dear me, there you go. You can see I'm fishing, but why does everybody in these mountains want to know my name?" "You heerd me." "Yes." The fisherman turned again and saw the giant's rugged face stern and pale with open anger now, and he too grew suddenly serious. "Suppose I don't tell you," he said gravely. "What—"
"Git,"
said the mountaineer, with a move of one huge hairy hand up the mountain,
"and git quick."
The fisherman never moved, and there was the click of a shell thrown into place in the Winchester, and a guttural oath from the mountaineer's beard. "Damn ye," he said hoarsely, raising the rifle, "I'll give ye—"
"Don't, Dad!"
shrieked a voice from the bushes.
"I know his name. It's Jack—"
The rest of the name was unintelligible. The mountaineer dropped the butt of his gun to the ground and laughed.
"Oh, are you the engineer?"
The fisherman was angry now. He had not moved hand or foot, and he said nothing, but his mouth was set hard and his bewildered blue eyes had a glint in them that the mountaineer did not at the moment see. He was leaning with one arm on the muzzle of his Winchester. His face had suddenly become suave and shrewd, and now he laughed again.
"So you're Jack Hale, air ye?"
The fisherman spoke. "John Hale, except to my friends." He looked hard at the old man. "Do you know that's a pretty dangerous joke of yours, my friend? I might have a gun myself sometimes. Did you think you could scare me?" The mountaineer stared in genuine surprise.
"'Twasn't no joke," he said shortly, "and I don't waste time skeerin' folks. I reckon you don't know who I be."
"I don't care who you are." Again the mountaineer stared.
"No use gettin' mad, young feller," he said coolly. "I mistaken ye for somebody else, and I ax your pardon. When you get through fishin', come up to the house right up the creek thar, and I'll give ye a dram."
"Thank you," said the fisherman stiffly, and the mountaineer turned silently away. At the edge of the bushes he looked back. The stranger was still fishing, and the old man went on with a shake of his head.
"He'll come," he said to himself. "Oh, he'll come."
That very point Hale was debating with himself as he unavailingly cast his minnow into the swift water and slowly wound it in again. How did that old man know his name? And would the old savage really have hurt him had he not found out who he was? The little girl was a wonder. Evidently she had muffled his last name on purpose, not knowing it herself, and it was a quick and cunning ruse. He owed her something for that. Why did she try to protect him? Wonderful eyes, too, the little thing had, deep and dark, and how the flame did dart from them when she got angry. He smiled, remembering. He liked that. And her hair. It was exactly like the gold bronze on the wing of a wild turkey that he had shot the day before. Well, it was noon now. The fish had stopped biting after the wayward fashion of bass. He was hungry and thirsty, and he would go up and see the little girl and the giant again and get that promised dram. Once more, however, he let his minnow float down into the shadow of a big rock, and while he was winding in, he looked up to see in the road two people on a gray horse, a man with a woman behind him, both old and spectacled, all three motionless on the bank and looking at him, and he wondered if all three had stopped to ask his name and his business. No, they had just come down to the creek, and both they must know already.
"Catchin' any?"
called out the old man cheerfully. "Only one," answered Hale with equal cheer. The old woman pushed back her bonnet as he waded through the water towards them, and he saw that she was puffing on a clay pipe. She looked at the fisherman and his tackle with the naive wonder of a child, and then she said in a commanding undertone,
"Go on, Billy."
"Now, old hun, I wish you'd jest wait a minute."
Hale smiled. He loved old people, and two kinder faces he had never seen, two gentler voices he had never heard.
"I reckon you got the only green perch up here,"
said the old man, chuckling.
"but thar's a sight of 'em down thar below my old mill."
Quietly the old woman hit the horse with a stripped branch of elm, and the old gray, with a switch of his tail, started.
Wait a minute, hon,
he said again, appealingly. Won't ye? But calmly she hit the horse again, and the old man called back over his shoulder.
You come on down to the mill and I'll show you where you can catch a mess.
All right, shouted Hale, holding back his laughter, and on they went, the old man remonstrating in the kindliest way, the old woman silently puffing her pipe and making no answer except to flay gently the rump of the lazy old gray. Hesitating hardly a moment, Hale unjointed his pole, left his minnow bucket where it was, mounted his horse, and rode up the path. About him the beech leaves gave back the gold of the autumn sunlight, and a little ravine high under the crest of the mottled mountain was on fire with the scarlet of maple. Not even yet the morning chill left the densely shaded path. When he got to the bare crest of a little rise, he could see up the creek a spiral of blue rising swiftly from a stone chimney. Geese and ducks were hunting crawfish in the little creek that ran from a milk house of logs, half hidden by willows at the edge of the forest, and a turn in the path brought into view a log cabin well chinked with stones and plaster, and with a well-built porch. A fence ran around the yard, and there was a meat house near a little orchard of apple trees, under which there were many hives of bee gums. This man had things hung up, and was well-to-do. Down the rise and through a thicket he went, and as he approached the creek that came down past the cabin, there was a shrill cry ahead of him.
Whoa thar, Buck! Gee-haw, I tell ye!
An ox wagon evidently was coming on, and the road was so narrow that he turned his horse into the bushes to let it pass.
Whoa, haw! Gee, Buck! Gee, I tell ye! I'll knock your fool head off the first thing you know.
Still there was no sound of ox or wagon, and the voice sounded like a child's, so he went on at a walk in the thick sand, and when he turned the bushes he pulled up again with a low laugh. In the road across the creek was a chubby tow-haired boy with a long switch in his right hand and a pine dagger and a string in his left. Attached to the string and tied by one hind leg was a frog. The boy was using the switch as a goad and driving the frog as an ox, and he was as earnest as though both were real.
I'll give ye a little rest now, Buck, he said, shaking his head earnestly. Hit's a purty hard pull here, but I know, by gum, you can make hit, if you hain't too dern lazy. Now git up, Buck, he yelled suddenly, flaying the sand with his switch. Git up! Whoa, haw! Gee!
The frog hopped several times.
Whoa, now,
said the little fellow, panting in sympathy.
I knowed you could do it.
Then he looked up. For an instant he seemed terrified, but he did not run. Instead, he stealthily shifted the pine dagger over to his right hand and the string to his left. "Here, boy," said the fisherman with affected sternness. "What are you doing with that dagger?" The boy's breast heaved, and his dirty fingers clenched tight around the whittled stick.
"Don't you talk to me that way," he said with an ominous shake of his head. "I'll gut ye."
The fisherman threw back his head, and his peal of laughter did what his sternness failed to do. The little fellow wheeled suddenly, and his feet spurned the sand around the bushes for home. The astonished frog dragged bumping after him. "Well," said the fisherman. End of Chapter 3. Recording by Bereni. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr.
Chapter 4 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or how to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 4. Even the geese in the creek seemed to know that he was a stranger and to distrust him, for they cackled, and, spreading their wings, fled cackling up the stream. As he neared the house, the little girl ran around the stone chimney, stopped short, shaded her eyes with one hand for a moment, and ran excitedly into the house. A moment later the bearded giant slouched out. stooping his head as he came through the door. "Hitch that ar post to yo' hoss and come right in," he thundered cheerily. "I'm waitin' fer ye." The little girl came to the door, pushed one brown, slender hand through her tangled hair, caught one bare foot behind a deer-like ankle, and stood motionless. Behind her was the boy, his dagger still in hand. "Come right in," said the old man. "We are purty poor folks, but you're welcome to what we have." The fisherman, too, had to stoop as he came in, for he, too, was tall. The interior was dark, in spite of the wood fire in the big stone fireplace. Strings of herbs and red pepper pods and twisted tobacco hung from the ceiling and down the wall on either side of the fire, and in one corner, near the two beds in the room, handmade quilts of many colors were piled several feet high. On wooden pegs above the door, where 10 years before would have been buck antlers and an old-fashioned rifle, lay a Winchester. On either side of the door were auger holes through the logs (he did not understand that they were portholes), and another Winchester stood in the corner. From the mantel the butt of a big .44 Colt's revolver protruded ominously. On one of the beds in the corner he could see the outlines of a figure lying under a brilliantly figured quilt, and at the foot of it the boy, with the pine dagger, had retreated for refuge. From the moment he stooped at the door something in the room had made him vaguely uneasy, and when his eyes in swift survey came back to the fire, they passed the blaze swiftly and met on the edge of the light another pair of eyes burning on him. "Howdy," said Hale. "Howdy," said the low, unpropitiating answer. The owner of the eyes was nothing but a boy, in spite of his length. So much of a boy that a slight crack in his voice showed that it was just past the throes of changing. But those black eyes burned on without swerving, except once when they flashed at the little girl who, with her chin in her hand and one foot on the top rung of her chair, was gazing at the stranger with equal steadiness. She saw the boy's glance. She shifted her knees impatiently, and her little face grew sullen. Hale smiled inwardly, for he thought he could already see the lay of the land, and he wondered that at such an age such fierceness could be so. Every now and then he looked at the boy, and every time he looked the black eyes were on him. The mountain youth must have been almost 6 feet tall. Young as he was, and while he was lanky in limb, he was well knit. His jean trousers were stuffed in the top of his boots, and were tight over his knees, which were well molded, and that is rare with a mountaineer. A loop of black hair curved over his forehead, down almost to his left eye. His nose was straight and almost delicate, and his mouth was small but extraordinarily resolute. Somewhere he had seen that face before, and he turned suddenly, but he did not startle the lad with his abruptness, nor make him turn his gaze. "Why haven't I—" he said, and then he suddenly remembered. He had seen that boy not long since on the other side of the mountains, riding his horse at a gallop down the county road with his reins in his teeth, and shooting a pistol alternately at the sun and the earth with either hand. Perhaps it was as well not to recall the incident. He turned to the old mountaineer. "Do you mean to tell me that a man can't go through these mountains without telling everybody who asks him what his name is?" The effect of his question was singular. The old man spat into the fire and put his hand to his beard. The boy crossed his legs suddenly and shoved his muscular fingers deep into his pockets. The figure shifted position on the bed, and the infant at the foot of it seemed to clench his toy dagger a little more tightly. Only the little girl was motionless. She still looked at him, unwinking. What sort of wild animals had he fallen among? "No, he can't, and keep healthy," the giant spoke shortly. Why not? Well, if a man ain't up to some devilment, what reason he's got for not tellin' his name, that's his business. 'Tain't over yeh. It's mine. If a man don't want to tell his name over yeh, he's a spy or a raider or a officer lookin' for somebody, or," he added carelessly, but with a quick, covert look at his visitor, "he's got some kind o' business that he don't want nobody to know about. Well, I came over here just to, well, I hardly know why I did come." "Jest so," said the old man dryly. "And if you ain't lookin' for trouble, you'd better tell your name in these mountains whenever you're axed. Ef enough people are backin' a custom anywhar, it goes, don't it?" His logic was good, and Hale said nothing. Presently the old man rose with a smile on his face that looked cynical, picked up a black lump, and threw it into the fire. It caught fire, crackled, blazed, almost oozed with oil, and Hale leaned forward and leaned back. "Pretty good coal, hain't it, though?" The old man picked up a sliver that had flown to the hearth and held a match to it. The piece blazed and burned in his hand. "I never seed no coal in these mountains like that, did you?" "Not often. Find it around here?" "Right here on this farm. 'Bout 5 feet thick." "What?" "I know partin'." "No partin'?" It was not often that he found a mountaineer who knew what a parting in a coal bed was. "Friend of mine on t'other side." A light dawned for the engineer. "Oh," he said quickly, "that's how you knew my name." "Right you air, stranger. He told me you was a expert." The old man laughed loudly. "And that's why you come over here." "No, it isn't." "Co'se not." The old fellow laughed again. Hale shifted the talk. "Well, now that you know my name, suppose you tell me what yours is." "Tolliver. Judd Tolliver." Hale started. "Not Devil Judd?" "That's what some evil folks call me." Again he spoke shortly. The mountaineers do not like to talk about their feuds. Hale knew this, and the subject was dropped. But he watched the huge mountaineer with interest. There was no more famous character in all those hills than the giant before him. Yet his face was kind and was good humored, but the nose and eyes were the beak and eyes of some bird of prey. The little girl had disappeared for a moment. She came back with a blue-backed spelling book, a second reader, and a worn copy of Mother Goose, and she opened first one and then the other until the attention of the visitor was caught, the black-haired youth watching her meanwhile with lowering brows. "Where did you learn to read?" Hale asked. The old man answered, "A preacher come by our house on the North Fork about 3 years ago, and afore I knowed it he made me promise to send her sister Sally to some school up thar on the edge of the settlement. And after she come home, Sal larned that little gal to read and spell. Sal died about a year ago." Hale reached over and got the spelling book, and the old man grinned at the quick, unerring responses of the little girl, and the engineer looked surprised. She read, too, with unusual facility, and her pronunciation was very precise and not at all like her speech. "You ought to send her to the same place," he said, but the old fellow shook his head. "I couldn't get along without her." The little girl's eyes began to dance suddenly, and without opening Mother Goose she began, "Jack and Jill went up a hill," and then she broke into a laugh, and Hale laughed with her. Abruptly the boy opposite rose to his great length. "I reckon I better be goin'." That was all he said as he caught up a Winchester, which stood unseen by his side, and out he stalked. There was not a word of good-bye, not a glance at anybody. A few minutes later Hale heard the creak of a barn door on wooden hinges, a cursing command to a horse in 4 feet going in a gallop down the path, and he knew there went an enemy. "That's a good-looking boy. Who is he?" The old man spat into the fire. It seemed that he was not going to answer, and the little girl broke in. "Hit's my cousin Dave. He lives over on the North Fork." That was the seat of the Tolliver Falin feud. Of that feud, too, Hale had heard, and saw no more along that line of inquiry. He, too, soon rose to go. "Why, ain't ye goin' to have something to eat?" "Oh, no. I've got something in my saddlebags, and I must be getting back to the Gap." "Well, I reckon you ain't. You're just goin' to take a snack right here." Hale hesitated, but the little girl was looking at him with such unconscious eagerness in her dark eyes that he sat down again. "All right, I will, thank you." At once she ran to the kitchen, and the old man rose and pulled a bottle of white liquor from under the quilts. "I reckon I can trust ye." The liquor burned Hale like a fire, and the old man, with a laugh at the face the stranger made, tossed off a tumblerful. "Gracious," said Hale. "Can you do that often?" "Afore breakfast, dinner, and supper," said the old man. "But I don't." Hale felt a plucking at his sleeve. It was the boy with the dagger at his elbow. "Let's see you laugh that away agin," said Bub, with such deadly serious that Hale unconsciously broke into the same peal. "Now," said Bub, unwinking, "I ain't afeard of you no more." End of Chapter 4. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox Jr. Recording by Bellona Times, Tampa, Florida.
Chapter 5 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain and is read by Mark Smith of Simpsonville, South Carolina. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox Jr. Chapter 5. Awaiting dinner, the mountaineer and the furriner sat on the porch while Bub carved away at another pine dagger on the stoop. As Hale passed out the door, a querulous voice said, "Howdy?" from the bed in the corner, and he knew it was the stepmother from whom the little girl expected some nether-world punishment for an offense of which he was ignorant. He had heard of the feud that had been going on between the red Falins and the black Tollivers for a quarter of a century, and this was Devil Judd, who had earned his nickname when he was the leader of his clan by his terrible strength, his marksmanship, his cunning, and his courage. Some years since, the old man had retired from the leadership because he was tired of fighting or because he had quarreled with his brother Dave and his foster brother, Bad Roof, known as the Terror of the Tollivers, or from some unknown reason, and in consequence there had been peace for a long time. The Falins fearing that Devil Judd would be led into the feud again, the Tollivers wary of starting hostilities without his aid. After the last trouble, Bad Roof Tolliver had gone west, and old Judd had moved his family as far away as possible. Hale looked around him. This, then, was the home of Devil Judd Tolliver. The little creature inside was his daughter, and her name was June. All around the cabin the wooded mountains towered except where, straight before his eyes, Lonesome Creek slipped through them to the river, and the old man had certainly picked out the very heart of silence for his home. There was no neighbor within 2 leagues, Judd said, except old Squire Billy Beams, who ran a mill a mile down the river. No wonder the spot was called Lonesome Cove. "You must have seed Uncle Billy and old Hun passin'," he said. "I did." Devil Judd laughed, and Hale made out that Hun was short for honey. "Uncle Billy used to drink right smart. Old Hun broke him. She followed him down to the grocery one day and walked in. 'Come on, boys, let's have a drink.' And she set 'em up and set 'em up until Uncle Billy most went crazy. He had hard work getting her home, and Uncle Billy hain't touched a drap since." And the old mountaineer chuckled again. All the time Hale could hear noises from the kitchen inside. The old stepmother was abed, he had seen no other woman about the house, and he wondered if the child could be cooking dinner. Her flushed face answered when she opened the kitchen door and called them in. She had not only cooked, but now she served as well, and when he thanked her, as he did every time she passed something to him, she would color faintly. Once or twice her hands seemed to tremble, and he never looked at her but her questioning dark eyes were full upon him, and always she kept one hand busy pushing her thick hair back from her forehead. He had not asked her if it was her footprints he had seen coming down the mountain, for fear that he might betray her, but apparently she had told on herself, for Bub, after a while, burst out suddenly, "June thar thought you was a raider." The little girl flushed, and the old man laughed. "So did you, Pap," she said quietly. "That's right," he said. "So'd anybody. I reckon you're the first man that ever came over here just to go a-fishing," and he laughed again. The stress on the last words showed that he believed no man had yet come just for that purpose, and Hale merely laughed with him. The old fellow gulped his food, pushed his chair back, and when Hale was through, he wasted no more time. "Want to see that coal?" "Yes, I do," said Hale. "All right. I'll be ready in a minute." The little girl followed Hale out on the porch and stood with her back against the railing. "Did you catch it?" he asked. She nodded, unsmiling. "I'm sorry. What were you doing up there?" She showed no surprise that he knew that she had been up there, and while she answered his question, he could see that she was thinking of something else. "I'd heard so much about what you furriners was a-doing over thar." "You must have heard about a place farther over, but it's coming over there, too, some day." And still she looked an unspoken question. The fish that Hale had caught was lying where he had left it, on the edge of the porch. "That's for you, June," he said, pointing to it, and the name as he spoke it was sweet to his ears. "I'm much obleeged," she said, shyly. "I'd 'a' cooked it for you, if I'd 'a' knowed you wasn't going to take it home." "That's the reason I didn't give it to you at first. I was afraid you'd do that. I wanted you to have it." "Much obleeged," she said again, still unsmiling, and then she suddenly looked up at him, the deeps of her dark eyes troubled. "Are you ever coming back again, Jack?" Hale was not accustomed to the familiar form of address common in the mountains, independent of sex or age, and he would have been staggered had not her face been so serious. And then few women had ever called him by his first name, and this time his own name was good to his ears. "Yes, June," he said soberly. "Not for some time, maybe, but I'm coming back again, sure." She smiled then with both lips and eyes, radiantly. "I'll be looking for you," she said simply. End of chapter.
Chapter 6 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 6. The old man went with him up the creek, and passing the milk-house, turned up a brush-bordered little branch in which the engineer saw signs of coal. Up the creek the mountaineer led him some 30 yards above the water level and stopped. An entry had been driven through the rich earth, and 10 feet within was a shining bed of coal. There was no parting except 2 inches of mother of coal midway, which would make it but easier to mine. Who had taught that old man to open coal in such a way, to make such a facing? He looked as though the old fellow were in some scheme with another to get him interested. As he drew closer, he saw radiations of some 12 inches all over the face of the coal, star-shaped, and he almost gasped. It was not only cannel coal, it was bird's-eye cannel. Heavens, what a find! Instantly he was the cautious man of business, alert, cold, uncommunicative. Looks like pretty good, he drawled. Last two words, vein of coal. I'd like to take a sample over to the Gap and analyze it. His hammer, which he always carried, was in his saddle pockets. But he did not have to go down to his horse. There were pieces on the ground that would suit his purpose, left there no doubt by his predecessor. Now I reckon I know why you came over here. Hale started to answer, but he saw it was no use. Yes, I'm coming again for the same reason. Sure, come again and come often. The little girl was standing on the porch as he rode past the milk house. He waved his hand to her, but she did not move nor answer. What a life for a child, for that keen-eyed, sweet-faced child. But that coal kennel, rich as oil above water. 5 feet of thickness, easy to mine, with a solid roof, and perhaps self-drainage, if he could judge from the dip of the vein, and a market everywhere, England, Spain, Italy, Brazil. The coal, to be sure, might not be persistent. 30 yards within, it might change in quality to ordinary bituminous coal. But he could settle that only with a steam drill. A steam drill! He would as well ask for the wagon that he had long ago hitched to a star. And then there might be a fault in the formation. But why bother now? The coal would stay there, and now he had other plans that made even that find insignificant. And yet, if he bought that coal now, what a bargain! It was not that the ideals of his college days were tarnished, but he was a man of business now, and if he would take the old man's land for a song, it was because others of his kind would do the same. Why bother, he asked himself again, when his brain was in a ferment with a colossal scheme that would make dizzy the magnates who would some day drive their roadways of steel into those wild hills. So he shook himself free of the question, which passed from his mind only with a transient wonder as to who it was that told of him to the old mountaineer, and had so paved his way for an investigation. And then he wheeled suddenly in his saddle. The bushes had rustled gently behind him, and out of them stepped an extraordinary human shape, wearing a coonskin cap, belted with 2 rows of big cartridges, carrying a big Winchester over one shoulder, and a circular tube of brass in his left hand. With his right leg straight, his left thigh drawn into the hollow of his saddle, and his left hand on the rump of his horse, Hale simply stared, his eyes dropping by and by from the pale blue eyes and stubby red beard of the stranger, down past the cartridge belts to the man's feet, on which were moccasins, with the heels forward. Into what sort of world had he dropped? "So nary a soul can tell which way I'm going," said the red-haired stranger with a grin that loosed a hollow chuckle far behind it. "Would you mind telling me what difference it can make to me which way you are going?" Every moment he was expecting the stranger to ask his name, but again that chuckle came. "Makes a mighty sight of difference to some folks, but none to me. I ain't wearing 'em for you. I know you." "Oh, you do?" The stranger suddenly lowered his Winchester and turned his face with his ear cocked like an animal. There was some noise on the spur above. "Nothing but a hickory nut," said the chuckle again. Hale had been studying that strange face. One side of it was calm, kindly, philosophic, benevolent, but when the other was turned, a curious twitch of the muscles at the left side of the mouth showed the teeth and made a snarl there that was wolfish. "Yes, and I know you," he said slowly. Self-satisfaction straightway was ardent on the face. "I knowed you would get to know me in time, if you didn't now." This was the Red Fox of the mountains, of whom he had heard so much. Yarb, doctor, and Swendenborgian preacher, revenue officer, and some said cold-blooded murderer. He would walk 20 miles to preach, or would start at any hour of the day or night to minister to the sick, and would charge for neither service. At other hours he would be searching for moonshine stills, or watching his enemies in the valley from some mountain top, with that huge spyglass. Hale could see now that the brass tube was a telescope, that he might slip down and unawares take a pot shot at them. The Red Fox communicated with spirits, had visions and superhuman powers of locomotion, stepping mysteriously from the bushes, people said, to walk at a traveler's side, and as mysteriously disappearing into them again, to be heard of in a few hours, an indescribable distance away. "I've been watching ye from up there," he said with a wave of his hand. "I seed you go up the creek, and then the bushes hid ye. I know what you was after, but did you see any signs up there of anything you wasn't looking for?" Hale laughed. "Well, I've been in these mountains long enough not to tell you if I had." The Red Fox chuckled. "I wasn't sure you had." Hale coughed and spat to the other side of the horse. When he looked around, the Red Fox was gone, and he had heard no sound of his going. "Well, I'll be—" Hale chuckled to his horse, and as he climbed the last steep and drew near the big pine, he again heard a noise out in the woods, and he knew this time it was the fall of a human foot, and not of a hickory nut. He was right, and as he rode by the pine he saw again, at its base, the print of the little girl's foot, wondering afresh at the reason that had led her up there, and dropped down through the afternoon shadows towards the smoke and steam and bustle and greed of the 20th century. A long, lean, black-eyed boy, with a wave of black hair over his forehead, was pushing his horse the other way along the big black, and dropping down through the dusk into the Middle Ages, both all but touching on either side of the outstretched hands of the wild little creature left in the shadows of Lonesome Cove. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Venditti. Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 7. Past the big pine, swerving with a smile at his horse's side, that he might not obliterate the footprint in the black earth, and down the mountain, his brain busy with his big purpose, went John Hale, by instinct, inheritance, blood, and tradition, pioneer. One of his forefathers had been with Washington on the father's first historic expedition into the wilds of Virginia. His great-grandfather had accompanied Boone when that hunter first penetrated the dark and bloody ground, had gone back to Virginia, and come back again with a surveyor's chain and compass to help wrest it from the red men, among whom there had been an immemorial conflict for possession and a never recognized claim of ownership. That compass and that chain his grandfather had fallen heir to, and with that compass and chain his father had earned his livelihood amid the wrecks of the Civil War. Hale went to the old Transylvania University at Lexington, the first seat of learning planted beyond the Alleghanies. He was fond of history, of the sciences and literature, was unusually adept in Latin and Greek, and had a passion for mathematics. He was graduated with honors. He taught 2 years and got his degree of Master's of Arts. But the pioneer spirit in his blood would still out, and his polite learning he then threw to the winds. Other young Kentuckians had gone west in shoals, but he kept his eye on his own state, and one autumn he added a pick to the old compass and the ancestral chain, struck the old wilderness trail that his grandfather had traveled to look for his own fortune in a land which the old gentleman had passed over as worthless. At the Cumberland River he took a canoe and drifted down the river into the wild, cold-swollen hills. Through the winter he froze, starved, and prospected, and a year later he was opening up a region that became famous after his trust and inexperience had let others worm out of him an interest that would have made him easy for life. With the vision of a seer, he was as innocent as Boone. Stripped clean, he got out his map, such geological reports as he could find, and went into a studious trance for a month, emerging mentally with the freshness of a snake that had shed his skin. What had happened in Pennsylvania must happen all along the great Allegheny chain, in the mountains of Virginia, West Virginia, Kentucky, Alabama, Tennessee. Some day the avalanche must sweep south. It must. That he might be a quarter of a century too soon in his calculations never crossed his mind. Some day it must come. Now there was not an ounce of coal immediately southeast of the Cumberland Mountains, not an ounce of iron ore immediately northeast. All the coal lay to the northeast, all the iron ore to the southeast. So said geology. For 300 miles there were only 4 gaps through that mighty mountain chain, 3 at water level and 1 at historic Cumberland Gap, which was not at water level and would have to be tunneled. So said geography. All railroads to east and to west would have to pass through those gaps. Through them the coal must be brought to the iron ore, or the ore to the coal. Through 3 gaps water flowed between. Ore and coal, and the very hills between were limestone. Was there any such juxtaposition of the 4 raw materials for the making of iron in the known world? When he got that far in his logic, the sweat broke from his brows. He felt dizzy, and he got up and walked into the open air. As the vastness and certainty of the scheme, what fool could not see it, rushed through him full force. He could scarcely get his breath. There must be a town in one of those gaps, but in which? No matter. He would buy all of them, he repeated over and over again. For some day there must be a town in one, and some day a town in all, and from all he would reap his harvest. He optioned those 4 gaps at a low purchase price that was absurd. He went back to the bluegrass. He went to New York. In some way he managed to get to England. It had never crossed his mind that other eyes could not see what he so clearly saw, and yet everywhere he was pronounced crazy. He failed, and his options ran out, but he was undaunted. He picked his choice of the 4 gaps and gave up the other 3. This favorite gap he had just finished optioning again, and now again he meant to keep at his old quest. That gap he was entering now from the north side, and the north fork of the river was hurrying to enter too. On his left was a great gray rock, projecting edgewise, covered with laurel and rhododendron, and under it was the first big pool from which the stream poured faster still. There had been a terrific convulsion in that gap when the earth was young. The strata had been tossed upright and planted almost vertical for all time. And a little further, one mighty ledge, moss-grown, bush-covered, sentineled with grim pines, their bases unseen, seemed to be making a heavy flight toward the clouds. Big boulders began to pop up in the river bed, and against them the water dashed and whirled and eddied backward in deep pools, while above him the song of a cataract dropped down a tree-choked ravine. Just there the drop came, and for a long space he could see the river lashing rock and cliff with increasing fury, as though it were seeking shelter from some relentless pursuer in the dark thicket, where it disappeared. Straight in front of him another ledge lifted itself. Beyond that loomed a mountain which stopped in midair and dropped sheer to the eye. Its crown was bare, and Hale knew that up there was a mountain farm, the refuge of a man who had been involved in that terrible feud beyond Black Mountain behind him. 5 minutes later he was at the yawning mouth of the gap, and there lay before him a beautiful valley shut in tightly, for the eye could see with mighty hills. It was the heaven-born sight for the unborn city of his dreams, and his eyes swept every curve of the valley lovingly. The 2 forks of the river ran around it. He could follow their course by the trees that lined the banks of each, curving within a stone's throw of each other across the valley, and then looping away from the neck of an ancient lute, and, like its framework, coming together again down the valley, where they surged together, slipped through the hills, and sped on with the song of a sweeping river. Up that river could come the track of commerce. Out of the South Fork, too, it could go, though it had to turn eastward back through that gap. It could be traced north and west, and so none could come as heralds into those hills, but their footprints could be traced through that wild, rocky, water-worn chasm. Hale drew breath and raised in his stirrups. "It's a cinch," he said aloud. "It's a shame to take the money." Yet nothing was in sight now but a valley farmhouse above the ford, where he must cross the river, and one log cabin on the hill beyond. Still on the other river was the only woolen mill in miles around. Further up was the only grist mill, and nearby the only store, the only blacksmith shop, and the only hotel. That much of a start the Gap had had for 3/4 of a century. Only from the south now a railroad was already coming. From the east another was traveling like a wounded snake, and from the north still another creeped to meet them. Every road must run through the Gap, and several had already run through it, lines of survey. The coal was at one end of the Gap and the iron ore at the other. The cliffs between were limestone, and the other elements to make it the iron center of the world flowed through it like a torrent. "Sheila, it's a shame to take the money." He splashed into the creek, and his big black horse thrust his nose into the clear running water. Minnows were playing about him. A hogfish flew for shelter under a rock, and below the ripples a 2-pound bass shot like an arrow into deep water. Above and below him the stream was arched with beech, poplar, and water maple, and the banks were thick with laurel and rhododendron. His eye had never rested on a lovelier stream, and on the other side of the town site, which nature had kindly lifted 20 feet above the water level, the other fork was of equal clearness, swiftness, and beauty. "Such a drainage," murmured his engineering instinct. "Such a drainage." It was Saturday. Even if he had forgotten, he would have known that it must be Saturday when he climbed the bank on the other side. Many horses were hitched under the trees, and here and there was a farm wagon with fragments of paper, bits of food, and an empty bottle or two lying around. It was the hour when the alcoholic spirits of the day were usually most high. Evidently they were running quite high that day, and something distinctly was going on uptown. A few yells, the high, clear, penetrating yell of a fox hunter, rent the air. A chorus of pistol shots rang out, and the thunder of horses' hoofs started beyond the little slope he was climbing. When he reached the top, a merry youth, with his red, hatless head, was splitting the dirt road toward him, his reins in his teeth and a pistol in each hand, which he was letting off alternately into the inoffensive earth and toward the unrebuking heavens. That seemed a favorite way in those mountains of defying God and the devil. And behind him, galloping a dozen horsemen to the music of throat, pistol, and iron hoof. The fiery-headed youth's horse swerved and shot by. Hale hardly knew that the rider even saw him, but the coming ones saw him afar, and they seemed to be charging him in close array. Hale stopped his horse a little to the right of the center of the road, and being equally helpless against an inherited passion for maintaining his own rights and a similar disinclination to get out of anybody's way, he sat motionless. Two of the coming horsemen, side by side, were a little in advance. "Get out of the road!" they yelled. Had he made the motion of an arm, they might have ridden or shot him down. But the simple quietness of him as he sat with hands crossed on the pommel of his saddle, face calm and set, eyes unwavering and fearless, had the effect that nothing else he could have done would have brought about, and they swerved to either side of him, while the rest swerved too, like sheep, one stirrup brushing his as they swept by. Hale rode slowly on. He could hear the mountaineers yelling on top of the hill, but he did not look back. Several bullets sang over his head. Most likely they were simply bantering him, but no matter. He rode on. The blacksmith, the storekeeper, and one passing drummer were coming in from the woods when he reached the hotel. "Gang of those Falins," said the storekeeper. "They come over looking for young Dave Tolliver. They didn't find him, so they thought they'd have some fun." And he pointed to the hotel sign, which was punctuated with pistol bullet periods. Hale's eyes flashed once, but he said nothing. He turned his horse over to a stable boy and went across to the little frame cottage that served as office and home for him. While he sat on the veranda that almost hung over the mill pond of the other stream, 3 of the Falins came riding back. One of them had left something at the hotel, and while he was gone in for it, another put a bullet through the sign, and seeing Hale, rode over to him. Hale's blue eyes looked anything than friendly. "Don't you like it?" asked the horseman. "I do not," said Hale calmly. The horseman seemed amused. "Well, what are you going to do about it?" "Nothing. At least, not now." "All right. Whenever you get ready. You ain't ready now?" "No," said Hale, "not now." The fellow laughed. "It's a damn good thing for you that you ain't." Hale looked long after the 3 as they galloped down the road. "When I start to build this town," he thought gravely and without humor, "I'll put a stop to all that." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr., Chapter 8. On a spur of black mountain beyond the Kentucky line, a lean horse was tied to a sassafras bush, and in a clump of rhododendron 10 yards away a lean black-haired boy sat with a Winchester between his stomach and thighs, waiting for the dusk to drop. His chin was in both hands, the brim of his slouch hat was curved crescentwise over his forehead, and his eyes were on the sweeping bend of the river below him. That was the Bad Bend down there, peopled with ancestral enemies and the headquarters of their leader for the last 10 years. Though they had been at peace for some time now, it had been Saturday in the country town 10 miles down the river as well, and nobody ever knew what a Saturday night might bring forth between his people and them. So he would not risk riding through that bend by the light of day. All the long way up, spur after spur, and along ridge after ridge, all along the still, tree-crested top of the Big Black, he had been thinking of the man, the furriner, whom he had seen at his uncle's cabin in Lonesome Cove. He was thinking of him still as he sat there waiting for darkness to come, and the 2 vertical lines in his forehead that had already relaxed once during his climb got deeper and deeper as his brain puzzled into the problem that was worrying it: who the stranger was, what his business was over in the cove, and his business with the Red Fox, with whom the boy had seen him talking. He had heard of the coming of the furriners on the Virginia side. He had seen some of them. He was suspicious of all of them. He disliked them all. But this man he hated straight away. He hated his boots and his clothes, the way he sat and talked, as though he owned the earth. And the lad snorted contemptuously under his breath. Called pants trousers. It was a fearful indictment. And he snorted again. Trousers. The furriner might be a spy or a revenue officer, but deep down in the boy's heart, the suspicion had been working that he had gone over there to see his little cousin, the girl whom, boy that he was, he had marked when she was even more of a child than he was now, for his own. His people understood it as did her father, and child though she was, she too understood it. The difference between her and the furriner, difference in age, condition, way of life, education, meant nothing to him, and as his suspicion deepened, His hands dropped and gripped his Winchester, and through his gritting teeth came vaguely, "By God, if he does, if he just does." Away down at the lower end of the river's curving sweep, the dirt road was visible for 100 yards or more, and even while he was cursing to himself, a group of horsemen rode into sight. All seemed to be carrying something across their saddle bows, and as the boy's eyes caught them, he sank sideways out of sight and stood upright, peering through a bush of rhododendron. Something had happened in town that day, for the horsemen carried Winchesters, and every foreign thought in his brain passed like breath from a window pane, while his dark, thin face whitened a little with anxiety and wonder. Swiftly he stepped backward, keeping the bushes between him and his faraway enemies. Another knot he gave the reins around the sassafras bush, and then, Winchester in hand, he dropped noiseless as an Indian, from rock to rock, tree to tree, down the sheer spur on the other side. 20 minutes later he lay behind a bush that was sheltered by the top boulder of the rocky point under which the road ran. His enemies were in their own country. They would probably be talking over the happenings in town that day. From them he would learn what was going on. So long he lay that he got tired and out of patience, and he was about to creep around the boulder when the clink of a horseshoe against a stone told him they were coming. He flattened to the earth and closed his eyes that his ears might be more keen. The Falins were riding silently, but as the first two passed under him, one said, "I'd like to know who the hell warned 'em." "Where's the Red Fox?" was the significant answer. The boy's heart leaped. There had been devilry abroad, but his kinsman had escaped. No one uttered a word as they rode 2 by 2 under him, but one voice came back to him as they turned the point. "I wonder if the other boys catched young Dave." He could not catch the answer to that, only the oath that was in it, and when the sound of the horse's hoofs died away, he turned over on his back and stared up at the sky. Some trouble had come, and through his own caution and the mercy of Providence that had kept him away from the gap, he had his escape from death that day. He would tempt that Providence no more, even by climbing back to his horse in the waning light, and it was not until dusk had fallen that he was leading the beast down the spur and into a ravine that sank to the road. There he waited an hour, and when another horseman passed he still waited a while, cautiously then, with ears alert, eyes straining through the darkness, and Winchester ready. He went down the road at a slow walk. There was a light in the first house, but the front door was closed, and the road was deep with sand, as he knew, so he passed noiselessly. The second house, light streamed through the open door. He could hear talking on the porch, and he halted. He could neither cross the river nor get around the house by the rear. The ridge was too steep, so he drew off into the bushes, where he had to wait another hour before the talking ceased. There was only one more house now between him and the mouth of the creek, where he would be safe, and he made up his mind to dash by it. That house, too, was lighted, and the sound of fiddling struck his ears. He would give them a surprise. So he gathered his reins and Winchester in his left hand, drew his revolver with his right, and within 30 yards started his horse into a run, yelling like an Indian and firing his pistol in the air. As he swept by, 2 or 3 figures dashed pell-mell indoors, and he shouted derisively, "Run, damn you, run!" They were running for their guns, he knew, but the taunt would hurt, and he was pleased. As he swept by the edge of a cornfield, there was a flash of light from the base of a cliff straight across, and a bullet sang over him, then another, and another. But he sped on, cursing and yelling and shooting his own Winchester up in the air. All harmless, useless, but just to hurl defiance and taunt them with his safety. His father's house was not far away. There was no sound of pursuit, and when he reached the river he drew down to a walk and stopped short in a shadow. Something had clicked in the bushes above him, and he bent over his saddle and lay close to his horse's neck. The moon was rising behind him, and its light was creeping toward him through the bushes. In a moment he would be full in its yellow light, and he was slipping from his horse to dart aside into the bushes when a voice ahead of him called sharply, "That you, Dave?" It was his father, and the boy's answer was a loud laugh. Several men stepped from the bushes. They had heard firing, and fearing that young Dave was the cause of it, they had run to his help. "What the hell you mean, boy, kicking up such a racket?" "Oh, I knowed something happened, and I wanted to scare 'em a little." "Yes, and you never thought of the trouble you might be causing us." "Don't you bother about me. I can take care of myself." Old Dave Tolliver grunted, though at heart he was deeply pleased. "Well, you come on home." All went silently, the boy getting meager monosyllabic answers to his eager questions, but by the time they reached home he had gathered the story of what had happened in town that day. There were more men on the porch of the house, and all were armed. The women of the house moved about noiselessly with drawn faces. There were no lights lit, and nobody stood long even in the light of the fire where he could be seen through a window, and doors were opened and passed through quickly. The Falins had opened the feud that day for the boy's foster uncle, Bad Rube Tolliver, contrary to the terms of the last truce, had come home from the West, and one of his kinsmen had been wounded. The boy told what he had heard while he lay over the road along which some of his enemies had passed, and his father nodded. The Falins had learned in some way that the lad was going to the Gap that day, and had sent men after him. Who was the spy? "You told me you was a-goin' to the Gap," said old Dave. "Where was ye?" "I didn't get that far," said the boy. The old man and Loretta, young Dave's sister, laughed, and quiet smiles passed between the others. "Well, you better be careful about getting even as far as you did get, wherever that was, from now on." "I ain't feared," the boy said sullenly, and he turned into the kitchen, still sullen. He ate his supper in silence, and his mother asked him no questions. He was worried that Bad Rufe had come back to the mountains, for Rufe was always teasing June, and there was something in his bold black eyes that made the lad furious, even when the foster uncle was looking at Loretta or the little girl in Lonesome Cove. And yet that was nothing to his new trouble, for his mind hung persistently to the stranger and to the way June had behaved in the cabin in Lonesome Cove. Before he went to bed, he slipped out to the old well behind the house, sat on the water trough in gloomy unrest, looking now and then at the stars that hung over the cove and over the Gap beyond, where the stranger was bound. It would have pleased him a good deal could he have known that the stranger was pushing his big black horse on his way under those stars toward the outer world. End of Chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Steve Bell of Becker, Texas. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 9. It was court day at the county seat across the Kentucky line. Hale had risen early, as everyone must, if he would get his breakfast in the mountains, even in the hotels in the county seats, and he sat with his feet on the railing of the hotel porch which fronted the main street of the town. He had had his heartbreaking failures since the autumn before, but he was in good cheer now, for his feverish enthusiasm had at last clutched a man who would take up not only his options on the great Gap beyond Black Mountain. He was riding across from the Bluegrass to meet this man at the railroad in Virginia, nearly 200 miles away. Opposite was the brick courthouse, every window lacking at least one pane. The steps yellow with dirt and tobacco juice, the doorway and the bricks about the upper windows bullet-dented and eloquent, with memories of the feud which had long embroiled the whole county. Not that everybody took part in it, but, on the matter, everybody, as an old woman told him, had feelings. It had begun, so he learned, just after the war. 2 boys were playing marbles in the road along the Cumberland River, and one had a patch on the seat of his trousers. The other boy made fun of it, and the boy with the patch went home and told his father. As a result, there had already been 30 years of local war. In the last race for legislature, political issues were submerged and the feud was the sole issue. And a Tolliver had carried that boy's trouser patch like a flag to victory and was sitting in the lower house at that time helping to make laws for the rest of the state. Now Bad Roof Tolliver was in the hills again, and the end was not yet. Already people were pouring in, men, women, and children, the men slouch-hatted and stalking through the mud in the rain, or filing in on horseback, riding double sometimes, 2 men or 2 women, or a man with his wife or daughter behind him, or a woman with a baby in her lap, and 2 more children behind, all dressed in homespun or store clothes, and the paint from artificial flowers on her hat streaking the face of every girl who had unwisely scanned the heavens that morning. Soon the square was filled with hitched horses, and an auctioneer was bidding off cattle, sheep, hogs, and horses to the crowd of mountaineers about him, while the women sold eggs and butter and bought things for use at home. Now and then an open feudsman with a Winchester passed, and many a man was belted with cartridges for the big pistol dangling at his hip. When court opened, the rain ceased, the sun came out, and Hale made his way through the crowd to the battered Temple of Justice. On one corner of the square he could see the chief store of the town marked Buck Falin General Merchandise, and the big man in the door with the bushy red head, he guessed, was the leader of the Falin clan. Outside the door stood a smaller replica of the same figure, whom he recognized as the leader of the band that had nearly ridden him down at the Gap when they were looking for young Dave Tolliver the autumn before. That, doubtless, was young Buck. For a moment he stood at the door of the courtroom. A Falin was on trial, and the grizzled judge was speaking angrily. "This is the 3rd time you've had this trial postponed because you ain't got no lawyer. I ain't gonna put it off. Have you got you a lawyer now?" "Yes, Judge," said the defendant. "Well, where is he?" "Over there on the jury." The judge looked at the man on the jury. "Well, I reckon you better leave him where he is. He'll do you more good there than anywhere else." Hale laughed out loud. The judge glared at him, and he turned quickly upstairs to his work in the deed room. Till noon he worked, and yet there was no trouble. After dinner he went back, and in 2 hours his work was done. An atmospheric difference he felt as soon as he reached the door. The crowd had melted from the square. There were no women in sight, but 8 armed men were in front of the door, and 2 of them, a red Falin and a black Tolliver, Bad Roof it was, were quarreling. In every doorway stood a man cautiously looking on, and in a hotel window he saw a woman's frightened face. It was so still that it seemed impossible that a tragedy could be imminent, and yet, while he was trying to take the conditions in, one of the quarreling men, Bad Roof Tolliver, whipped out his revolver, and before he could level it, a Falin struck the muzzle of a pistol into his back. Another Tolliver flashed his weapon on the Falin. This Tolliver was covered by another Falin, and in so many flashes of lightning, the 8 men in front of him were covering each other. Every man afraid to be the first to shoot, since he knew that the flash of his own pistol meant instantaneous death for him. As Hale shrank back, he pushed against somebody who thrust him aside. It was the judge. "Why don't somebody shoot?" he asked sarcastically. "You're a pretty set of fools, ain't you? I want you all to stop this damn foolishness. Now, when I give the word, I want you, Jim Falin, and Roof Tolliver there, to drop your guns." Already Roof was grinning like a devil over the absurdity of the situation. "Now," said the judge, and the 2 guns were dropped. "Put them in your pockets." They did. "Drop." All dropped, and with those 2 all put up their guns, each man, however, watching now the man who had just been covering him. It is not wise for the stranger to show too much interest in the personal affairs of mountain men, and Hale left the judge berating them and went to the hotel to get ready for the Gap, little dreaming how fixed the faces of some of those men were in his brain, and how later they were to rise in his memory again. His horse was lame, but he must go on, so he hired a yaller mule from the landlord, and when the beast was brought around he overheard 2 men talking at the end of the porch. "You don't mean to say they've made peace?" Yes, Ruth's gone away again, and they shook hands, all of them. The other laughed. Ruth ain't gone yet. The Cumberland River was rain-swollen. The home-going people were helping each other across it, and as Hale approached the ford of a creek half a mile beyond the river, a black-haired girl was standing on a boulder looking helplessly at the yellow water, and 2 boys were on the ground below her. One of them looked up at Hale. "I wish you'd help this lady across." "Certainly," said Hale, and the girl giggled when he laboriously turned his old mule up to the boulder. Not accustomed to have ladies ride behind him, Hale had turned the wrong side. Again he laboriously wheeled around, and then in the yellow torrent he went with the girl behind him, the old beast stumbling over the stones, whereat the girl, unafraid, made sounds of much merriment. Across, Hale stopped and said courteously, "If you are going up this way, you are quite welcome to ride on." "Well, I wasn't crossing that crick just exactly for fun," said the girl demurely, and then she murmured something about her cousins and looked back. They had gone down to a shallower ford, and when they too had waded across, they said nothing and the girl said nothing. So Hale started on, the 2 boys following. The mule was slow, and being in a hurry, Hale urged him with his whip. Every time he struck, the beast would kick up, and once the girl came near going off. "You must watch out when I hit him," said Hale. "I don't know when you're going to hit him," she drawled unconcernedly. "Well, I'll let you know," said Hale, laughing. "No!" And as he whacked the beast again, the girl laughed and they were better acquainted. Presently they passed 2 boys. Hale was wearing riding boots and tight breeches, and one of the boys ran his eyes up boot and leg, and if they were lifted higher Hale could not tell. "Where'd you get him?" he squeaked. The girl turned her head as the mule broke into a trot. "Ain't got time to tell. They are my cousins," explained the girl. "What is your name?" asked Hale. "Loretty Tolliver." Hale turned in his saddle. "Are you the daughter of Dave Tolliver?" "Yes." "Then you've got a brother named Dave?" "Yes." This, then, was the sister of the black-haired boy he had seen in the Lonesome Cove. "Haven't you got some kinfolks over the mountain?" "Yes, I got an uncle living over there. Devil Judd, folks calls him," said the girl simply. This girl was cousin to little June in Lonesome Cove. Every now and then she would look behind them, and when Hale turned again inquiringly, she explained, "I'm worried about my cousins back there. I'm afeared something might happen to 'em." "Shall we wait for them?" "Oh no, I reckon not." Soon they overtook 2 men on horseback, and after they had passed and were 50 yards ahead of them, one of the men lifted his voice jestingly. "Is that your woman, stranger, or have you just borrowed her?" Hale shouted back, "No, I'm sorry to say I've just borrowed her," and he turned around to see how she would take his answering pleasantry. She was looking down shyly, and she did not seem much pleased. "They are kinfolks of mine too," she said, and whether it was in explanation or as a rebuke Hale could not determine. "You must be kin to everybody around here." "Most everybody," she said simply. By and by they came to a creek. "I have to turn up here," said Hale. "So do I," she said, smiling now directly at him. "Good," he said, and they went on, Hale asking more questions. She was going to school at the county seat the coming winter, and she was 15 years old. "That's right. The trouble in the mountains is that you girls marry so early that you don't have time to get an education." She wasn't going to marry early, she said, but Hale learned now that she had a sweetheart who had been in town that day, and apparently the 2 had had a quarrel. Who it was she would not tell, and Hale would have been amazed had he known the sweetheart was none other than young Buck Falin, and that the quarrel between the lovers had sprung from the opening quarrel that day between the clans. Once again she came near going off the mule, and Hale observed that she was holding to the cantle of his saddle. "Look here," he said suddenly, "hadn't you better catch hold of me?" She shook her head vigorously and made 2 not-to-be-rendered sounds that meant, "No, indeed." "Well, if this were your sweetheart, you'd take hold of him, wouldn't you?" Again she gave a vigorous shake of the head. "Well, if he saw you riding behind me, he wouldn't like it, would he?" She didn't care, she said, but Hale did, and when he heard the galloping of horses behind him, saw 2 men coming, and heard one of them shouting, "Hey, you man on that yaller mule, stop there!" He shifted his revolver, pulled in, and waited with some uneasiness. They came up, reeling in their saddles. Neither one the girl's sweetheart, as he saw at once from her face, and began to ask what the girl characterized afterward as unnecessary questions: who he was, and who she was, and where they were going. Hale answered so shortly that the girl thought there was going to be a fight, and she was on the point of slipping from the mule. "Sit still," said Hale quietly. There's not going to be a fight so long as you are here." "There ain't," said one of the men. "Well," then he looked sharply at the girl and turned his horse. "Come on, Bill, that's old Dave Tolliver's gal." The girl's face was on fire. "Them mean Falins," she said contemptuously, and somehow the mere fact that Hale had been, even for the moment, antagonistic to the other faction seemed to put him in the girl's mind at once on her side, and straightway she talked freely of the feud. Devil Judd had taken no active part in it for a long time, she said, except to keep it down, especially since he and her father had had a falling out, and the two families did not visit much, though she and her cousin June sometimes spent the night with each other. "You won't be able to get over there till long after dark," she said, and she caught her breath so suddenly and so sharply that Hale turned to see what the matter was. She searched his face with her black eyes, which were like June's without the depths of June's. "I was just wondering if maybe you wasn't the same feller that was over in Lonesome last fall." "Maybe I am. My name's Hale." The girl laughed. "Well, if this ain't the beatin'est! I've heard June talk about you. My brother Dave don't like you overmuch," she added frankly. "I reckon we'll see Dave pretty soon. If this ain't the beatin'est," she repeated, and she laughed again, as she always did laugh, it seemed to Hale, when there was any prospect of getting him into trouble. "You can't get over there till long after dark," she said again presently. "Is there any place on the way where I can get to stay all night?" "You can stay all night with the Red Fox on top of the mountain." "The Red Fox," repeated Hale. "Yes, he lives right on top of the mountain. You can't miss his house." "Oh, yes, I remember him. I saw him talking to one of the Falins in town today, behind the barn when I went to get my horse." "You seed him a-talkin' to a Falin afore the trouble came up?" the girl asked slowly and with such significance that Hale turned to look at her. He felt straightway that he ought not to have said that, and the day was to come when he would remember it to his cost. He knew how foolish it was for the stranger to show sympathy with or interest in one faction or another in a mountain feud, but to give any kind of information of one to the other, that was unwise indeed. Ahead of them now, a little stream ran from a ravine across the road. Beyond was a cabin. In the doorway were several faces, and sitting on a horse at the gate was young Dave Tolliver. "Well, I get down here," said the girl, and before his mule stopped she slid from behind him and made for the gate without a word of thanks or goodbye. "Howdy," said Hale, taking in the group with his glance, but leaving his eyes on young Dave. The rest nodded, but the boy was too surprised for speech, and the spirit of deviltry took the girl when she saw her brother's face, and at the gate she turned. "Much obleeged," she said. "Tell June I'm a-comin' over to see her next Sunday." "I will," said Hale, and he rode on. To his surprise, when he had gone 100 yards, he heard the boy spurring after him, and he looked around inquiringly as young Dave drew alongside. But the boy said nothing, and Hale, amused, kept still, wondering when the lad would open speech. At the mouth of another little creek, the boy stopped his horse as though he was to turn up that way. "You come back again," he said, searching Hale's face with his black eyes. "Yes," said Hale, "I've come back. You going over to Lonesome Cove?" "Yes." The boy hesitated, and a sudden change of mind was plain to Hale in his face. "I wish you'd tell Uncle Judd about the trouble in town today," he said, looking fixedly at Hale. "Certainly." "Did you tell the Red Fox that day you seed him when you was going over to the Gap last fall that you seed me at Uncle Judd's?" "No," said Hale. "But how did you know that I saw the Red Fox that day?" The boy laughed unpleasantly. "So long," he said. "See you again some day." The way was steep, the sun was down, and darkness gathering before Hale reached the top of the mountain. So he hallooed at the yard fence of the Red Fox, who peered cautiously out of the door, and asked his name before he came to the gate. And there, with a grin on his curious mismatched face, he repeated young Dave's words. "You come back again." And Hale repeated his, "Yes, I've come back." "You going over to Lonesome Cove?" "Yes," said Hale impatiently, "I'm going over to Lonesome Cove. Can I stay here all night?" "Sure," said the old man hospitably. "That's a fine hoss you got there," he added with a chuckle. "Been swapping?" Hale had to laugh as he climbed down from the bony, ear-flopping beast. "I left my horse in town. He's lame." "Yes, I seed you thar." Hale could not resist. "Yes, and I seed you." The old man almost turned. "Whar?" Again the temptation was too great. "Talking to the Falin who started the row." This time the Red Fox wheeled sharply, and his pale blue eyes filled with suspicion. "I keeps friends with both sides," he said. "Ain't many folks can do that." "I reckon not," said Hale calmly, but in the pale eyes he still saw suspicion. When they entered the cabin a little old woman in black, dumb and noiseless, was cooking supper. The children of the two, he learned, had scattered, and they lived there alone. On the mantel were 2 pistols, and in one corner was the big Winchester he remembered, and behind it was the big brass telescope. On the table was a Bible and a volume of Swedenborg, and among the usual strings of pepper pods and beans and twisted long green tobacco were drying herbs and roots of all kinds, and about the fireplace were bottles of liquids that had been stewed from them. The little old woman served, and opened her lips not at all. Supper was eaten with no further reference to the doings in town that day, and no word was said about their meeting when Hale first went to Lonesome Cove until they were smoking on the porch. "I heard you found some mighty fine coal over in Lonesome Cove." "Yes." "Young Dave Tolliver thinks you found something else thar, too," chuckled the Red Fox. "I did," said Hale coolly, and the old man chuckled again. "She's a purty little gal, sure." "Who is?" asked Hale, looking calmly at his questioner, and the Red Fox lapsed into baffled silence. The moon was brilliant, and the night was still. Suddenly the Red Fox cocked his ear like a hound, and without a word slipped swiftly within the cabin. A moment later Hale heard the galloping of a horse, and from out the dark woods loped a horseman with a Winchester across his saddle bow. He pulled in at the gate, but before he could shout "Hello!" the Red Fox had stepped from the porch into the moonlight and was going to meet him. Hale had never seen a more easy, graceful, daring figure on horseback, and in the bright light he could make out the reckless face of the man who had been the first to flash his pistols in town that day, Bad Rufe Tolliver. For 10 minutes the two talked in whispers. Rufe bent forward with one elbow on the withers of his horse, but lifting his eyes every now and then to the stranger seated in the porch. And then the horseman turned with an oath and galloped into the darkness whence he came, while Red Fox slouched back to the porch and dropped silently into his seat. "Who was that?" asked Hale. "Bad Rufe Tolliver." "I've heard of him. Most everybody in these mountains has. He's the feller that's always causing trouble. Him and Joe Falin agreed to go west last fall to end the war. And now Rufe claims Joe don't count now, and he's got the right to come back. Soon as he comes back, things get frolicsome again. He swore he wouldn't go back unless another Falin goes too. Wirt Falin agreed, and that's how they made peace today. Now Rufe says he won't go at all, truce or no truce. My wife and thar is a Tolliver, but both sides comes to me and I keeps peace with both of them." No doubt he did, Hale thought. Keep peace or mischief with or against anybody with that face of his. That was a common type of a bad man, that horseman who had galloped away from the gate. But this old man with his dual face, who preached the word on Sundays and on other days was a walking arsenal, who dreamed dreams and had visions and slipped through the hills in his mysterious moccasins, on errands of mercy or chasing men from vanity, personal enmity, or for fun, and still appeared so sane, he was a type that confounded. No wonder, for these reasons, and as tribute to his infernal shrewdness, he was known far and wide as the Red Fox of the mountains. But Hale was too tired for further speculation, and presently he yawned. "Want to lay down?" asked the old man quickly. "I think I do," said Hale, and they went inside. The old man had her face to the wall and the bed in one corner, and the Red Fox pointed to a bed in the other. "Thar's your bed." Again Hale's eyes fell on the big Winchester. "Want to lay down?" asked the old man quickly. "I think I do," said Hale, and they went inside. The little old woman had her face to the wall and a bed in one corner, and the Red Fox pointed to a bed in the other. "Thar's your bed." Again Hale's eyes fell on the big Winchester. "I reckon there ain't more'n 2 others like it in all these mountains." "What's the caliber?" "Biggest made," was the answer, "a 50 by 75. "Centerfire?" "Rim," said the Red Fox. "Gracious," laughed Hale, "what do you want such a big one for?" "Man cannot live by bread alone in these mountains," said the Red Fox grimly. When Hale lay down he could hear the old man quavering out a hymn or two on the porch outside, and when worn out with the day he went to sleep. The Red Fox was reading his Bible by the light of a tallow dip. It is fatefully strange when people, whose lives tragically intersect, look back to their first meetings with one another, and Hale never forgot that night in the cabin of the Red Fox, for had Bad Rufe Tolliver, while he whispered at the gate, known the part, the quiet young man silently seated in the porch would play in his life, he would have shot him where he sat. And could the Red Fox have known the part his sleeping guest was to play in his, the old man would have knifed him where he lay. It is fatefully strange when people whose lives tragically intersect look back to their first meetings with one another, and Hale never forgot that night in the cabin of the Red Fox, for had Bad Rufe Tolliver, while he whispered at the gate, known the part the quiet young man silently seated in the porch would play in his life, he would have shot him where he sat. And could the red fox have known the part his sleeping guest was to play in his, the old man would have knifed him where he lay. End of Chapter 9. Recording by Steve Bell, Becker, Texas.
Chapter 10 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Brian Keith Barnes. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox. Chapter 10. Hale opened his eyes next morning on the little old woman in black, moving ghost-like through the dim interior to the kitchen. A wood thrush was singing when he stepped out on the porch, and its cool notes had the liquid freshness of the morning. Breakfast over, he concluded to leave the yellow mule with the red fox to be taken back to the county town and to walk down the mountain. But before he got away, the landlord's son turned up with his own horse, still lame, but well enough to limp along without doing himself harm. So, leading the black horse, Hale started down. The sun was rising over still seas of white mist and wave after wave of blue Virginia hills. In the shadows below, it smote the mists into tatters. Leaf and bush glittered as though after a heavy rain. And down Hale went, under a trembling, dew-drenched world, and along a tumbling series of waterfalls that flashed through tall ferns, blossoming laurel and shining leaves of rhododendron. Once he heard something move below him, and then the crackling of brush sounded far to one side of the road. He knew it was a man who would be watching him from a covert, and straightway, to prove his innocence of any hostile or secret purpose, he began to whistle. Further below, two men with Winchesters rose from the bushes and asked his name and his business. He told both readily. Everybody, it seemed, was prepared for hostilities, and though the news of the patched-up peace had spread, it was plain that the factions were still suspicious and on guard. Then the loneliness almost of Lonesome Cove itself set in. For miles he saw nothing alive but an occasional bird, and heard no sound but of running water or rustling leaf. At the mouth of the creek his horse's lameness had grown so much better that he mounted him and rode slowly up the river. Within an hour he could see the still crest of the Lonesome Pine. At the mouth of a creek a mile further on was an old gristmill with its water wheel asleep. And whittling at the door outside was the old miller, Uncle Billy Beams, who, when he heard the coming of the black horse's feet, looked up and showed no surprise at all when he saw Hale. "I heard you was coming," he shouted, hailing him cheerily by name. "Ain't fishing this time." "No," said Hale. "Not this time." "Well, get down and rest a spell. June'll be here in a minute, and you can ride back with her. I reckon you're going that-a-way." "June?" "Sure. My, but she'll be glad to see you. She's always talking about you. You told her you was coming back, and everybody told her you wasn't. But that little gal always said she knowed you was because you said you was. She's growed some, and if she ain't purty, well, I'd tell a man. You just tie your horse up there behind the mill so she can't see it, and get inside the mill when she comes round that bend there. My, but it'll be a surprise for her." The old man chuckled so cheerily that Hale, to humor him, hitched his horse to a sapling, came back, and sat in the door of the mill. The old man knew all about the trouble in town the day before. "I want to give you a little advice. Keep your mouth plumb shut about this here war. I'm justice of the peace, but that's the only way I've kept out in it for 30 years, and it's the only way you can keep out in it." "Thank you. I mean to keep my mouth shut, but would you mind—" "Get in," interrupted the old man eagerly. "Here she comes." His kind old face creased into a welcoming smile, and between the logs of the mill, Hale, inside, could see an old sorrel horse slowly coming through the lights and shadows down the road. On its back was a sack of corn, and perched on the sack was a little girl with her bare feet in the hollows behind the old nag's withers. She was looking sidewise, quite hidden by a scarlet poke bonnet, and at the old man's shout she turned the smiling face of little June. With an answering cry, she struck the old nag with a switch, and before the old man could rise to help her down, slipped lightly to the ground. "Why, honey," he said, "I don't know what I'm going to do your corn. Shaft's broke and I can't do no grinding till tomorrow." "Well, Uncle Billy, we ain't got a pint of meal in the house," she said. "You just got to lend me some." "All right, honey," said the old man, and he cleared his throat, a signal for Hale. The little girl was pushing her bonnet back when Hale stepped into sight, and unstartled, unsmiling, unspeaking, she looked steadily at him, one hand motionless for a moment on her bronze heap of hair, and then slipping down past her cheek to clench the other tightly. Uncle Billy was bewildered. "Why, June, it's Mr. Hale, why." "Howdy, June," said Hale, who was no less puzzled. And still she gave no sign that she had ever seen him before, except reluctantly to give him her hand. Then she turned sullenly away and sat down in the door of the mill with her elbows on her knees and her chin in her hands. Dumbfounded, the old miller pulled the sack of corn from the horse and leaned it against the mill. Then he took out his pipe, filled and lighted it slowly, and turned his perplexed eyes to the sun. "Well, honey," he said, as though he were doing the best he could with a difficult situation, "I'll have to get you that meal at the house. About dinner time now. You and Mr. Harold there, come on and get something to eat before you go back." "I got to get on back home," said June, rising. "No, you ain't. I bet you got dinner for your stepmammy afore you left, and I just know you was aiming to take a snack with me and old Hun." The little girl hesitated. She had no denial, and the old fellow smiled kindly. "Come on now." Little June walked on the other side of the miller from Hale, back to the old man's cabin 200 yards up the road, answering his questions, but not Hale's, and never meeting the latter's eyes with her own. Old Hun, the portly old woman whom Hale remembered with brass-rimmed spectacles and a clay pipe in her mouth, came out on the porch and welcomed them heartily under the honeysuckle vines. Her mouth and face were alive with humor when she saw Hale, and her eyes took in both him and the little girl keenly. The miller and Hale leaned chairs against the wall, while the girl sat at the entrance of the porch. Suddenly, Hale went out to his horse and took out a package from his saddle pockets. "I've got some candy in here for you," he said, smiling. "I don't want no candy," she said, still not looking at him and with a little movement of her knees away from him. "Why, honey," said Uncle Billy again, "what is the matter with ye? I thought ye was great friends." The little girl rose hastily. "No, we ain't, nuther," she said, and she whisked herself indoors. Hale put the package back with some embarrassment, and the old miller laughed. Well, she's a queer little critter. Maybe she's mad because you stayed away so long." At the table, June wanted to help old Hun and wait to eat with her, but Uncle Billy made her sit down with him and Hale, and so shy was she that she hardly ate anything. Only once did she look up from her plate, and that was when Uncle Billy, with a shake of his head, said, "He's a bad one." He was speaking of Rufe Tolliver, and at the mention of his name there was a frightened look in the little girl's eyes, when she quickly raised them, that made Hale wonder. An hour later they were riding side by side, Hale and June, on through the lights and shadows toward Lonesome Cove. Uncle Billy turned back from the gate to the porch. "He ain't come back yet just for coal," said old Hun. "Shucks," said Uncle Billy. "You women folks can't think about nothing except one thing. He's too old for her. She'll get old enough for him, and you men folks don't think less. You just talk less." And she went back into the kitchen, and on the porch the old miller puffed on a new idea in his pipe. For a few moments the two rode in silence, and not yet had June lifted her eyes to him. "You've forgotten me, June." "No, I ain't, nuther." "You said you'd be waiting for me." June's lashes went lower still. "I was." "Well, what's the matter? I'm mighty sorry I couldn't get back sooner." said June scornfully, and he knew Uncle Billy and his guess as to the trouble was far afield, so he tried another tack. "I've been over to the county seat, and I saw lots of your kinfolks over there." She showed no curiosity, no surprise, and still she did not look up at him. "I met your cousin, Loretta, over there, and I carried her home behind me on an old mule." Hale paused, smiling at the remembrance, and still she betrayed no interest. "She's a mighty pretty girl, and whenever I'd hit that old—" "She ain't!" The words were so shrieked out that Hale was bewildered, and then he guessed that the falling out between the fathers was more serious than he had supposed. "But she isn't as nice as you are," he added quickly, and the girl's quivering mouth steadied. The tears stopped in her vexed dark eyes, and she lifted them to him at last. "She ain't?" "No, indeed, she ain't." For a while they rode along again in silence. June no longer avoided his eyes now, and the unspoken question in her own presently came out. "You won't let Uncle Roof bother me no more, will ye?" "No, indeed I won't," said Hale heartily. "What does he do to you?" "Nothing, except he's always a-teasing me, and I'm afeard of him." "Well, I'll take care of Uncle Roof." "I know you'd say that," she said. "Pap and Dave always laughs at me." And she shook her head as though she were already threatening her bad uncle with what Hale would do to him. And she was so serious and trustful that Hale was curiously touched. By and by he lifted one flap of his saddle pockets again. "I've got some candy here for a nice little girl," he said, as though the subject had not been mentioned before. "It's for you. Won't you have some?" "I reckon I will," she said with a happy smile. Hale watched her while she munched a striped stick of peppermint. Her crimson bonnet had fallen from her sunlit hair and straight down from it to her bare little foot with its stubbed toe just darkening with dried blood. A sculptor would have loved the rounded slenderness in the curving long lines that shaped her brown throat, her arms and her hands, which were prettily shaped, but so very dirty as to the nails, and her dangling bare leg. Her teeth were even and white, and most of them flashed when her red lips smiled. Her lashes were long and gave a touching softness to her eyes, even when she was looking quietly at him. But there were times, as he had noticed already, when a brooding look stole over them, and then they were the lair for the mysterious loneliness that was the very spirit of Lonesome Cove. Some day that little nose would be long enough, and some day, he thought, she would be very beautiful. "Your cousin Loretta, she was coming over to see you." June's teeth snapped viciously through the stick of candy, and then she turned on him, and behind the long lashes and deep down in the depth of those wonderful eyes, he saw an ageless something that bewildered him more than her words. "I hate her," she said fiercely. "Why, little girl?" he said gently. "I don't know," she said. And then the tears came in earnest, and she turned her head, sobbing. Hale helplessly reached over and patted her on the shoulder, but she shrank away from him. "Go away," she said, digging her fist into her eyes until her face was calm again. They had reached the spot on the river where he had seen her first, and beyond, the smoke of the cabin was rising above the undergrowth. "Lordy," she said, "but I do get lonesome over here." "Wouldn't you like to go over to the Gap with me sometimes?" Straightway her face was a ray of sunlight. "Would I like to go over?" She stopped suddenly and pulled in her horse, but Hale had heard nothing. "Hello!" shouted a voice from the bushes, and Devil Judd Tolliver issued from them with an axe on his shoulder. "I heerd you'd come back, and I'm glad to see you." He came down to the road and shook Hale's hand heartily. "What you been crying about?" he added, turning his hawk-like eyes on the little girl. "Nothing," she said sullenly. "Did she get mad with you about something?" said the old man to Hale. "She never cries except when she's mad." Hale laughed. "You just hush up, both of you," said the girl with a sharp kick of her right foot. "I reckon you can't stamp the ground that fur away from it," said the old man dryly. "If you don't get the better of that all-fired temper of yourn, it's going to get the better of you, and then I'll have to spank you again." "I reckon you ain't going to whoop me no more, Pap. I'm a-getting too big." The old man opened eyes and mouth with an indulgent roar of laughter. "Come on up to the house," he said to Hale, turning to lead the way, the little girl following him. The old stepmother was again abed. Small Bub, the brother, still unafraid, sat down beside Hale, and the old man brought out a bottle of moonshine. "I reckon I can trust ye," he said. "I reckon you can," laughed Hale. The liquor was as fiery as ever, but it was grateful. And again the old man took nearly a tumblerful, plying Hale, meanwhile, about the happenings in town the day before. But Hale could tell him nothing that he seemed not already to know. "It was quar," the old mountaineer said. "I seed two men with the drap on each other and both afeared to shoot, but I never heerd of such a ring around the rosy as 8 fellers with beat on one another and not a shoot shot. I'm glad I wasn't there." He frowned when Hale spoke of the Red Fox. "You can't never tell whether that old devil is for ye or agin ye, but I've been plumb sick of these doin's a long time now, and sometimes I think I'll just pull up stakes and go west and get out of it altogether." "How did you learn so much about yesterday so soon?" We hear things pretty quick in these mountains. Little Dave Tolliver come over here last night." "Yes," broke in Bub, "and he told us how you carried Loretty from town on a mule behind you, and she just assassin you, and as how she said she was a-going to get you for her sweetheart." Hale glanced by chance at the little girl. Her face was scarlet, and a light dawned. "And Sis there said he was a-telling lies, and when she growed up she was a-going to marry—" Something snapped like a toy pistol, and Bub howled. A little brown hand had whacked him across the mouth, and the girl flashed indoors without a word. Bub got to his feet howling with pain and rage and started after her, but the old man caught him. "Sit down, boy. Served you right for blabbing things that ain't your business." He shook with laughter. Jealousy. Great heavens, Hale thought, and that child, and for him. "I knowed she was crying about something like that. She set a great store by you, and she studied them books you sent her plumb to pieces while you was away. She ain't nothing but a baby, but in certain ways she's as old as her mother was when she died." The amazing secret was out, and the little girl appeared no more until supper time, when she had waited on the table, but at no time would she look at Hale or speak to him again. For a while, the two men sat on the porch talking of the feud and the gap and the coal on the old man's place, and Hale had no trouble getting an option for a year on the old man's land. Just as dusk was setting, he got his horse. "You better stay all night." "No, I'll have to get along." The little girl did not appear to tell him goodbye, and when he went to his horse at the gate, he called, "Tell June to come down here. I've got something for her." "Come on, baby," the old man said, and the little girl came shyly down to the gate. Hale took a brown paper parcel from his saddlebags, unwrapped it, and betrayed the usual blue-eyed, flaxen-haired, rosy-cheeked doll. Only June did not know the like of it was in all the world. As she caught it to her breast, there were tears once more in her uplifted eyes. "How about going over the gap with me, little girl, someday?" He never guessed it, but there were a child and a woman before him now, and both answered, "I'll go with ye anywhere." Hale stopped a while to rest his horse at the base of the big pine. He was practically alone in the world. The little girl back there was born for something else than slow death in that God-forsaken cove, and, whatever it was, why not help her to it if he could? With this thought in his brain, he rode down from the luminous upper world of the moon and stars toward the nether world of drifting mists and black ravines. She belonged to just such a night, that little girl. She was a part of its mists, its lights and shadows, its fresh wild beauty and its mystery. Only once did his mind shift from her to his great purpose, and that was when the roar of the water through the rocky chasm of the gap made him think of the roar of iron wheels that, rushing through, someday would drown it into silence. At the mouth of the gap he saw the white valley lying at peace in the moonlight, and straight away from it sprang again, as always, his castle in the air. But before he fell asleep in his cottage on the edge of the mill pond that night, he heard quite plainly again, "I'll go with ye anywhere." End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11, Trail of the Lonesome Pine, by John Fox, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Spring was coming, and meanwhile, that late autumn and short winter, things went merrily on at the Gap in some ways, and in some ways not. Within 8 miles of the place, for instance, the man fell ill, the man who was to take up Hale's options, and he had to be taken home. Still, Hale was undaunted. Here he was, and here he would stay, and he would try again. 2 other young men, bluegrass Kentuckians, Logan and McFarlane, had settled at the Gap, both lawyers and both of pioneer Indian fighting blood. The report of the state geologist had been spread broadcast. A famous magazine writer had come through on horseback and had gone home and given a fervid account of the riches and the beauty of the region. Helmeted Englishmen began to prowl prospectively around the Gap 60 miles to the southwest. New surveying parties were directing lines for the rocky gateway between the iron ore and the coal. Engineers and coal experts passed in and out. There were rumors of a furnace and a steel plant when the railroad should reach the place. Capital had flowed in from the east, and already a Pennsylvanian was starting a main entry into a 10-foot vein of coal up through the Gap and was coking it. His report was that his own was better than the Connellsville coke, which was the standard. It was higher in carbon and lower in ash. The Ludlow brothers from eastern Virginia had started a general store. 2 of the Berkeley brothers had come over from bluegrass Kentucky, and their family was coming in the spring. The bearded senator up the valley, who was also a preacher, had got his Methodist brethren interested, and the community was further enriched by the coming of the Honorable Samuel Budd, lawyer and budding statesman. As a recreation, the Honorable Sam was an anthropologist. He knew the mountaineers from Virginia to Alabama, and they were his pet illustrations of his pet theories of the effect of a mountain environment on human life and character. Hale took a great fancy to him from the first moment he saw his smooth, ageless, kindly face, surmounted by a huge pair of spectacles that were hooked behind two large ears, above which his pale yellow hair, parted in the middle, was drawn back with plaster-like precision. A mayor and constable had been appointed, and the Honorable Sam had just finished his first case, Squire Morton and the Widow Crane, who ran a boarding house, each having laid claim to 3 pigs that had obstructed traffic in the town. The Honorable Sam was sitting by the stove, deep in thought, when Hale came into the hotel, and he lifted his great glaring lenses and waited for no introduction. "Brother," he said, "do you know 12 reliable witnesses come on the stand and swore them pigs belonged to the squire's sow, and 12 equally reliable witnesses swore them pigs belonged to the Widow Crane's sow? I shorely was a heap perplexed." "That was curious," the Honorable Sam laughed. "Well, sir, them intelligent pigs used both them sows as mothers, and maybe they had another mother somewhere else. They would breakfast with the Widow Crane's sow and take supper with the squire's sow. And so them witnesses, too, was naturally perplexed." Hale waited while the Honorable Sam puffed his pipe into a glow. "Believing as I do that the most important principle in law is mutually forgiven and a square division of spoils, I suggested a compromise. The widow said the squire was an old rascal and thief, and he'd never sink a tooth into one of them shoats, but that her lawyer was a gentleman, meaning me, and the squire said the widow had been blackguarding him all over town, and he'd see her in heaven before she got one, but that his lawyer was a prince of the realm, so the other lawyer took one and I got the other." "What became of the third?" The Honorable Sam was an ardent disciple of Sir Walter Scott. "Well, just now the mayor is a playing girth to that little runt for costs." Outside, the wheels of the stage rattled, and as half a dozen strangers trooped in, the Honorable Sam waved his hand. "Things is comin'." Things were coming. The following week the booming editor brought in a printing press and started a paper. An enterprising Hoosier soon established a brick plant. A geologist, Hale's predecessor in Lonesome Cove, made the Gap his headquarters, and one by one the vanguard of engineers, surveyors, speculators, and coalmen drifted in. The wings of progress began to sprout, but the new town constable soon tendered his resignation with informality and violence. He had arrested a Falin, whose companions straightway took him from custody and set him free. Straightway the constable threw his pistol and badge of office to the ground. "I've fit and I've hollered for help," he shouted, almost crying with rage, "and I've fit again. Now this town can go to hell." And he picked up his pistol, but left his symbol of law and order in the dust. Next morning there was a new constable, and only that afternoon, when Hale stepped into the Ludlow Brothers store, he found the constable already busy. A line of men with revolver or knife in sight was drawn up inside with their backs to Hale, and beyond them he could see the new constable with a man under arrest. Hale had not forgotten his promise to himself, and he began now. "Come on," he called quietly, and when the men turned at the sound of his voice, the constable, who was of sterner stuff than his predecessor, pushed through them, dragging his man after him. "Look here, boys," said Hale calmly. "Let's not have any row. Let him go to the mayor's office. If he isn't guilty, the mayor will let him go. If he is, the mayor will give him bond. I'll go on it myself, but let's not have a row." Now, to the mountain eye, Hale appeared no more than the ordinary man, and even a close observer would have seen no more than that his face was clean-cut and thoughtful, that his eye was blue and singularly clear and fearless, and that he was calm with the calmness that might come from anything else than stolidity of temperament. And that, by the way, is the self-control which counts most against the unruly passions of other men. But anybody near Hale, at a time when excitement was high and a crisis was imminent, would have felt the resultant of forces emanating from him that were beyond analysis. And so it was now. The curious power he instinctively had over rough men had its way. "Go on," he continued quietly, and the constable went on with his prisoner, his friends following, still swearing, and with their weapons in their hands. When constable and prisoner passed into the mayor's office, Hale stepped quickly after them and turned on the threshold with his arm across the door. "Hold on, boys," he said, still good-naturedly. "The mayor can attend to this, and if you boys want to fight anybody, fight me. I'm unarmed, and you can whip me easily enough," he added, with a laugh. But you mustn't come in here," he concluded, as though the matter was settled beyond further discussion. For one instant, the crucial one, of course, the men hesitated, for the reason that so often makes superior numbers of no avail among the lawless, the lack of a leader of nerve. And without another word, Hale held the door. But the frightened mayor inside let the prisoner out at once on bond, and Hale, combining law and diplomacy, went on the bond. Only a day or two later, the mountaineers, who worked at the brick plant with pistols buckled around them, went on strike, and that night shot out the lights and punctured the chromos in their boarding house. Then, armed with sticks, knives, clubs, and pistols, they took a triumphant march through town. That night 2 knives and 2 pistols were whipped out by 2 of them in the same store. One of the Ludlows promptly blew out the light, and astutely got under the counter. When the combatants scrambled outside, he locked the door and crawled out the back window. Next morning the brickyard malcontents marched triumphantly again, and Hale called for volunteers to arrest them. To his disgust, only Logan, McFarlane, the Honorable Sam Budd, and 2 or 3 others seemed willing to go. But when the few who would go started, Hale, leading them, looked back, and the whole town seemed to be strung out after him. Below the hill he saw the mountaineers drawn up in 2 bodies for battle, and as he led his followers towards them, the Hoosier owner of the plant rode out at a gallop, waving his hands, and apparently beside himself with anxiety and terror. "Don't!" he shouted. "Somebody'll get killed. Wait! They'll give up." So Hale halted, and the Hoosier rode back. After a short parley, he came back to Hale to say that the strikers would give up, but when Logan started again, they broke and ran, and only 3 or 4 were captured. The Hoosier was delirious over his troubles, and straightway closed his plant. "See," said Hale in disgust, "we got to do something now." "We have," said the lawyers, and that night on Hale's porch the 3, with the Honorable Sam Budd, pondered the problem. They could not build a town without law and order. They could not have law and order without taking part themselves, and even then they plainly would have had their hands full. And so that night, on the tiny porch of the little cottage that was Hale's sleeping room and office, with the creaking of the one wheel of their one industry, the old grist mill, making patient music through the rhododendron darkness that hid the steep bank of the stream, the three pioneers forged their plan. There had been gentlemen regulators aplenty, vigilance committees of gentlemen, and the Ku Klux Klan had been originally composed of gentlemen, as they all knew, but they meant to hew to the strict line of town ordinance and common law and do the rough everyday work of the common policeman. So volunteer policemen they would be, and in order to extend their authority as much as possible, as county policemen they would be enrolled. Each man would purchase his own Winchester, pistol, billy, badge, and a whistle to call for help, and they would begin drilling and target shooting at once. The Honorable Sam shook his head dubiously. "The natives won't understand." "We can't help that," said Hale. "I know. I'm with you." Hale was made captain, Logan first lieutenant, McFarland second, and the Honorable Sam third. Two rules Logan, who, too, knew the mountaineer well, suggested as inflexible. One was never to draw a pistol at all unless necessary, never to pretend to draw as a threat or to intimidate, and never to draw unless one meant to shoot if need be. "And the other," added Logan, "always go in force to make an arrest, never alone unless necessary." The Honorable Sam moved his head up and down in hearty approval. "Why is that?" asked Hale. "To save bloodshed," he said. "These fellows we will have to deal with have a pride that is morbid. A mountaineer doesn't like to go home and have to say that one man put him in the calaboose, but he doesn't mind telling that it took several to arrest him. Moreover, he will give in to 2 or 3 men when he would look on the coming of one man as a personal issue and to be met as such." Hale nodded. "Oh, there'll be plenty of chances," Logan added with a smile, "for everyone to go it alone." Again the Honorable Sam nodded grimly. It was plain to him that they would have all they could do, but no one of them dreamed of the far-reaching effect that night's work would bring. They were the vanguard of civilization, crusaders of 19th century against the benighted of the Middle Ages, said the Honorable Sam, and when Logan and McFarland left, he lingered and lit his pipe. "The trouble will be," he said slowly, "that they won't understand our purpose or our methods. They will look on us as a lot of meddlesome furriners who come in to run their country as we please, when they have been running it as they please for more than 100 years. You see, you mustn't judge them by the standards of today. You must go back to the standards of the Revolution. Practically they are the pioneers of that day, and hardly a bit have they advanced. They are our contemporary ancestors." And then the Honorable Sam, having dropped his vernacular, lounged ponderously into what he was pleased to call his anthropological drool. "You see, mountains isolate people, and the effect of isolation on human life is to crystallize it. Those people over the line have had no navigable rivers, no lakes, no wagon roads, except often the beds of streams. They have been cut off from all communication with the outside world. They are a perfect example of an arrested civilization, and they are the closest link we have with the old world. They were Unionists because of the Revolution, as they were Americans in the beginning because of the spirit of the Covenanter. They lived like the pioneers. The axe and the rifle are still their weapons, and they still have the same fight with nature. This feud business is a matter of clan loyalty that goes back to Scotland. They argue this way. You are my friend or my kinsman, your quarrel is my quarrel, and whoever hits you hits me. If you are in trouble, I must not testify against you. If you are an officer, you must not arrest me. You must send me a kindly request to come into court. If I'm innocent, and it's perfectly convenient, why, maybe I'll come. Yes, we're the vanguard of civilization, all right. But, I opine, we're going to have a hell of a merry time." Hale laughed, but he was to remember those words of the Honorable Samuel Budd. Other members of that vanguard began to drift in now by twos and threes from the bluegrass region of Kentucky and from the tidewater country of Virginia and from New England, strong, bold young men with the spirit of the pioneer and the birth, breeding, and education of gentlemen, and the war between civilization and lawlessness that was the result of isolation and consequent ignorance and idleness started in earnest. "A remarkable array," murmured the Honorable Sam, when he took an inventory one night with Hale. "I'm proud to be among 'em." Many times Hale went over to Lonesome Cove, and with every visit his interest grew steadily in the little girl and in the curious people over there, until he actually began to believe in the Honorable Sam Budd's anthropological theories. In the cabin on Lonesome Cove was a crane swinging in the big stone fireplace, and he saw the old stepmother and June putting the spinning wheel and the loom to actual use. Sometimes he found a cabin of unhewn logs with a puncheon floor, clapboards for shingles, and wooden pin and auger holes for nails. A batten wooden shutter, the logs filled with mud and stones, and holes in the roof for the wind and the rain. Over a pair of buck antlers sometimes lay the long, heavy, homemade rifle of the backwoodsman, sometimes even with a flintlock and called by some pet feminine name. Once he saw the hominy block that the mountaineers had borrowed from the Indians, and once a hand mill like the one from which the one woman was taken and the other left in biblical days. He struck communities where the medium of exchange was still barter, and he found mountaineers drinking McKinnon still as moonshine. Moreover, there were still log rollings, house warmings, corn shuckings, and quilting parties, and sports were the same as in pioneer days: wrestling, racing, jumping, and lifting barrels. Once he saw a cradle of bee gum, and old Judd had in his house a foxhorn made of hickory bark which even June could blow. He ran across old world superstitions, too, and met one seventh son of a seventh son who cured children of rash by blowing into their mouths. And he got June to sing transatlantic songs, after old Judd said one day that she knowed the miserablest song he'd ever heard, meaning the most sorrowful. And thereupon, with quaint simplicity, June put her heels on the rung of her chair, and with her elbows on her knees and her chin on both bent thumbs, sang him the oldest version of Barbara Allen, in a voice that startled Hale by its power and sweetness. She knew lots more song ballets, she said shyly, and the old man had her sing some songs that were rather rude, but were as innocent as hymns from her lips. Everywhere he found unlimited hospitality. "Take out, stranger," said the one old fellow, when there was nothing on the table but some bread and a few potatoes. "Have a tater. Take 2 of 'em. Take damn nigh all of them." Moreover, their pride was morbid, and they were very religious. Indeed, they used religion to cloak their deviltry, as honestly as it was ever used in history. He had heard old Judd say once, when he was speaking of the feud, "Well, I've allus laid out my enemies. The Lord's been on my side, and I gets a better Christian every year." Always Hale took some children's book for June when he went to Lonesome Cove, and she rarely failed to know it almost by heart when he went again. She was so intelligent that he began to wonder if, in her case, at least, another of the Honorable Sam's theories might not be true, that the mountaineers were of the same class as the other westward sweeping emigrants of more than a century before, that they had simply lain dormant in the hills, and, a century counting for nothing in the matter of inheritance, that their possibilities were little changed, and that the children of that day would, if given the chance, wipe out the handicap of a century in one generation, and take their place abreast with children of the outside world. The Tollivers were of good blood. They had come from eastern Virginia, and the original Tolliver had been a slave owner. The very name was, undoubtedly, a corruption of Tagliaferro. So, when the Widow Crane began to build a brick house for her boarders that winter, and the foundations of a schoolhouse were laid at the Gap, Hale began to plead with old Judd to allow June to go over to the Gap and go to school, but the old man was firm in refusal. He couldn't get along without her, he said. He was afeard he'd lose her, and he reckoned June was a larnin' enough without goin' to school. She was a studin' them little books of hers so hard. But as his confidence in Hale grew, and as Hale stated his intention to take an option on the old man's coal lands, he could see that Devil Judd, though his answer never varied, was considering the question seriously. Through the winter, then, Hale made occasional trips to Lonesome Cove, and bided his time. Often he met young Dave Tolliver there, but the boy usually left when Hale came, and if Hale was already there, he kept outside the house until the engineer was gone. Knowing nothing of the ethics of courtship in the mountains, how, when two men meet at the same girl's house, they makes the gal say which one she likes best and t'other one gets. Hale little dreamed that the first time Dave stalked out of the room, he threw his hat in the grass behind the big chimney and executed a war dance on it, cursing the blankety-blank furriner within from Dan to Beersheba. Indeed, he never suspected the fierce depths of the boy's jealousy at all, and he would have laughed incredulously if he had been told, time after time, as he climbed the mountain homeward, the boy's black eyes burned from the bushes on him, while his hand twitched at his pistol butt and his lips worked with noiseless threats. For Dave had to keep his heart-burnings to himself, or he would have been laughed at through all the mountains, and not only by his own family, but by June's. So he, too, bided his time. In late February, old Buck Falin and old Dave Tolliver shot each other down in the road, and the Red Fox, who hated both and whom each thought was his friend, dressed the wounds of both with equal care. The temporary lull of peace that Bad Ruth's absence in the west had brought about gave way to a threatening storm then, and then it was that old Judd gave his consent. When the roads got better, June could go to the Gap to school. A month later the old man sent word that he did not want June in the mountains while the trouble was going on, and that Hale could come over for her when he pleased. And Hale sent word back that within 3 days he would meet the father and the little girl at the Big Pine. That last stay at home June passed in a dream. She went through her daily tasks in a dream, and she hardly noticed young Dave when he came in at midday, and Dave, when he heard the news, left in sullen silence. In the afternoon she went down to the mill to tell Uncle Billy and old Hon good-bye, and the three sat in the porch a long time and with few words. Old Hon had been to the Gap once, but there was so much bustle over there made her head ache. Uncle Billy shook his head doubtfully over June's going, and the two old people stood at the gate looking long after the little girl when she went homeward up the road. Before supper June slipped up to her little hiding place at the pool and sat on the old log saying good-bye to the comforting spirit that always brooded for her there. And when she stood on the porch at sunset, a new spirit was coming on the wings of the south wind. Hale felt it as he stepped into the soft night air. He heard it in the piping of frogs, marsh birds, as he always called them. He could almost see it in the flying clouds and the moonlight, and even the bare trees seemed tremulously expectant. An indefinable happiness seemed to pervade the whole earth, and Hale stretched his arms lazily. Over in Lonesome Cove, little June felt it more keenly than ever in her life before. She did not want to go to bed that night, and when the others were asleep, she slipped out to the porch and sat on the steps, her eyes luminous and her face wistful, looking towards the big pine, which pointed the way towards the far silence into which she was going at last. End of Chapter 11, The Trail of Lonesome Pine. Read by Bellona Times.
Chapter 12 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr., Chapter 12. June did not have to be awakened that morning. At the first clarion call of the old rooster behind the cabin, her eyes opened wide, and a happy thrill tingled her from head to foot. Why? She didn't at first quite realize, and then she stretched her slender round arms to full length above her head, and with a little squeal of joy, bounded out of the bed, dressed as she was when she went into it, and with no changes to make except to push back her tangled hair. Her father was out feeding the stock, and she could hear her stepmother in the kitchen. Bub still slept soundly, and she shook him by the shoulder. "Get up, Bub." "No way," said Bub fretfully. Again she started to shake him, but stopped. Bud wasn't going to the Gap, so she let him sleep. For a little while she looked down at him, at his round, rosy face, and his frowsy hair from under which protruded one dirty fist. She was going to leave him, and a fresh tenderness for him made her breast heave. But she did not kiss him, for sisterly kisses are hardly known in the hills. Then she went out into the kitchen to help her stepmother. "Getting mighty busy all of a sudden, ain't ye?" said the sour old woman. "Now that ye are going away." "'Tain't costing you nothing," answered June quietly, and she picked up a pail and went out into the frosty, shivering daybreak to the old well. The chain froze her fingers, the cold water splashed her feet, and when she had tugged her heavy burden back to the kitchen, she held her red, chapped hands to the fire. "Reckon you'll be mighty glad to get shed of me," the old woman sniffled, and June looked around with a start. "'Pears like I'm going to miss you right smart," she quavered, and June's face colored with a new feeling toward her stepmother. "I'm going to have a hard time doing all the work, and me so poorly." "Loretta is coming over to help ye if you get sick," said June, hardening again. "Or I'll come back myself." She got out the dishes and set them on the table. "You and me didn't get along very well together," she went on placidly. "I never heerd of no stepmother and children as did, and I reckon you'll be mighty glad to get shed of me." "'Pears I'm going to miss you right smart," repeated the old woman meekly. June went out to the stable with the milking pail. Her father had spread fodder for the cow, and she could hear the rasping of the ears of corn against each other as he tumbled them into the trough for the old sorrel. She put her head against the cow's soft flank, and under her sinewy fingers 2 streams of milk struck the bottom of the tin pail with such thundering loudness that she did not hear her father's step. But when she rose to make the beast put back her right leg, she saw him looking at her. "I'm going to milk her, Pap, after I'm gone." "That's the first time you thought of that?" June put her fleshed cheek back to the flank of the cow. It was not the first time she had thought of that. Her stepmother would milk, and if she were ill, her father or Loretta. She had not meant to ask that question. She was wondering when they would start. That was what she meant to ask, and she was glad that she had swerved. Breakfast was eaten in the usual silence by the boy and the man, June and the stepmother serving it and waiting on the Lord that was and the Lord that was to be, and then the 2 females sat down. "Hurry up, June," said the old man, wiping his mouth and beard with the back of his hand. "Clear away the dishes and get ready. Hale said he'd meet us at the Pine an hour by sun, for I told him I had to get back to work. Hurry up now." June hurried up. She was too excited to eat anything, so she began to wash the dishes while her stepmother ate. Then she went into the living room to pack her things, and it didn't take long. She wrapped the doll Hale had given her in the extra petticoat, wound one pair of yarn stockings around a pair of coarse shoes, tied them up into one bundle, and she was ready. Her father appeared with the sorrel horse, caught up his saddle from the porch, threw it on, and stretched the blanket behind it as a pillion for June to ride on. "Let's go," he said. There is little or no demonstrativeness in the domestic relations of mountaineers. The kiss of courtship is the only one known. There were no good-byes, only that short, "Let's go." June sprang behind her father from the porch. The stepmother handed her the bundle, which she clutched in her lap, and they simply rode away, the stepmother and Bub silently gazing after them. But June saw the boy's mouth working, and when she turned the thicket at the creek, she looked back at the two quiet figures, and a keen pain cut her heart. She shut her mouth closely, gripped her bundle more tightly, and the tears streamed down her face. But the man did not know. They climbed in silence. Sometimes her father dismounted where the path was steep, but June sat on the horse to hold the bundle, and thus they mounted through the mist and chill of the morning. A shout greeted them from the top of the little spur whence the big pine was visible, and up there they found Hale waiting. He had reached the pine earlier than they, and was coming down to meet them. "Hello, little girl," called Hale cheerily. "You didn't fail me, did you?" June shook her head and smiled. Her face was blue, and her little legs, dangling under the bundle, were shrinking from the cold. Her bonnet had fallen to the back of her neck, and he saw that her hair was parted and gathered in a psych knot at the back of her head, giving her a quaint old look when she stood on the ground in her crimson gown. Hale had not forgotten a pillion, and there the transfer was made. Hale lifted her behind his saddle and handed up her bundle. "I'll take good care of her," he said. "All right," said the old man, "and I'm coming over soon to fix up that coal matter, and I'll let you know how she's getting on." "All right." "Goodbye," said Hale. "I wish you well," said the mountaineer. "Be a good girl, Junie, and do what Mr. Hale there tells ye." "All right, pap." And thus they parted. June felt the power of Hale's big black horse with exultation the moment he started. "Now we're off," said Hale gaily, and he patted the little hand that was about his waist. "Give me that bundle." "I can carry it." "No, you can't. Not with me." And when he reached around for it and put it on the cantle of his saddle, June thrust her left hand into his overcoat pocket, and Hale laughed. "Loretta wouldn't ride with me this way." "Loretta ain't got much sense," drawled June complacently. "'Tain't no harm, but don't you tell me. I don't want to hear nothin' about Loretta anyway." Again Hale laughed, and June laughed too. Imp that she was just pretending to be jealous now. She could see the big pine over his shoulder. "I've knowed that tree since I was a little girl, since I was a baby," she said, and the tone of her voice was new to Hale. "Sister Sally used to tell me lots about that old tree." Hale waited, but she stopped again. "What did she tell you?" "She used to say hit was curious that hit could be way up here all alone, that she recollected it ever since she was a baby, and she used to come up here and talk to it, and she said sometimes she could hear it just a whisperin' to her when she was down home in the cove." "What did she say it said?" "She said it was always a whisperin', 'Come, come, come.'" June crooned the words. "And after she died, I'd hear the folks sayin' as how she riz up in bed with her eyes right wide, and sayin', 'I hears it. It's a whisperin'. I hears it. Come, come, come.'" And still Hale kept quiet when she stopped again. "The Red Fox said it was the spirits, but I knowed when they told me that she was a-thinkin' of the old tree there. But I never let on. I reckon that's one reason made me come here that day." They were close to the big tree now, and Hale dismounted to fix his girth for the descent. Well, I'm mighty glad you came, little girl. I might never seen you." "That's so," said June. "I saw the print of your foot in the mud right there." "Did ye?" "And if I hadn't, I might never have gone down into Lonesome Cove." June laughed. "You ran from me," Hale went on. "Yes, I did, and that's why you follered me." Hale looked up quickly. Her face was demure, but her eyes danced. She was an aged little thing. "Why did you run?" "I thought your fishing pole was a rifle gun, and that you was a raider." Hale laughed. "I see. Remember when you let your horse drink?" Hale nodded. "Well, I was on the rock above the creek looking down at ye, and I seed ye catching miners, and I thought you was going up the creek looking for a still." "Weren't you afraid of me then?" "Huh?" she said contemptuously. "I wasn't afeard of you at all, except for what you might find out. You couldn't do no harm to nobody without a gun, and I knowed there wasn't no still up that creek. I knowed where it was." Hale noticed the quick change of tense. "Won't you take me up to see it sometime?" "No," she said sharply, and Hale knew he had made a mistake. It was too steep for both to ride now, so he tied the bundle to the cantle with the leather strings and started leading the horse. June pointed to the edge of the cliff. "I was layin' flat right there, and I seed you comin' down there. My, but you look funny to me. You don't now," she said hastily. "You look mighty nice to me now." "You're a little rascal," said Hale. "That's what you are." The little girl bubbled with laughter, and then she grew mock serious. "No, I ain't." "Yes, you are," he repeated, shaking his head, and both were silent for a while. June was going to begin her education now, and it was just as well for him to begin with it now. So he started vaguely when he was mounted again. "June, you thought my clothes were funny when you first saw them, didn't you?" "Uh-huh," said June. "But you like them now?" "Uh-huh," she crooned again. "Well, some people who weren't used to clothes that people wear over in the mountains might think them funny for the same reason, mightn't they?" June was silent for a moment. "Well, maybe I like your clothes better because I like you better," she said, and Hale laughed. "Well, it's just the same. The way people in the mountains dress and talk is different from the way people outside dress and talk. It doesn't make much difference about clothes, though. I guess you will want to be as much like people over there as you can." "I don't know," interrupted the little girl shortly. "I ain't seen 'em yit." "Well," laughed Hale, "you will want to talk like them anyhow, because everybody who is learning tries to talk the same way." June was silent, and Hale plunged unconsciously on. "Up at the Pine now, you said, 'I seed you when I was a-layin' on the edge of the cliff.' Now, you ought to have said, 'I saw you when I was lying.'" "I wasn't," she said sharply. "I don't tell lies." Her hand shot from his waist, and she slid suddenly to the ground. He pulled in his horse and turned a bewildered face. She had lighted on her feet and was poised back above him like an enraged eaglet, her thin nostrils quivering, her mouth as tight as a bowstring, and her eyes 2 points of fire. "Why, June, if you don't like my clothes and the way I talk, I reckon I'd better go back home." With a groan, Hale tumbled from his horse. Fool that he was, he had forgotten the sensitive pride of the mountaineer. Even while he was thinking of that pride, he knew that fun might be made of her speech and her garb by her schoolmates over at the Gap, and he was trying to prepare her, to save her mortification, to make her understand. "Why, June, little girl, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. You don't understand. You can't now, but you will. Trust me, won't you? I like you just as you are. I love the way you talk. But other people, forgive me, won't you?" He pleaded. "I'm sorry. I wouldn't hurt you for the world." She didn't understand. She hardly heard what he said, but she did know his distress was genuine, and his sorrow. And his voice melted her fierce little heart. The tears began to come, while she looked, and when he put his arms about her, she put her face on his breast and sobbed. "There now," he said soothingly. "It's all right now. I'm so sorry, so very sorry." And he patted her on the shoulder and laid his hand across her temple and hair and pressed her head tight to his breast. Almost as suddenly she stopped sobbing and loosing herself, turned away from him. "I'm a fool, that's what I am," she said hotly. "No, you aren't. Come on, little girl. We're friends again, aren't we?" June was digging at her eyes with both hands. "Aren't we?" "Yes," she said with an angry little catch of her breath, and she turned submissively to let him lift her to her seat. Then she looked down into his face. "Jack," she said, and he started again at the frank address. "I ain't never going to do that no more." "Yes, you are, little girl," he said soberly, but cheerily. "You're going to do it whenever I'm wrong or whenever you think I'm wrong." She shook her head seriously. "No, Jack." In a few minutes they were at the foot of the mountain on a level road. "Hold tight," Hale shouted. "I'm going to let him out now." At the touch of his spur, the big black horse sprang into a gallop, faster and faster, until he was pounding the hard road in a swift run like thunder. At the creek, Hale pulled in and looked around. June's bonnet was down, her hair was tossed, her eyes were sparkling fearlessly, and her face was flushed with joy. "Like it, June?" "I never did know nothing like it." "You weren't scared?" "Scared of what?" she asked, and Hale wondered if there was anything of which she would be afraid. They were entering the gap now, and June's eyes got big with wonder over the mighty up-shooting peaks and the rushing torrent. "See that big rock yonder, June?" June craned her neck to follow with her eyes his outstretched finger. "Uh-huh." "Well, that's called Bee Rock, because it's covered with flowers, purple rhododendrons and laurel, and bears used to go there for wild honey. They say that once on a time folk around here put whiskey in the honey, and the bears got so drunk that people came and knocked them in the head with clubs." "Well, what do you think of that?" said June wonderingly. Before them a big mountain loomed, and a few minutes later, at the mouth of the gap, Hale stopped and turned his horse sideways. "There you are, June," he said. June saw the lovely little valley rimmed with big mountains. She could follow the course of the two rivers that encircled it by the trees that fringed their banks, and she saw smoke rising here and there, and that was all. She was a little disappointed. "Mighty purty," she said. "I never seed." She paused, but went on without correcting herself. "So much level land in all my life." The morning mail had just come in as they rode by the post office, and several men hailed her escort, and all started with some wonder at her. Hale smiled to himself, drew up for none, but put on a face of utter unconsciousness that he was doing anything unusual. June felt vaguely uncomfortable. Ahead of them, when they turned the corner of the street, her eyes fell on a strange, tall, red house with yellow trimmings that was not built of wood and had two sets of windows, one above the other. And before that Hale drew up. "Here we are. Get down, little girl." "Good morning," said a voice. Hale looked around and flushed, and June looked around and stared, transfixed as by a vision from another world, at the dainty figure behind them, in a walking suit, a short skirt that showed two little feet in laced tan boots, and a cap with a plume, under which was a pair of wide blue eyes with long lashes and a mouth that suggested active mischief and gentle mockery. "Good morning," said Hale, and he added gently, "Get on, June." The little girl slipped to the ground and began pulling her bonnet on with both hands, but the newcomer had caught sight of the psyche knot that made June look like a little old woman, strangely young, and the mockery at her lips was gently accentuated by her smile. Hale swung from his saddle. "This is the little girl I told you about, Miss Anne," he said. "She's come over to go to school." Instantly, almost, Miss Anne had been melted by the forlorn-looking little creature who stood before her, shy for the moment and dumb, and she came forward with her gloved hand outstretched. But June had seen that smile. She gave her hand, and Miss Anne straightway was no little surprised. There was no more shyness in the dark eyes that blazed from the recesses of the sunbonnet, and Miss Anne was so startled when she looked into them that all she could say was, "Dear me." A pretty woman with a kind face appeared at the door of the red brick house and came to the gate. "Here she is, Mrs. Crane," called Hale. "Howdy, June," cried the Widow Crane kindly. "Come in." In her June knew straightway she had a friend, and she picked up her bundle and followed upstairs, the first real stairs she had ever seen, and into a room to the floor of which was a rag carpet. There was a bed in one corner and a white counterpane and a washstand with a bowl and pitcher. which, too, she had never seen before. "Make yourself at home right now," said the Widow Crane, pulling open a drawer under a big looking-glass, "and put your things here. That's your bed." And out she went. How clean it was! There were some flowers in a glass vase on the mantel. There were white curtains at the big window, and a bed to herself, her own bed. She went over to the window. There was a steep bank lined with rhododendrons right under it. There was a mill dam below, and down the stream she could hear the creaking of a water wheel, and she could see it dripping and shining in the sun. A grist mill! She thought of Uncle Billy and old Hun, and in spite of a little pang of homesickness, she felt no loneliness at all. "I knew she would be pretty," said Miss Anne at the gate outside. "Told you she was pretty," said Hale. "But not so pretty as that," said Miss Anne. "We will be great friends." "I hope so, for her sake," said Hale. Hale waited till noon recess was nearly over, and then he went to take June to the schoolhouse. He was told that she was in her room, and he went up and knocked on the door. There was no answer, for one does not knock on doors for entrance in the mountains, and thinking he had made a mistake, he was about to try another room when June opened the door to see what the matter was. She gave him a glad smile. "Come on," he said, and when she went for her bonnet, he stepped into the room. "How do you like it?" June nodded toward the window, and Hale went to it. "There's Uncle Billy's mill out there." "Why, so it is," said Hale, smiling. "That's fine." The schoolhouse, to June's wonder, had shingles on the outside around all the walls from roof to foundation, and a big bell hung on top of it under a little shingled roof of its own. A pale little man with spectacles and blue pale eyes met them at the door, and he gave June a pale slender hand and cleared his throat before he spoke to her. "She's never been to school," said Hale. "She can read and spell, but she's not very strong on arithmetic." "Very well, I'll turn her over to the primary." The school bell sounded. Hale left with a parting prophecy. "You'll be proud of her some day," at which June blushed, and then with a beating heart she followed the little man into his office. A few minutes later the assistant came in, and she was none other than the wonderful young woman whom Hale had called Miss Anne. There were a few instructions in halting voices and with much clearing of the throat from the pale little man, and a moment later June walked the gauntlet of the eyes of her schoolmates, every one of whom looked up from his book to hers to watch her as she went to her seat. Miss Anne pointed out the arithmetic lesson, and without lifting her eyes, June bent with a flushed face to her task. It was reddened with shame when she was called to the class, for she sat on the bench taller by a head and more than any of the boys and girls thereon, except one awkward youth who caught her eye and grinned with unashamed companionship. The teacher noticed her look and understood with a sudden keen sympathy, and naturally she was struck by the fact that the new pupil was the only one who never missed an answer. She won't be there long, Miss Anne thought, and she gave June a smile for which the little girl was almost grateful. June spoke to no one, but walked through her schoolmates homeward, when school was over, like a haughty young queen. Miss Anne had gone ahead and was standing at the gate talking with Miss Crane, and the young woman spoke to June most kindly. "Mr. Hale has been called away on business," she said, and June's heart sank. "And I'm going to take care of you until he comes back." "I'm much obliged," she said, and while she was not ungracious, her manner indicated her belief that she could take care of herself, and Miss Anne felt uncomfortably that this extraordinary young person was steadily measuring her from head to foot. June saw the smart, close-fitting gown, the dainty little boots, and the carefully brushed hair. She noticed how white her teeth were, and her hands, and she saw the nails look polished, and that the tips of them were like little white crescents, and she could still see every detail when she sat at her window, looking down at the old mill. She saw Mr. Hale when he left, the young lady had said, and she had a headache now and was going home to lie down. She understood now what Hale meant on the mountainside when she was so angry with him. She was learning fast, and the most from the two persons who were not conscious what they were teaching her. And she would learn in the school, too, for the slumbering ambition in her suddenly became passionately definite now. She went to the mirror and looked at her hair. She would learn how to plait that in 2 braids down her back, as the other schoolgirls did. She looked at her hands, and straightway she fell to scrubbing them with soap as she had never scrubbed them before. As she worked, she heard her name called, and she opened the door. "Yes, ma'am," she answered, for already she had picked that up in the schoolroom. "Come on, June, and go down the street with me." "Yes, ma'am," she repeated, and she wiped her hands and hurried down. Mrs. Crane had looked through the girl's pathetic wardrobe while she was at school that afternoon, had told Hale before he left, and she had a surprise for little June. Together they went down the street and into the chief store in town, and, to June's amazement, Mrs. Crane began ordering things for this little girl. "Who's going to pay for all those things?" whispered June aghast. "Don't you bother, honey. Mr. Hale said he would fix all that with your pappy. It's some coal deal or something. Don't you bother." And June, in a quiver of happiness, didn't bother. Stockings, petticoats, some soft stuff for a new dress, and tan shoes that looked like the ones that wonderful young woman wore, and then some long white things. "What's them for?" she whispered. But the clerk heard her and laughed, whereat Mrs. Crane gave him such a glance that he retired quickly. "Nightgowns, honey." "You sleep in 'em?" said June in an awed voice. "That's just what you do," said the good old woman, hardly less pleased than June. "My, but you got pretty feet. I wish they were half as pretty as—" "Well, they are," interrupted Mrs. Crane, a little snappishly. Apparently she did not like Miss Anne. "Wrap 'em up, and Mr. Hale will attend to the bill." "All right," said the clerk, looking much mystified. Outside the door June looked up into the beaming goggles of the Honorable Samuel Budd. "Is this the little girl? Howdy, June," he said, and June put her hand in the Honorable Sam's with a sudden trust in his voice. "I'm going to help you take care of you, too," said Mr. Budd, and June smiled at him with shy gratitude. How kind everybody was. "I'm much obleeged," she said, and she and Mrs. Crane went on back with their bundles. June's hands so trembled when she found herself alone with her treasures that she could hardly unpack them. When she had folded and laid them away, she had to unfold them and look at them again. She hurried to bed that night merely that she might put on one of those wonderful nightgowns, and again she had to look all her treasures over. She was glad she had brought the doll, because he had given it to her. But she said to herself, "Oh, we're getting too big now for dolls," and she put it away. Then she set the lamp on the mantelpiece so that she could see herself in her wonderful nightgown. She let her shining hair fall like molten gold around her shoulders, and she wondered whether she could ever look like the dainty creature that just now was the model she so passionately wanted to be like. Then she blew out the lamp and sat a while by the window, looking down through the rhododendrons at the shining water and the old water-wheel, sleepily at rest in the moonlight. She knelt down then at her bedside to say her prayers, as her dead sister had taught her to do. And she asked God to bless Jack, wondering as she prayed that she had heard nobody else call him Jack. And then she lay down with her breast heaving. She had told him she would never do that again, but she couldn't help it now. The tears came, and from happiness she cried herself softly to sleep. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Storm. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox Jr. Chapter 13. Hale rode that night under a brilliant moon to the worm of a railroad that had been creeping for many years toward the Gap. The head of it was just protruding from the natural tunnel 20 miles away. There he sent his horse back, slept in a shanty till morning, and then the train crawled through a towering bench of rock. The mouth of it, on the other side, opened into a mighty amphitheater with solid rock walls shooting vertically hundreds of feet upward. Vertically, he thought, with the back of his head between his shoulders as he looked up. They were more than vertical, they were actually concave. The Almighty had not only stored riches immeasurable in the hills behind him, He had driven this passage himself to help puny men to reach them, and yet the wretched road was going toward them like a snail. On the 5th night thereafter he was back there at the tunnel again from New York, with a grim mouth and a happy eye. He had brought success with him this time, and there was no sleep for him that night. He had been delayed by a wreck, it was 2 o'clock in the morning, and not a horse was available, so he started those 20 miles afoot, and day was breaking when he looked down on the little valley shrouded in mist and just wakening from sleep. Things had been moving while he was away, as he quickly learned. The English were buying lands right and left at the gap 60 miles southwest. 2 companies had purchased most of the town site where he was, his town site, and were going to pool their holdings and form an improvement company. But a good deal was left, and straightway Hale got a map from his office, and with it in his hand walked down the curve of the river and over Poplar Hill and beyond. Early breakfast was ready when he got back to the hotel. He swallowed a cup of coffee so hastily that it burned him, and June, when she passed his window on her way to school, saw him busy over his desk. She started to shout to him, but he looked so haggard and grim that she was afraid, and went on, vaguely hurt by a preoccupation that seemed quite to have excluded her. For 2 hours then Hale haggled and bargained, and at 10 o'clock he went to the telegraph office. The operator, who was speculating in a small way himself, smiled when he read the telegram. "Whew! 1,000 an acre," he repeated with a whistle. "You could have got that at 25 per 3 months ago." "I know," said Hale. "There's time enough yet." Then he went to his room, pulled the blinds down and went to sleep, while rumour played with his name through the town. It was nearly the closing hour of school when, dressed and freshly shaven, he stepped out into the pale afternoon and walked up toward the schoolhouse. The children were pouring out of the doors. At the gate there was a sudden commotion. He saw a crimson figure flash into the group that had stopped there and flash out, and then June came swiftly toward him, followed closely by a tall boy with a cap on his head. That far away he could see that she was angry, and he hurried toward her. Her face was white with rage, her mouth was tight, and her dark eyes were aflame. Then from the group another tall boy darted out, and behind him ran a smaller one, bellowing. Hale heard the boy with the cap call kindly, "Hold on, little girl, I won't let them touch you." June stopped with him, and Hale ran to them. "Here," he called, "what's the matter?" June burst into crying when she saw him, and leaned over the fence sobbing. The tall lad with the cap had his back to Hale, and he waited till the other 2 boys came up. Then he pointed to the smaller one and spoke to Hale without looking around. "Why, that little skate there was teasing this little girl, and—" "She slapped him," said Hale grimly. The lad with the cap turned, his eyes were dancing, and the shock of curly hair that stuck from his absurd little cap shook with his laughter. "Slapped him? She knocked him as flat as a pancake." "Yes, an' you said you'd stand for her," said the other tall boy, who was plainly a mountain lad. He was near bursting with rage. "You bet I will," said the boy with the cap heartily. "Right now," and he dropped his books to the ground. "Hold on," said Hale, jumping between them. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," he said to the mountain boy. "I wasn't atter the gal," he said indignantly. "I was comin' for him." The boy with the cap tried to get away from Hale's grasp. "No use, sir," he said coolly. "You'd better let us settle it now. We'll have to do it sometime. I know the breed. He'll fight all right, and there's no use putting it off. It's got to come." "You bet it's got to come," said the mountain lad. "You can't call my brother names." "Well, he is a skate," said the boy with the cap, with no heat at all in spite of his indignation, and Hale wondered at his aged calm. "Every one of you little tads," he went on coolly, waving his hand at the gathered group, "is a skate who teases this little girl, and you older boys are skates for letting the little ones do it, the whole pack of you, and I'm going to spank any little tadpole who does it hereafter, and I'm going to punch the head off any big one who allows it. It's got to stop now." and as Hale dragged him off he added to the mountain boy, "And I'm going to begin with you whenever you say the word." Hale was laughing now. "You don't seem to understand," he said. "This is my affair." "I beg pardon, sir, I don't understand." "Why, I'm taking care of this little girl." "Oh, well, you see I didn't know that. I've only been here 2 days. But," his frank, generous face broke into a winning smile, "you don't go to school. You'll let me watch out for her there?" "Sure, I'll be very grateful." "Not at all, sir, not at all. It was a great pleasure, and I think I'll have lots of fun." He looked at June, whose grateful eyes had hardly left his face. "So don't you soil your little fist any more with any of 'em, but just tell me, June," she said, and a shy smile came through her tears. "June," he finished, with a boyish laugh. "Good-bye, sir. You haven't told me your name." "I suppose you know my brothers, sir, the Berkeleys." "I should say so," and Hale held out his hand. "You're Bob?" "Yes, sir." "I knew you were coming, and I'm mighty glad to see you. I hope you and June will be good friends, and I'll be very glad to have you watch over her when I am away." "I'd like nothing better, sir," he said cheerfully, and quite impersonally as far as June was concerned. Then his eyes lighted up. "My brothers don't seem to want me to join the police guard. Won't you say a word for me?" "I certainly will." "Thank you, sir." That "sir" no longer bothered Hale. At first he had thought it a mark of respect to his superior age, and he was not particularly pleased, but when he knew now that the lad was another son of the old gentleman who he saw riding up the valley every morning on a grey horse, with several dogs trailing after him, he knew the word was merely a family characteristic of old-fashioned courtesy. "Isn't he nice, June?" "Yes," she said. "Have you missed me, June?" June slid her hand into his. "I'm so glad you come back." They were approaching the gate now. "June, you said you weren't going to cry any more." June's head dropped. "I know, but I just can't help it when I get mad," she said seriously. "I'd bust if I didn't." "All right," said Hale kindly. "I've cried twice," she said. "What were you mad about the other time?" "I wasn't mad." "Then why did you cry, June?" Her dark eyes looked full at him a moment, and then her long lashes hid them. "'Cause you was so good to me." Hale choked suddenly and patted her on the shoulder. "Go in now, little girl, and study. Then you must take a walk. I've got some work to do. I'll see you at supper time." "All right," said June. She turned at the gate to watch Hale enter the hotel, and as she started indoors she heard a horse coming at a gallop, and she turned again to see her cousin, Dave Tolliver, pull up in front of the house. She ran back to the gate, and then she saw that he was swaying in his saddle. "Hello, June," he called thickly. Her face grew hard and she made no answer. "I've come over to take you back home." She only stared at him rebukingly, and he straightened in his saddle with an effort at self-control, but his eyes got darker and he looked ugly. "D'you hear me? I've come over to take you home." "You ought to be ashamed of yourself," she said hotly, and she turned to go back into the house. "Oh, you ain't ready now? Well, get ready and we'll start in the mornin'. I'll be around fer ye 'bout the break o' day." He whirled his horse with an oath. June was gone. She saw him ride swaying down the street, and she ran across to the hotel and found Hale sitting in the office with another man. Hale saw her entering the door swiftly. He knew something was wrong and he rose to meet her. "Dave's here," she whispered hurriedly, "and he says he's come to take me home." "Well," said Hale, "he won't do it, will he?" June shook her head, and then she said significantly, "Dave's drinkin'." Hale's brow clouded. Straightway he foresaw trouble, but he said cheerily, "All right, you go back and keep in the house, and I'll be over by and by and we'll talk it over." And without another word she went. She had meant to put on her new dress and her new shoes and stockings that night, that Hale might see her, but she was in doubt about doing it when she got to her room. She tried to study her lessons for the next day, but she couldn't fix her mind on them. She wondered if Dave might not get into a fight, or perhaps he would get so drunk that he would go to sleep somewhere. She knew that men did that after drinking very much, and anyhow he would not bother her until next morning, and then he would be sober and would go quietly back home. She was so comforted that she got to thinking about the hair of the girl who sat in front of her at school. It was plaited, and she had studied just how it was done, and she began to wonder whether she could fix her own that way. So she got in front of the mirror and loosened hers in a mass about her shoulders, the mass that was to Hale like the golden bronze of a wild turkey's wing. The other girls' plaits were the same size, so that the hair had to be equally divided, thus she argued to herself. But how did that girl manage to plait it behind her back? She did it in front, of course, so June divided the bronze heap behind her and pulled one half of it in front of her, and then for a moment she was helpless. Then she laughed. It must be done like the grass blades and strings she had plaited for Bub, of course. So, dividing that half into 3 parts, she did the plaiting swiftly and easily. When it was finished, she looked at the braid, much pleased, for it hung below her waist and was much longer than any of the other girls at school. The transition was easy now, so interested had she become. She got out her tan shoes and stockings and the pretty white dress and put them on. The mill pond was dark with shadows now, and she went down the stairs and out to the gate just as Dave again pulled up in front of it. He stared at the vision wonderingly and long, and then he began to laugh with the scorn of soberness and the silliness of drink. "You ain't June, are ye?" The girl never moved. As if by a preconcerted signal, 3 men moved toward the boy, and one of them said sternly, "Drop that pistol. You are under arrest." The boy glared like a wild thing trapped. From one to another of the 3 a pistol gleamed in the hand of each, and slowly thrust his own weapon into his pocket. "Get off that horse," added the stern voice. Just then Hale rushed across the street, and the mountain youth saw him. "Catch his pistol!" cried June in terror for Hale, for she knew what was coming, and one of the men caught with both hands the wrist of Dave's arm as it shot behind him. "Take him to the calaboose." At that June opened the gate. That disgrace she could never stand, but Hale spoke. "I know him, boys. He doesn't mean any harm. He doesn't know the regulations yet. Suppose we let him go home." "All right," said Logan. "The calaboose or home. Will you go home?" In the moment the mountain boy had apparently forgotten his captors. He was staring at June with wonder, amazement, incredulity struggling through the fumes in his brain to his flushed face. She, a Tolliver, had warned a stranger against her own blood cousin. "Will you go home?" repeated Logan sternly. The boy looked around at the words as though he were half dazed, and his baffled face turned sick and white. "Let me loose," he said sullenly. "I'll go home." And he rode silently away after giving Hale a vindictive look that told him plainer than words that more was yet to come. Hale had heard June's warning cry, but now when he looked for her she was gone. He went in to supper and sat down at the table, and still she did not come. "She's got a surprise for you," said Mrs. Crane, smiling mysteriously. "She's been fixing for you for an hour. My, but she's pretty in them new clothes. Why, June!" June was coming in. She wore her homespun, her scarlet homespun, and the Psyche knot. She did not seem to have heard Mrs. Crane's note of wonder, and she sat quietly down in her seat. Her face was pale, and she did not look at Hale. Nothing was said of Dave. In fact, June said nothing at all, and Hale, too, vaguely understanding, kept quiet. Only when he went out, Hale called her to the gate and put one hand on her head. "I'm sorry, little girl." The girl lifted her great troubled eyes to him, but no word passed her lips, and Hale helplessly left her. June did not cry that night. She sat by the window, wretched and tearless. She had taken sides with furriners against her own people. That was why, instinctively, she had put on her old homespun, with the vague purpose of reparation to them. She knew the story Dave would take back home, the bitter anger that his people and hers would feel at the outrage done him, anger against the town, the guard, against Hale because he was a part of both, and even against her. Dave was merely drunk. He had simply shot off his pistol. That was no harm in the hills. And yet everybody had dashed toward him as though he had stolen something, even Hale. Yes, even that boy with the cap who had stood up for her at school that afternoon. He had rushed up, his face aflame with excitement, eager to take part should Dave resist. She had cried out impulsively to save Hale, but Dave would not understand. No, in his eyes she had been false to family and friends, to the clan. She had sided with furriners. What would her father say? Perhaps she'd better go home next day, perhaps for good, for there was a deep unrest within her that she could not fathom, a premonition that she was at the parting of the ways, a vague fear of the shadows that hung about the strange new path on which her feet were set. The old mill creaked in the moonlight below her. Sometimes, when the wind blew up Lonesome Cove, she could hear Uncle Billy's wheel creaking just that way. A sudden pang of homesickness choked her, but she did not cry. Yes, she would go home next day. She blew out the light and undressed in the dark, as she did at home, and went to bed. And that night the little nightgown lay apart from her in the drawer, unfolded and untouched. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr., Chapter 14. But June did not go home. Hale anticipated that resolution of hers and forestalled it by being on hand for breakfast and taking June over to the porch of his little office. There he tried to explain to her that they were trying to build a town and must have law and order, that they must have no personal feeling for or against anybody, and must treat everybody exactly alike. No other course was fair. And though June could not quite understand, she trusted him, and she said she would keep on at school until her father came for her. "Do you think he will come, June?" The little girl hesitated. "I'm afeard he will," she said, and Hale smiled. "Well, I'll try to persuade him to let you stay if he does come." June was quite right. She had seen the matter the night before just as it was, for just at that hour young Dave, sobered but still on the verge of tears from anger and humiliation, was telling the story of the day in her father's cabin. The old man's brows drew together and his eyes grew fierce and sullen, both at the insult to a Tolliver and at the thought of a certain moonshine still up a ravine not far away and the indirect danger to it in any finicky growth of law and order. Still, he had a keen sense of justice, and he knew that Dave had not told all the story, and from him, Dave, to his wonder, got scant comfort. For another reason as well. With the deal pending for the sale of his lands, the shrewd old man would not risk giving offense to Hale, not until that matter was settled, anyway. And so June was safer from interference just then than she knew. But Dave carried the story far and wide, and it spread as the story can only in the hills, so that the two people most talked about among the Tollivers, and through Loretta among the Falins as well, were June and Hale, and at the Gap similar talk would come. Already Hale's name was on every tongue in the town, and there, because of his recent purchase of townsite land, he was already, aside from his personal influence, a man of mysterious power. Meanwhile, the persistent shadow of the coming boom had stolen over the hills, and the work of the guard had grown rapidly. Every Saturday there had been local lawlessness to deal with. The spirit of personal liberty that characterized the spot was traditional. Here for half a century the people of Wise County and of Lee, whose border was but a few miles down the river, came to get their wool carted, their grist ground, and farming utensils mended. Here, too, elections were held viva voce. Under the beeches at the foot of the wooded spur now known as Imboden Hill. Here were the muster days of wartime. Here on Saturdays the people had come together during half a century for sport and horse trading and to talk politics. Here they drank applejack and hard cider, chafed and quarreled and fought fist and skull. Here the bullies of the two counties would come together to decide who was the best man. Here was naturally engendered the hostility between the hill dwellers of Wise and the valley people of Lee. And here was fought a famous battle between a famous bully of Wise and a famous bully of Lee. On election days the country people would bring in ginger cakes made of corn molasses, bread homemade of burr flour, and moonshine and applejack, which the candidates would buy and distribute through the crowd. And always during the afternoon there were men who would try to prove themselves the best Democrats in the state of Virginia by resort to tooth, fist, and eye-gouging thumb. Then to these elections sometimes would come the Kentuckians from over the border to stir up the hostility between state and state, which makes that border bristle with enmity to this day. For half a century, then, all wild oats from elsewhere usually sprouted at the Gap, and thus the Gap had been the shrine of personal freedom, the place where any one individual had the right to do his pleasure with bottle and cards and politics, and any other the right to prove him wrong if he were strong enough. Very soon, as the Honorable Sam Budd predicted, they had the hostility of Lee concentrated on them as siding with the county of Wise, and they would gain in addition now the general hostility of the Kentuckians, because as a crowd of meddlesome furriners they would be siding with the Virginians in the general enmity already alive. Moreover, now that the feud threatened activity over in Kentucky, more trouble must come, too, from that source, as the talk that came through the Gap after young Dave Tolliver's arrest plainly indicated. Town ordinances had been passed. The wild centaurs were no longer allowed to ride up and down the plank walks of Saturdays with their reins in their teeth and firing a pistol into the ground with either hand. They could punctuate the hotel sign no more. They could not ride at a fast gallop through the streets of the town and lost spirit of American liberty. They could not even yell. But the lawlessness of the town itself and its close environment was naturally the first objective point, and the first problem involved was moonshine and its faithful ally, the blind tiger. The tiger is a little shanty with an ever-open mouth, a hole in the door like a post-office window. You place your money on the sill, and at the ring of a coin a mysterious arm emerges from the hole, sweeps the money away, and leaves a bottle of white whiskey. Thus you see nobody's face. The owner of the beast is safe, and so are you, which you might not be if you saw and told. In every little hollow about the Gap a tiger had his lair, and these were all bearded at once by a petition to the county judge for high-licensed saloons, which was granted. This measure drove the tigers out of business and concentrated moonshine in the heart of the town, where its devotees were under easy guard. One tiger only, indeed, was left, run by a round-shouldered, crouching creature whom Bob Berkeley, now at Hale's solicitation a policeman and known as the Infant of the Guard, dubbed Caliban. His shanty stood midway in the Gap, high from the road, set against a dark clump of pines and roared at by the river beneath. Everybody knew he sold whiskey, but he was too shrewd to be caught until late one afternoon, 2 days after young Dave's arrest. Hale, coming through the Gap into town, glimpsed a sulking figure with a hand-barrel as it slipped from the dark pines into Caliban's cabin, pulled in his horse, dismounted, and deliberated. If he went on down the road now, they would see him and suspect. Moreover, the patrons of the tiger would not appear until after dark, and he wanted a prisoner, too. So Hale led his horse up into the bushes and came back to a covert by the roadside to watch and wait. As he sat there, a merry whistle sounded down the road, and Hale smiled. Soon the infant of the guard came along, his hands in his pockets, his cap on the back of his head, his pistol bumping his hip in manly fashion, and making the ravines echo with his pursed lips. He stopped in front of Hale, looked toward the river, drew his revolver, and aimed it at a floating piece of wood. The revolver cracked, the piece of wood skidded on the surface of the water, and there was no splash. "That was a pretty good shot," said Hale in a low voice. The boy whirled and saw him. "Well, what are you—" "Easy, easy," cautioned Hale. "Listen, I've just seen a moonshiner go into Caliban's cabin." The boy's eager eyes sparkled. "Let's go after him." "No, you go on back. If you don't, they'll be suspicious. Get another man." Hale almost laughed at the disappointment in the lad's face at his first words, and the joy that came after it, "and climb high above the shanty and come back here to me. Then after dark we'll dash in and cinch Caliban and his customers." "Yes, sir," said the lad. "Shall I whistle going back?" Hale nodded approval. Just the same, and off Bob went, whistling like a calliope and not even turning his head to look at the cabin. In half an hour Hale thought he heard something crashing through the bushes high on the mountainside, and a little while afterward the boy crawled through the bushes to him alone. His cap was gone, there was a bloody scratch across his face, and he was streaming with perspiration. "You'll have to excuse me, sir," he panted. "I didn't see anybody but one of my brothers, and if I had told him he wouldn't have let me come. And I hurried back for fear something would happen." "Well, suppose I don't let you go?" "Excuse me, sir, but I don't see how you can very well help. You aren't my brother, and you can't go alone." "I was," said Hale. "Yes, sir, but not now." Hale was worried, but there was nothing else to be done. "All right, I'll let you go if you stop saying 'sir' to me. It makes me feel so old." "Certainly, sir," said the lad quite unconsciously, and when Hale smothered a laugh, he looked around to see what had amused him. Darkness fell quickly, and into the gathering gloom they saw two more figures sulk into the cabin. "We'll go now, for we want the fellow who's selling the moonshine." Again Hale was beset with doubts about the boy and his own responsibility to the boy's brothers. The lad's eyes were shining, but his face was more eager than excited, and his hand was as steady as Hale's own. "You slip around and station yourself behind that pine tree, just behind the cabin." The boy looked crestfallen. "And if anybody tries to get out of the back door, you halt him." "Is there a back door?" "I don't know," Hale said rather shortly. "You obey orders. I'm not your brother, but I'm your captain." "Beg your pardon, sir. Shall I go now?" "Yes, you'll hear me at the front door. They won't make any resistance." The lad stepped away with nimble caution high above the cabin, and he even took his shoes off before he slid lightly down to his place behind the pine. There was no back door, only a window, and his disappointment was bitter. Still, when he heard Hale at the front door, he meant to make a break for that window, and he waited in the still gloom. He could hear the rough talk and laughter within, and now and then a clink of a tin cup. By and by there was a faint noise in front of the cabin, and he steadied his nerves and his beating heart. Then he heard the door pushed violently in and Hale's cry, "Surrender!" Hale stood on the threshold with his pistol outstretched in his right hand. The door had struck something soft, and he said sharply again, "Come out from behind that door. Hands up." At the same moment the back window flew open with a bang, and Bob's pistol covered the edge of the open door. Caliban had rolled from his box like a stupid animal. Two of his patrons sat dazed and staring from Hale to the boy's face at the window. A mountaineer stood in one corner with twitching fingers and shifting eyes like a caged wild thing, and forth issued from behind the door, quivering with anger, young Dave Tolliver. Hale stared at him amazed, and when Dave saw Hale, such a wave of fury surged over his face that Bob thought it best to attract his attention again, which he did by gently motioning at him with the barrel of his pistol. "Hold on there," he said quietly, and young Dave stood still. "Climb through that window, Bob, and collect the batteries," said Hale. "Sure, sir," said the lad, and with his pistol still prominently in the foreground, he threw his left leg over the sill, and as he climbed in, he quoted with a grunt, "You always go in force to make an arrest. Grim and serious as he was, with June's cousin glowering at him, Hale could not help smiling. "You didn't go home after all," said Hale to young Dave, who clenched his hands and lips, but answered nothing. "Or if you did, you got back pretty quick." And still Dave was silent. "Get 'em all, Bob?" In answer, the boy went the rounds, feeling the pocket of each man's right hip and his left breast. "Yes, sir." "Unload 'em." The lad broke each of the 4 pistols, picked up a piece of twine, and strung them together through each trigger guard. "Close that window and stand here at the door." With the boy at the door, Hale rolled the hand barrel to the threshold, and the white liquor gurgled joyously on the steps. "All right, come along," he said to the captives, and at last young Dave spoke. "What are you taking me for?" Hale pointed to the empty hand barrel, and Dave's answer was a look of scorn. "I never brought that here." "You were drinking illegal liquor in a blind tiger, and if you didn't bring it, you can prove that later. Anyhow, we'll want you as a witness." And Hale looked at the other mountaineer, who had turned his eyes quickly to Dave. Caliban led the way, with young Dave and Hale walked side by side with them, while Bob was escort for the other 2. The road ran along a high bank, and as Bob was adjusting the jangling weapons on his left arm, the strange mountaineer darted behind him and leaped headlong into the tops of thick rhododendron. Before Hale knew what had happened, the lad's pistol flashed. "Stop, boy!" he cried, horrified. "Don't shoot!" And he had to catch the lad to keep him from leaping after the runaway. The shot had missed. They heard the runaway splash into the river and go stumbling across it, and then there was silence. Young Dave laughed. "Uncle Judd'll be over here tomorrow to see about this." Hale said nothing, and they went on. At the door of the calaboose, Dave balked and had to be pushed in by main force. They left him weeping and cursing with rage. "Go to bed, Bob," said Hale. "Yes, sir," said Bob, "just as soon as I get my lessons." Hale did not go to the boarding-house that night. He feared to face June. Instead, he went to the hotel, to scraps of a late supper, and then to bed. He had hardly touched the pillow, it seemed, when somebody shook him by the shoulder. It was McFarland, and daylight was streaming through the window. "Gang of those Falins are here," McFarland said, "and they're after young Dave Tolliver, about a dozen of them. Young Buck is with them, and the sheriff. They say he shot a man over in the mountains yesterday." Hale sprang for his clothes. Here was a quandary. "If we turn him over to them, they'll kill him." McFarland nodded. "Of course, and if we leave him in that weak old calaboose, they'll get more help and take him out tonight. Then we'll take him to the county jail. They'll take him away from us." "No, they won't. You can go out and get as many shotguns as you can find and load them with buckshot." McFarland nodded approvingly and disappeared. Hale plunged his face in a basin of cold water, soaked his hair, and as he was mopping his face with a towel, there was a ponderous tread on the porch. The door opened without the formality of a knock, and Devil Judd Tolliver, with his hat on and belted with 2 huge pistols, stepped stooping within. His eyes, red with anger and loss of sleep, were glaring, and his heavy mustache and beard showed the twitching of his mouth. "Whar's Dave?" he said shortly. "In the calaboose." "Did you put him in?" "Yes," said Hale calmly. "Well, by God," the old man said with repressed fury, "you can't get him out too soon if you want to save trouble." "Look here, Judd," said Hale seriously. "You are one of the last men in the world I want to have trouble with, for many reasons. But I'm an officer over here, and I'm no more afraid of you." Hale paused to let the fact sink in, and it did. "Than you are of me." "Dave's been selling liquor." "He hain't," interrupted the old mountaineer. "He didn't bring that liquor over here. I know who done it." "All right," said Hale. "I'll take your word for it, and I'll let him out if you say so. But—" "Right now," thundered old Judd. "Do you know that young Buck Falin and a dozen of his gang are over here after him?" The old man looked stunned. "What? Now?" "They're over there in the woods across the river now, and they want me to go give him up to them. They say they have the sheriff with them, and they want him for shooting a man on Leatherwood Creek day before yesterday." "It's all a lie," burst out old Judd. "They want to kill him." "Of course, and I was going to take him up to the county jail right away for safe keeping." Do you mean to say you'd throw that boy into jail and then fight them Falins to protect him?" the old man asked slowly, incredulously. Hale pointed to a two-store building through his window. "If you get in the back part of that store at a window, you can see whether I will or not. I can summon you to help, and if a fight comes up, you can do your share from the window." The old man's eyes lighted up like a leaping flame. "Will you let Dave out and give him Winchester and help us fight him?" he said eagerly. "We three can whip 'em all." "No," said Hale shortly. "I'll try to keep both sides from fighting, and I'd arrest Dave or you as quickly as I would a Falin." The average mountaineer has little conception of duty in the abstract, but old Judd belonged to the better class, and there are many of them that does. He looked into Hale's eyes long and steadily. "All right." McFarland came in hurriedly and stopped short, seeing the hatted, bearded giant. "This is Mr. Tolliver, an uncle of Dave's, Judd Tolliver," said Hale. "Go ahead." "I've got everything fixed, but I couldn't get but 5 of the fellows. 2 of the Berkeley boys, they wouldn't let me go tell Bob." "All right. Can I summon Mr. Tolliver here?" "Yes," said McFarland doubtfully, "but you know—" "He won't be seen," interrupted Hale understandingly. "He'll be at a window in the back of that store, and he won't take part unless a fight begins, and if it does, we'll need him." An hour later Devil Judd Tolliver was in the store, Hale pointed out, and peering cautiously around the edge of an open window at the wooden gate of the ramshackle calaboose. Several Falins were there, led by young Buck, whom Hale recognized as the red-headed youth at the head of the tearing horsemen who had swept by him that late afternoon when he was coming back from his first trip to Lonesome Cove. The old man gritted his teeth as he looked, and he put one of his huge pistols on a table within easy reach and kept the other clenched in his right fist. From down the street came 5 horsemen, led by John Hale. Every man carried a double-barreled shotgun, and the old man smiled, and his respect for Hale rose higher, high as it already was, for nobody, mountaineer or not, has love for a hostile shotgun. The Falins, armed only with pistols, drew near. "Keep back," he heard Hale say calmly, and they stopped, young Buck alone going on. "We want that feller," said young Buck. "Well, you don't get him," said Hale quietly. "He's our prisoner. Keep back," he repeated, motioning with the barrel of his shotgun, and young Buck moved backward to his own men. The old man saw Hale and another man, the sergeant, go inside the heavy gate of the stockade. He saw a boy in a cap with a pistol in one hand and a strapped set of books in the other come running up to the men with the shotguns, and he heard one of them say angrily, "I told you not to come." "I know you did," said the boy imperturbably. "You go on to school," said another of the men, but the boy with the cap shook his head and dropped his books to the ground. The big gate opened just then, and out came Hale and the sergeant, and between them young Dave, his eyes blinking in the sunlight. "Damn ye," he heard Dave say to Hale, "I'll get even with you for this some day." And then the prisoner's eyes caught the horses and shotguns and turned to the group of Falins, and he shrank back, utterly dazed. There was a movement among the Falins, and Devil Judd caught up his other pistol, and with a grim smile got ready. Young Buck had turned to his crowd. "Men," he said, "you know I'll never back down." Devil Judd knew that, too, and he was amazed by the words that followed. "And if you say so, we'll have him or die. But we ain't in our own state now. They got the law and the shotguns on us, and I reckon we'd better go slow." The rest seemed quite willing to go slow, and as they put their pistols up, Devil Judd laughed in his beard. Hale put young Dave on a horse, and the little shotgun cavalcade quietly moved away toward the county seat. The crestfallen Falins dispersed the other way, after they had taken a parting shot at the Honorable Samuel Budd, who too had a pistol in his hand. Young Buck looked long at him, and then he laughed. "You too, Sam Budd," he said. "We folks'll recollect this on election day." The Honorable Sam deigned no answer, and up at the store Devil Judd lighted his pipe and sat down to think out the strange code of ethics that governed that police guard. Hale had told him to wait there, and it was almost noon before the boy with the cap came to tell him that the Falins had all left town. The old man looked at him kindly. "Are you that little feller what fit for June?" "Not yet," said Bob, "but it's coming." "Well, you'll whoop him." "I'll do my best." "Where is she?" "She's waiting for you over at the boarding house." "Does she know about this trouble?" "Not a thing. She thinks you've come to take her home." The old man made no answer. Bob led him back toward Hale's office. June was waiting at the gate, and the boy, lifting his cap, passed on. June's eyes were dark with anxiety. "You come to take me home, Dad?" "Been thinking about it," he said, with a doubtful shake of his head. June took him upstairs to her room and pointed out the old water wheel through the window. In her new clothes, she had put on her old homespun again when she heard he was in town, and the old man shook his head. "I'm feared about all these fixin's. You won't never be satisfied again in Lonesome Cove." "Why, Dad," she said reprovingly, "Jack says I can go over whenever I please, as soon as the weather gets warmer and the roads gets good." "I don't know," said the old man, still shaking his head. All through dinner she was worried. Devil Judd hardly ate anything, so embarrassed was he by the presence of so many furriners, and by the white cloth and tableware, and so fearful was he that he would be guilty of some breach of manners. Resolutely he refused butter, and at the third urging by Mrs. Crane, he said firmly, but with a shrewd twinkle in his eye, "No, thank ye. I never eats butter in town. I've kept store myself." And he was no little pleased with the laugh that went around the table. The fact was, he was generally pleased with June's environment, and after dinner he stopped teasing June. "Nah, honey, I ain't going to take you away. I want ye to stay right where ye are. Be a good girl, now, and do whatever Jack Hale tells ye, and tell that boy with all that hair to come over and see me." June grew almost tearful with gratitude, for never had he called her honey before that she could remember, and never had he talked so much to her, nor with such kindness. "Are you coming over soon?" "Mighty soon, Dad." "Well, take care of yourself." "I will, Dad," she said, and tenderly she watched his great figure slouch out of sight. An hour after dark, as old Judd sat on the porch of the cabin in Lonesome Cove, young Dave Tolliver rode up to the gate on a strange horse. He was in a surly mood. "You let me go at the head of the valley and give me this horse to get here," the boy grudgingly explained. "I'm going over to get mine tomorrow." "Seems like you'd better keep away from that gap," said the old man dryly, and Dave reddened angrily. "Yes, and first thing you know, he'll be over here after you." The old man turned on him sternly. "Jack Hale knows that liquor was mine. He knows I've got a still over here as well as you do, and he's never asked a question or peeped an eye. I reckon he could come if he thought he oughter, but I'm on this side of the state line. If I was on his side, maybe I'd stop." Young Dave stared, for things were surely coming to a pretty pass in Lonesome Cove. "And I reckon," the old man went on, "it'd be better grace in you to stop saying things agin him, for if it hadn't been for him, you'd be laid out by them Falins by this time." It was true, and Dave's silence was forced into another channel. "I wonder," he said presently, "how them Falins always know when I go over there." "I've been studying about that myself," said Devil Judd. Inside, the old stepmother had heard Dave's query. "I seed the Red Fox this afternoon," she quavered at the door. "What was he doing over here?" asked Dave. "Nothin'," she said. "Just a sneakin' around the way he always is doin'. Seemed like he was mighty particular to find out when you was comin' back." Both men started slightly. "We're all Tollivers now, all right," said the Honorable Samuel Budd that night while he sat with Hale on the porch overlooking the mill pond, and then he groaned a little. "Them Falins have got kinfolks to burn on the Virginia side, and they'd fight me tooth and toenail for this 100 years hence." He puffed his pipe, but Hale said nothing. "Yes, sir," he added cheerily, "we're in for a hell of a merry time now. The mountaineer hates as long as he remembers, and he never forgets." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr., Chapter 15. Hand in hand, Hale and June followed the footsteps of spring from the time June met him at the schoolhouse gate for their first walk in the woods. Hale pointed to some boys playing marbles. "That's the first sign," he said with quick understanding. June smiled. The bird-like piping of hylas came from a marshy strip of woodland that ran through the center of the town, and a toad was croaking at the foot of Imboden Hill. And they came next. They crossed a swinging footbridge, which was a miracle to June, and took the footpath along the clear stream of South Fork, under the laurel which June called ivy, and the rhododendron which was laurel in her speech. And Hale pointed out catkins greening on alders in one swampy place, and willows just blushing into life along the banks of a little creek. A few yards aside from the path he found under a patch of snow and dead leaves the pink and white blossoms and the waxy green leaves of the trailing arbutus, that fragrant harbinger of the old mother's awakening. And June breathed in from the very breath of spring. Near by were turkey peas, which she had hunted and eaten many times. "You can't put that arbutus in a garden," said Hale. "It's as wild as a hawk." Presently he had the little girl listen to a pewee twittering in a thorn bush, and the lusty call of a robin from an apple tree. A bluebird flew overhead with a merry chirp, its wistful note of autumn long since forgotten. These were the first birds and flowers, he said, and June, knowing them only by sight, must know the name of each and the reason for that name, so that Hale found himself walking the woods with an interrogation point. And that he might not be confounded, he had later to dip up much forgotten lore. For every walk became a lesson in botany for June, such a passion did she betray at once for flowers, and he rarely had to tell her the same thing twice, since her memory was like a vice for everything, as he learned in time. Her eyes were quicker than his, too, and now she pointed to a snowy blossom with a deeply lobed leaf. "What's that?" "Bloodroot," said Hale, and he scratched the stem, and forth issued scarlet drops. "The Indians used to put it on their faces in tomahawks." She knew that word and nodded. "And I used to make red ink of it when I was a little boy." "No," said June. With the next look she found a tiny bunch of fuzzy hibiscus, liver leaf. "What's liver?" Hale, looking at her glowing face and eyes and her perfect little body, imagined that she would never know unless told that she had one, and so he waved one hand vaguely at his chest. "It's an organ, and that herb is supposed to be good for it." "Organ? What's that?" "Oh, something inside you." June made the same gesture that Hale had. "Me?" "Yes," and then hopelessly, "but not there exactly." June's eyes had caught something else now, and she ran for it. Oh! It was a bunch of delicate anemones of intermediate shades between white and red, yellow, pink, and purple-blue. "Those are anemones." "Anemones," repeated June. "Windflowers, because the wind is supposed to open them." And almost unconsciously Hale lapsed into a quotation. "And where a tear has dropped, a windflower blows." "What's that?" said June quickly. "That's poetry." "What's poetry?" Hale threw up both hands. "I don't know, but I'll read you some day." By that time she was gurgling with delight over a bunch of spring beauties that came up, root, stock, and all, when she reached for them. "Well, ain't they purty?" While they lay in her hand and she looked, the rose-veined petals began to close, the leaves to droop, and the stem go limp. "Oh," crooned June, "I won't pull up no more o' them." These little dream flowers found in the spring. More poetry, June. A little later he heard her repeating that line to herself. It was an easy step from poetry to flowers, and apparently June was groping for it. A few days later the serviceberries swung out, white stars on the low hillsides, but Hale could tell her nothing that she did not know about the serviceberry. Soon the dogwood swept in snowy gusts along the mountains, and from a bank of it one morning a redbird flamed and sang, "What cheer, what cheer, what cheer!" And like its scarlet coat, the red bud had just burst into bloom. June knew the redbud, but she had never heard it called the Judas tree. You see, the red bud was supposed to be poisonous. It shakes in the wind and says to the bees, "Come on, little fellows, here's your nice fresh honey," and when they come it betrays and poisons them. "Well, what do you think of that?" said June indignantly, and Hale had to hedge a bit. "Well, I don't know whether it really does, but that's what they say." A little farther on the white stars of the trillium gleamed at them from the border of the woods, and nearby June stooped over some lovely sky-blue blossoms with yellow eyes. "Forget-me-nots," said Hale. June stooped to gather them with a radiant face. "Oh," she said, "is that what you call 'em?" "They aren't the real ones. They're false forget-me-nots." "Then I don't want 'em," said June. But they were beautiful and fragrant, and she added gently, "'Tain't their fault. I'm going to call 'em just forget-me-nots, and I'm giving 'em to you," she said, "so that you won't." "Thank you," said Hale gravely. "I won't." They found larkspur, too. "Blue as the heaven it gazes at," quoted Hale. "What gazes?" "Looks." June looked up at the sky and down at the flower. "'Tain't," she said. "It's bluer." When he discovered something Hale did not know, he would say it was one of those wandflowers without a name. "My," said June at last, "seems like them wandflowers is a mighty big family." "They are," laughed Hale, "for a bachelor like me." "Huh?" said June. Later they ran upon a yellow adder's tongues in a hollow, each blossom guarded by a pair of ear-like leaves. Dutchman's breeches and wild bleeding hearts, a name that appealed greatly to the fancy of the romantic little lady, and thus together they followed the footsteps of that spring. And while she studied the flowers, Hale was studying the loveliest flower of them all, little June. About ferns, plants, and trees as well, he told her all he knew, and there seemed nothing in the skies, the green world of the leaves, or the underworld at her feet to which she was not magically responsive. Indeed, Hale had never seen a man, woman, or child so eager to learn. And one day, when she had apparently reached the limit of inquiry, she grew very thoughtful, and he watched her in silence a long while. "What's the matter, June?" he asked finally. "I'm just wondering why. I'm always asking why," said little June. She was learning in school, too, and she was happier there now, for there had been no more open teasing of the new pupil. Bob's championship saved her from that, and thereafter school changed straightway for June. Before that day she had kept apart from her schoolfellows at recess times as well as in the schoolroom. 2 or 3 of the girls had made friendly advances to her, but she had shyly repelled them. Why, she hardly knew, and it was her lonely custom at recess time to build a playhouse at the foot of a great beech with moss, broken bits of bottles, stones. Once she found it torn to pieces, and from the look on the face of the tall mountain boy, Cal Heaton, who had grinned at her when she went up for her first lesson, and who was now Bob's arch enemy, she knew that he was the guilty one. Again, a day or 2 later, it was destroyed, and when she came down from the woods almost in tears, Bob happened to meet her in the road, and he made her tell the trouble she was in. Straightway he charged the trespasser with the deed, and was lied to for his pains. So after school that day he slipped up on the hill with the little girl and helped her rebuild again. "Now I'll lay for him," said Bob, "and catch him at it." "All right," said June, and she looked both her worry and her gratitude, so that Bob understood both, and he answered both with a nonchalant wave of one hand. "Never you mind, and don't you tell Mr. Hale." And June, in dumb acquiescence, crossed her heart and body. But the mountain boy was wary, and for 2 or 3 days the playhouse was undisturbed, and so Bob himself laid a trap. He mounted his horse immediately after school, rode past the mountain lad who was on his way home, crossed the river, made a wide detour at a gallop, and, hitching his horse in the woods, came to the playhouse from the other side of the hill. And half an hour later, when the pale little teacher came out of the schoolhouse, he heard grunts and blows and scuffling up in the woods. And when he ran toward the sound, the bodies of two of his pupils rolled into sight, clenched fiercely, with torn clothes and bleeding faces, Bob on top with the mountain boy's thumb in his mouth, and his own fingers gripped about his antagonist's throat. Neither paid any attention to the schoolmaster, who pulled at Bob's coat unwaveringly and with horror at his ferocity. Bob turned his head, shook it as well as the thumb in his mouth would let him, and went on gripping the throat under him and pushing the head that belonged to it on the ground. The mountain boy's tongue showed and his eyes bulged. "Enough!" he yelled. Bob rose and told his story, and the schoolmaster from New England gave them a short lecture on gentleness and Christian charity, and fixed on each the awful penalty of staying in after school for an hour every day for a week. Bob grinned. "All right, Professor, it was worth it," he said, but the mountain lad shuffled silently away. An hour later, Hale saw the boy with a swollen lip, one eye black and the other as merry as ever, but after that there was no more trouble for June. Bob had made his promise good, and gradually she came into the games with her fellows thereafter, while Bob stood or sat aside, encouraging but taking no part. For was he not a member of the police force? Indeed, he was already known far and wide as the infant of the guard, and always he carried a whistle, and usually outside the schoolhouse a pistol bumped his hip, while a Winchester stood in one corner of his room, and a billy dangled by his mantelpiece. The games were new to June, and often Hale would stroll up to the schoolhouse to watch them. Prisoner's base, skipping the rope, ante over, cracking the whip, and lifting the gate, and it pleased him to see how lithe and active his little protege was, and more than a match in strength even for the boys who were near her size. June had to take the penalty of her greenness, too, when she was introduced to the king and queen, and bumped the ground between the make-believe sovereigns, or got a cup of water in her face when she was trying to see stars through a pipe, and the boys pinned her dress to the bench through a crack, and once she walked into school with a placard on her back which read, "June Bug." But she was so good-natured that she fast became a favorite. Indeed, it was noticeable to Hale as well as Bob that Carl Heaton, the mountain boy, seemed always to get next to June in the tugs of war, and one morning June found an apple on her desk. She swept the room with a glance and met Carl's guilty flush, and, though she ate the apple, she gave him no thanks, in word, look, or manner. It was curious to Hale, moreover, to observe how June's instinct deftly led her to avoid the mistakes in dress that characterized the groupings of other girls who, like her, were in a stage of transition. They wore gaudy combs and green skirts with red waists, their clothes bunched at the hips, and to their shoes and hands they paid no attention at all. None of these things for June, and Hale did not know that the little girl had leaped her fellows with one bound, had taken Miss Ann Saunders as her model, and was climbing upon the pedestal where that lady justly stood. The two had not become friends, as Hale hoped. June was always silent and reserved when the older girl was around, but there was never a move of the latter's hand or foot or lip or eye that the new pupil failed to see. Miss Ann rallied Hale no little about her, but he laughed good-naturedly and asked why she could not make friends with June. "She's jealous," said Miss Saunders, and Hale ridiculed the idea, for not one sign since she came to the Gap had she shown him. It was the jealousy of a child she had once betrayed, and that she had outgrown, he thought. But he never knew how June stood behind the curtains of her window, with a hungry suffering in her face and eyes, to watch Hale and Miss Ann ride by, and he never guessed that concealment was but a sign of the dawn of womanhood that was breaking within her. And she gave no hint of that breaking dawn until one day early in May, when she heard a wood thrush for the first time with Hale, for it was the bird she loved best, and always its silver fluting would stop her in her tracks and send her into dreamland. Hale had just broken a crimson flower from its stem and held it out to her. "Here's another of the wan ones, June," Do you know what that is?" "It's—" She paused for correction, with her lips drawn severely in the precision. "It's a mountain poppy. Pap says it kills goslings." Her eyes danced, for she was in a merry mood, and she put both hands behind her. "If you're any kin to a goose, you better drap it." "That's a good one," laughed Hale. "But it's so lovely I'll take the risk. I won't drop it." "Drop it," caught June with a quick upward look, and then, to fix the word in her memory, she repeated, "Drop it, drop it, drop it." "Got it now, June?" "Uh-huh." It was then that a wood thrush voiced the crowning joy of spring, and with slowly filling eyes she asked its name. "That bird," she said slowly with a breaking voice, "sung just that-a-way the mornin' my sister died." She turned to him with a wondering smile. "Somehow it don't make me so miserable like it used to." Her smile passed while she looked. She caught both hands to her heaving breast, and a wild intensity burned suddenly in her eyes. "Why, June, 'tain't nothin'," she choked out, and she turned hurriedly ahead of him down the path. Startled, Hale had dropped the crimson flower to his feet. He saw it, and he let it lie. Meanwhile, rumors were brought in that the Falins were coming over from Kentucky to wipe out the Guard, and so straight were they sometimes that the Guard was kept perpetually on watch. Once, while the members were at a target practice, the shout arose, "The Kentuckians are coming! The Kentuckians are coming!" And a double quick the Guard rushed back to find it a false alarm, and to see men laughing at them in the street. The truth was that while the Falins had a general hostility against the Guard, their particular enmity was concentrated on John Hale, as he discovered when June was to take her first trip home one Friday afternoon. Hale meant to carry it over, but the morning they were to leave, old Jud Tolliver came to the Gap himself. He did not want June to come home at that time, and he didn't think it was safe over there for Hale just then. Some of the Falins had been seen hanging around Lonesome Cove for the purpose, Judd believed, of getting a shot at the man who had kept young Dave from falling into their hands, and Hale saw that by that act he had, as Bud said, arrayed himself with the Tollivers in the feud. In other words, he was a Tolliver himself now, and as such the Falins meant to treat him. Hale rebelled against the restriction, for he had started some work in Lonesome Cove and was preparing a surprise over there for June. But old Judd said, "Just wait a while," and he said it so seriously that Hale for a while took his advice. So June stayed at the Gap, with little disappointment apparently that she could not visit home, and as spring passed and the summer came on, the little girl budded and opened like a rose. To the pretty school teacher she was a source of endless interest and wonder. For a while the little girl was reticent and aloof. Miss Saunders felt herself watched and studied in and out of school, and Hale often had to smile at June's unconscious imitation of her teacher in speech, manners, and dress. And all the time her hero worship of Hale went on, fed by the talk of the boarding house, her fellow pupils, and the town at large, and it fairly thrilled her to know that to the Falins he was now a Tolliver himself. Sometimes Hale would get her a saddle, and then June would usurp Miss Ann's place in a horseback ride up through the Gap to see the first blooms of the purple rhododendron on Bee Rock, or up to Morris's farm on Powell's Mountain, from which, with a glass, you could see the Lonesome Pine. And all the time she worked at her studies tirelessly, and when she was done with her lessons she read the fairy books that Hale got for her, read them until Paul and Virginia fell into her hands, and then there was no more fairy stories for little June. Often, late at night, Hale from the porch of his cottage could see the light of her lamp sending its beam across the dark water of the mill pond, and finally he got worried by the paleness of her face and sent her to the doctor. She went unwillingly, and when she came back she reported placidly that, organically, she was all right, the doctor said. But Hale was glad that vacation would soon come. At the beginning of the last week of school he brought a little present for her from New York, a slender necklace of gold with a little reddish stone pendant that was the shape of a cross. Hale pulled the trinket from his pocket as they were walking down the river bank at sunset, and the little girl quivered like an aspen leaf in a sudden puff of wind. "It's a fairy stone!" she cried excitedly. "Why, where on earth did you—" "Why, Sister Sally told me about 'em," she said. "Folks found 'em everywhere over here in Virginia, and all her life she was a-wishin' for one, and she could never get it." Her eyes filled. "Seemed like everything she wanted is a-comin' to me." "Do you know the story of it, too?" asked Hale. June shook her head. "Sister Sally said it was a luck piece. Nothin' could happen to you when you carried it, but I was awful bad luck if you lost it." Hale put it around her neck and fastened the clasp, and June kept hold of the little cross with one hand. "Well, you mustn't lose it," he said. "Oh, no, no," she repeated breathlessly, and Hale told her the pretty story of the stone as they strolled back to supper. The little crosses were to be found only in a certain valley in Virginia, so perfect in shape that they seemed to have been chiseled by hand, and they were a great mystery to the men who knew all about rocks, the geologists. "The geologist," repeated June. "These men said there was no crystallization, nothing like them," amended Hale, "elsewhere in the world, and that just as crosses were as different of shapes, Roman, Maltese, and St. Andrews, so, too, these crosses were found in all these different shapes. And the myth, the story, was that this little valley was once inhabited by fairies." June's eyes lighted, for it was a fairy story after all, and that when a strange messenger brought them the news of Christ's crucifixion, they wept, and their tears, as they fell to the ground, were turned into tiny crosses of stone. Even the Indians had some queer feeling about them, and for a long, long time, people who found them had used them as charms to bring good luck and ward off harm. "And that's for you," he said, "because you've been such a good little girl and have studied so hard. School's most over now, and I reckon you'll be right glad to get home again." June made no answer, but at the gate she looked suddenly up at him. "Hey, have you got one, too?" she asked, and she seemed much disturbed when Hale shook his head. "Well, I'll get you one some day." "All right," laughed Hale. There was again something strange in her manner as she turned suddenly from him, and what it meant he was soon to learn. It was the last week of school, and Hale had just come down from the woods behind the schoolhouse at little recess time in the afternoon. The children were playing games outside the gate, and Bob and Miss Ann and the little professor were leaning on the fence watching them. The little man raised his hand to halt Hale on the plank sidewalk. "Been waiting to see you," he said in his dreamy, abstracted way. "You prophesied, you know, that I should be proud of your little protégée some day, and I am indeed. She is the most remarkable pupil I've yet seen here, and I have about come to the conclusion that there is no quicker native intelligence in our country than you shall find in the children of these mountaineers, and—" Miss Ann was gazing at the children with an expression that turned Hale's eyes that way, and the professor checked his harangue. Something had happened. They had been playing Ring Around the Rosie, and June had been caught. She stood scarlet and tense, and the cry was, "Who's your beau? Who's your beau?" And still she stood with tight lips, flushing. "You gotta tell, you gotta tell." The mountain boy, Cal Heaton, was grinning with facetious consciousness, and even Bob put his hands in his pockets and took on an uneasy smile. "Who's your beau?" came the chorus again. The lips opened almost in a whisper, but all could hear. "Jack." "Jack who?" But June looked around and saw the four at the gate. Almost staggering, she broke from the crowd and, with one forearm across her scarlet face, rushed past them into the schoolhouse. Miss Ann looked at Hale's amazed face, and she did not smile. Bob turned respectfully away, ignoring it all, and the little professor, whose life purpose was psychology, murmured in his ignorance, "Very remarkable, very remarkable." Through that afternoon June kept her hot face close to her books. Bob never so much as glanced her way, little gentleman that he was. But the one time she lifted her eyes, she met the mountain lad's bent in a stupor gaze upon her. In spite of her apparent studiousness, however, she missed her lesson, and automatically the little professor told her to stay in after school and recite to Miss Saunders, and so June and Miss Anne sat in the schoolroom alone, the teacher reading a book and the pupil, her tears unshed, with her sullen face bent over her lesson. In a few moments the door opened and the little professor thrust in his head. The girl had looked so hurt and tired when he spoke to her that some strange sympathy moved him, mystified though he was, to say gently now, and with a warm smile that was rare with him, "You might excuse June, I think, Miss Saunders, and let her recite some time tomorrow." And gently he closed the door. Miss Anne rose. "Very well, June," she said quietly. June rose too, gathering up her books, and as she passed the teacher's platform, she stopped and looked her full in the face. She said not a word, and the tragedy between the woman and the girl was played in silence, for the woman knew from the searching gaze of the girl and the black defiance in her eyes as she stalked out of the room that her own flush had betrayed her secret as plainly as the girl's words had told hers. Through his office window a few minutes later Hale saw June pass swiftly into the house. In a few minutes she came swiftly out again and went back swiftly towards the schoolhouse. He was so worried by the tense look in her face that he could work no more, and in a few minutes he threw his papers down and followed her. When he turned the corner, Bob was coming down the street with his cap on the back of his head and swinging his books by a strap, and the boy looked a little conscious when he saw Hale coming. "Have you seen June?" Hale asked. "No, sir," said Bob, immensely relieved. "Did she come up this way?" "I don't know, but—" Bob turned and pointed to the green dome of a big beech. "Think you'll find her at the foot of that tree," he said. "That's where her playhouse is, and that's where she goes when that's where she usually goes." "Oh, yes," said Hale, "her playhouse. Thank you." "Not all, sir." Hale went on, turned from the path, and climbed noiselessly. When he caught sight of the beech, he stopped still. June stood against it like a wood nymph just emerged from its sun-dappled trunk, stood stretched to her full height, her hands behind her, her hair tossed, her throat tense under the dangling little cross, her face uplifted. At her feet the playhouse was scattered to pieces. She seemed listening to the love calls of a wood thrush that came faintly through the still woods, and then he saw that she heard nothing, saw nothing, that she was in a dream as deep as sleep. Hale's heart throbbed as he looked. "June!" he called softly. She did not hear him, and when he called again, she turned her face, unstartled, and moving her posture not at all. Hale pointed to the scattered playhouse. "I done it," she said fiercely. "I done it myself." Her eyes burned steadily into his even while she lifted her hands to her hair as though she were only vaguely conscious that it was all undone. "You heard me," she cried, and before he could answer, "She heard me." And again, not waiting for a word from him, she cried still more fiercely, I don't care who knows." Her hands were trembling. She was biting her quivering lip to keep back the starting tears, and Hale rushed toward her and took her in his arms. "June, June," he said brokenly, "you mustn't, little girl. I'm proud, why, little sweetheart." She was clinging to him and looking up into his eyes, and he bent his head slowly. Their lips met, and the man was startled. He knew now it was no child that answered him. Hale walked long that night in the moonlit woods, up and around Imboden Hill, along a shallow, haunted path between silvery beech trunks, past the big hole in the earth from which dead trees tossed out their crooked arms as if in torment, and to the top of the ridge under which the valley slept, and above which the dark bulk of Powell's Mountain rose. It was absurd, but he found himself strangely stirred. She was a child, he kept repeating to himself, in spite of the fact that he knew she was no child among her own people, and that mountain girls were even wives who were younger still. Still, she did not know what she felt. How could she? And she would get over it. And then came the sharp stab of a doubt. Would he want her to get over it? Frankly and with wonder he confessed to himself that he did not know. He did not know. But again, why bother? He had meant to educate her anyhow. That was the first step. No matter what happened, June must go out into the world, to school. He would have plenty of money. Her father would not object, and June need never know. He could include for her an interest in her own father's coal lands that he meant to buy, and she could think that it was her own money that she was using. So, with a sudden rush of gladness from his brain to his heart, he recklessly yoked himself, then and there, under all responsibility for that young life and the eager, sensitive soul that already lighted it so radiantly. And June? Her nature had opened precisely as the bud and flower that spring. The mother of magicians had touched her as impartially as she had touched them with fairy wand, and as unconsciously the little girl had answered as a young dove to any cooing mate. With this Hale did not reckon, and this June could not know. For a while that night she lay in a delicious tremor, listening to the bird-like chorus of the little frogs in the marsh, the booming of the big ones in the mill pond, the water pouring over the dam with the sound of a low wind, and, as had all the sleeping things of the earth about her, she too sank to happy sleep. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Storm. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox Jr. Chapter 16. The in-sweep of the outside world was broadening its current now. The Improvement Company had been formed to encourage the growth of the town. A safe was put in the back part of a furniture store behind a wooden partition, and a bank was started. Up through the Gap and toward Kentucky, more entries were driven into the coal, and on the Virginia side were signs of stripping for iron ore. A furnace was coming in just as soon as the railroad could bring it in, and the railroad was pushing ahead with genuine vigor. Speculators were trooping in, and the town had been divided off into lots, a few of which had already changed hands. One agent had brought in a big steel safe and a tent, and was buying coal lands right and left. More young men drifted in from all points of the compass. The tent hotel was put at the foot of Imboden Hill, and of nights there were under it much poker and song. The lilt of a definite optimism was in every man's step, and the light of hope was in every man's eye. And the guard went to its work in earnest. Every man now had his Winchester, his revolver, his billy, and his whistle. Drilling and target shooting became a daily practice. Bob, who had been a year in a military school, was drill master for the recruits, and very gravely he performed his duties and put them through the skirmishers' drill, advancing in rushes, throwing themselves in the new grass, and very gravely he commended one enthusiast, none other than the Honorable Samuel Budd, who, rather than lose his position in line, threw himself into a pool of water, all to the surprise, scorn, and anger of the mountain onlookers who dwelled about the town. Many were the comments the members of the guard heard from them, even while they were at drill. "I'd like to see one of them fellers hit me with one of them locust posts." "Huh, I could take 2 good men and run the whole batch out of the county." "Look at them dudes and furriners, they come into our country and they're trying to larn us how to run it." "Our boys are only trying to have their little fun. They don't mean nothin', but some day some fool young guard'll hurt somebody, and then there'll be hell to pay." Hale could not help feeling considerable sympathy for their point of view, particularly when he saw the mountaineers watching the guard at target practice, each volunteer policeman with his back to the target, and at the word of command wheeling and firing 6 shots in rapid succession. And he did not wonder at their snorts of scorn at such bad shooting, and their open anger that the guard was practicing for them. But sometimes he got an unexpected recruit. One bully, who had been conspicuous in the brickyard trouble, after watching a drill, went up to him with a grin. "Hell," he said cheerily, I believe you fellers are going to have more fun than we are, and danged if I don't jine you, if you'll let me." "Sure," said Hale. And others who might have been bad men became members, and, thus getting a vent for their energies, were as enthusiastic for the law as they might have been against it. Of course the antagonistic element in the town lost no opportunity to plague and harass the guard, and after the destruction of the blind tigers, mischief was naturally concentrated in the high-licensed saloons, particularly in the one run by Jack Woods, whose local power for evil and cackling laugh seemed to mean nothing else than close personal communion with old Nick himself. Passing the door of his saloon one day, Bob saw one of Jack's customers trying to play pool with a Winchester in one hand and an open knife between his teeth, and the boy stepped in and halted. The man had no weapon concealed and was making no disturbance, and Bob did not know whether or not he had the legal right to arrest him. So he turned, and while he was standing in the door, Jack winked at his customer, who with a grin put the back of his knife blade between Bob's shoulders and, pushing, closed it. The boy looked over his shoulder without moving a muscle, but the Honorable Samuel Budd, who came in at that moment, pinioned the fellow's arms from behind, and Bob took his weapon away. "Pal," said the mountaineer, "I didn't aim to hurt the little feller. I just wanted to see if I could skeer him." "Well, brother, 'tis scarce a merry jest," quoth the Honorable Sam, and he looked sharply at Jack through his big spectacles as the two led the man off to the calaboose, for he suspected that the saloon keeper was at the bottom of the trick. Jack's time came only the next day. He had regarded it as the limit of indignity when an ordinance was up that nobody should blow a whistle except a member of the guard, and it was great fun for him to have some drunken customer blow a whistle and then stand in his door and laugh at the policemen running in from all directions. That day Jack tried the whistle himself, and Hale ran down. "Who did that?" he asked. Jack felt bold that morning. "I blowed it." Hale thought for a moment. The ordinance against blowing a whistle had not yet been passed, but he made up his mind that under the circumstances Jack's blowing was a breach of the peace, since the guard had adopted that signal. So he said, "You mustn't do that again." Jack had doubtless been going through precisely the same mental process, and on the nice legal point involved he seemed to differ. "I'll blow it when I damn please," he said. "Blow it again and I'll arrest you," said Hale. Jack blew. He had his right shoulder against the corner of his door at the time, and when he raised the whistle to his lips, Hale drew and covered him before he could make another move. Woods backed slowly into his saloon to get behind his counter. Hale saw his purpose, and he closed in, taking great risk, as he always did, to avoid bloodshed, and there was a struggle. Jack managed to get his pistol out, but Hale caught him by the wrist and held the weapon away so that it was harmless as far as he was concerned. But a crowd was gathering at the door toward which the saloon keeper's pistol was pointed, and he feared that somebody out there might be shot, so he called out, "Drop that pistol!" The order was not obeyed, and Hale raised his right hand high above Jack's head and dropped the butt of his weapon on Jack's skull, hard. Jack's head dropped back between his shoulders, his eyes closed, and his pistol clicked on the floor. Hale knew how serious a thing a blow was in that part of the world, and what excitement it would create, and he was uneasy at Jack's trial for fear that the saloon keeper's friends would take the matter up. But they didn't, and, to the surprise of everybody, Jack quietly paid his fine, and thereafter the guard had little active trouble from the town itself, for it was quite plain there at least that the guard meant business. Across Black Mountain, old Dave Tolliver and old Buck Falin had got well of their wounds by this time, and though each swore to have vengeance against the other as soon as he was able to handle a Winchester, both factions seemed waiting for their time to come. Moreover, the Falins, because of a rumor that Bad Roof Tolliver might come back, and because of Devil Judd's anger at their attempt to capture young Dave, grew wary and rather pacificatory, and so, beyond a little quarrelling, a little threatening, and the exchange of a harmless shot or two, sometimes in banter, sometimes in earnest, nothing had been done. Sternly, however, though the Falins did not know the fact, Devil Judd continued to hold aloof, in spite of the pleadings of young Dave, and so confident was the old man in the balance of power that lay with him that he sent June word that he was coming to take her home. And, in truth, with Hale going away again on a business trip, and Bob too gone back home to the Bluegrass, and school closed, the little girl was glad to go, and she waited for her father's coming eagerly. Miss Anne was still there, to be sure, and if she too had gone, June would have been more content. The quiet smile of that astute young woman had told Hale plainly, and somewhat to his embarrassment, that she knew something had happened between the two, but that smile she never gave to June. Indeed, she never encountered aught else than the same silent, searching gaze from the strangely mature little creature's eyes, and when those eyes met the teacher's, always June's hand would wander unconsciously to the little cross at her throat, as though to invoke its aid against anything that could come between her and its giver. Purple rhododendrons on Bee Rock had come and gone, and the pink-flecked laurels were in bloom, when June fared forth one sunny morning of her own birth month, behind old Judd Tolliver, home. Back up through the wild gap they rode in silence, past Bee Rock, out of the chasm, and up the little valley toward the trail of the Lonesome Pine, into which the father's old sorrel nag, with the switch of her sunburned tail, turned leftward. June leaned forward a little, and there was the crest of the big tree, motionless in the blue high above, and sheltered by one big white cloud. It was the first time she had seen the pine since she had first left it, and little tremblings went through her from her bare feet to her bonneted head. Thus was she unclad, for Hale had told her that, to avoid criticism, she must go home clothed just as she was when she left Lonesome Cove. She did not quite understand that, and she carried her new clothes in a bundle in her lap, but she took Hale's word unquestioned. So she wore her crimson homespun and her bonnet, with her bronze gold hair gathered under it in the same old Psyche knot. She must wear her shoes, she told Hale, until she got out of town, else someone might see her, but Hale had said she would be leaving too early for that, and so she had gone from the gap as she had come into it, with unmittened hands and bare feet. The soft wind was very good to those dangling feet, and she itched to have them on the green grass or in the cool waters through which the old horse splashed. Yes, she was going home again, the same June as far as the mountain eyes could see, though she had grown perceptibly and her little face had blossomed from her heart almost into a woman's. But she knew that while her clothes were the same, they covered quite another girl. Time wings slowly for the young, and when the sensations are many and the experiences are new, slowly even for all, and thus there was a double reason why it seemed an age to June since her eyes at last rested on the big pine. Here was the place where Hale had put his big black horse into a dead run, and as vivid a thrill of it came back to her now as had been the thrill of the race. Then they began to climb laboriously up the rocky creek, the water singing a joyous welcome to her along the path, ferns and flowers nodding to her from dead leaves and rich mold and peeping at her from crevices between the rocks on the creek banks as high up as the level of her eyes, up under bending branches full-leafed, with the warm sunshine darting down through them upon her as she passed, and making a playfellow of her sunny hair. Here was the place where she had got angry with Hale, had slid from his horse and stormed with tears. What a little fool she had been when Hale had meant only to be kind. He was never anything but kind, Jack was. Dear, dear Jack. That wouldn't happen no more, she thought, and straightway she corrected that thought. It won't happen any more, she said aloud. What did you say, June? The old man lifted his bushy beard from his chest and turned his head. Nothing, Dad, she said, and old Judd, himself in a deep study, dropped back into it again. How often she had said that to herself, that it would happen no more. She had stopped saying it to Hale because he laughed and forgave her, and seemed to love her mood, whether she cried from joy or anger, and yet she kept on doing both just the same. Several times Devil Judd stopped to let his horse rest, and each time, of course, the wooded slopes of the mountains stretched downwards in longer sweeps of summer green, and across the widening valley the tops of the mountains beyond dropped nearer to the straight level of her eyes, while beyond them vaster blue bulks became visible and ran on, as they always seemed, to the farthest limits of the world. Even out there, Hale had told her, she would go some day. The last curving upsweep came finally, and there stood the big pine, majestic, unchanged, and murmuring in the wind like the undertone of a far-off sea. As they passed the base of it, she reached out her hand and let the tips of her fingers brush caressingly across its trunk, turned quickly for a last look at the sunlit valley and the hills of the outer world, and then the two passed into a green gloom of shadow and thick leaves that shut her heart in as suddenly as though some human hand had clutched it. She was going home, to see Bub and Loretta and Uncle Billy and old Hun and her stepmother and Dave, and yet she felt vaguely troubled. The valley on the other side was in dazzling sunshine, she had seen that. The sun must still be shining over there. It must be shining above her over here, for here and there shot a sunbeam message from that outer world down through the leaves, and yet it seemed that black night had suddenly fallen about her, and helplessly she wondered about it all, with her hands gripped tight and her eyes wide. But the mood was gone when they emerged at the deadening on the last spur, and she saw Lonesome Cove and the roof of her little home peacefully asleep in the same sun that shone on the valley over the mountain. Color came to her face and her heart beat faster. At the foot of the spur the road had been widened and showed signs of heavy hauling. There was sawdust in the mouth of the creek, and from coal dust the water was black. The ring of axes and the shouts of ox drivers came from the mountainside. Up the creek above her father's cabin 3 or 4 houses were being built of fresh boards, and there in front of her was a new store. To a fence one side of it 2 horses were hitched, and on one horse was a side saddle. Before the door stood the Red Fox and Uncle Billy, the miller, who peered at her for a moment through his big spectacles and gave her a wondering shout of welcome that brought her cousin Loretta to the door, where she stopped a moment, anchored with surprise. Over her shoulder peered her cousin Dave, and June saw his face darken while she looked. "Why, honey," said the old miller, "have you really come home again?" While Loretta simply said, "My Lord," and came out and stood with her hands on her hips looking at June. "Why, ye ain't a bit changed. I knowed ye wasn't goin' to put on no airs like Dave thar said." She turned on Dave, who, with a surly shrug, wheeled and went back into the store. Uncle Billy was going home. "Come down to see us right away now," he called back. "Ol' Hun's might nigh crazy to git yer eyes on ye." "All right, Uncle Billy," said June. "Early tomorrer." The Red Fox did not open his lips, but his pale eyes searched the girl from head to foot. "Git down, June," said Loretta, "and I'll walk up to the house with ye." June slid down. Devil Judd started the old horse, and as the 2 girls with their arms about each other's waists followed, the wolfish side of the Red Fox's face lifted in an ironical snarl. Bub was standing at the gate, and when he saw his father riding home alone, his wistful eyes filled and his cry of disappointment brought the stepmother to the door. "Whar's June?" he cried, and June heard him, and loosening herself from Loretta, she ran round the horse and had Bub in her arms. Then she looked up into the eyes of her stepmother. The old woman's face looked kind, so kind that for the first time in her life June did what her father could never get her to do. She called her Mammy, and then she gave that old woman the surprise of her life. She kissed her. Right away she must see everything, and Bub, in ecstasy, wanted to pilot her around to see the new calf and the new pigs and the new chickens, but dumbly June looked to a miracle that had come to pass to the left of the cabin. A flower garden, the like of which she had seen only in her dreams. End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 17. Twice her lips opened soundlessly, and dazed, she could only point dumbly. The old stepmother laughed. "Jack Hale done that. He pestered your pap to let him do it for ye, and anything Jack Hale wants from your pap, he gets. I thought it was plumb foolishness, but he's got things to eat planted thar, too, and I declare it's right pretty." That wonderful garden! June started for it on a run. There was a broad grass walk down through the middle of it, and there were narrow grass walks running sideways, just as they did in the gardens which Hale told her he had seen in the outer world. The flowers were planted in raised beds, and all the ones that she had learned to know and love at the Gap were there, and many more besides. The hollyhocks, bachelor's buttons, and marigolds she had known all her life. The lilacs, touch-me-nots, tulips, and narcissus she had learned to know in gardens at the Gap. 2 rose bushes were in bloom, and there were strange grasses and plants and flowers that Jack would tell her about when he came. One side was sentineled with sunflowers, and another side by transplanted laurel and rhododendron shrubs, and hidden in the plant and flower-bordered squares were the vegetables that won her stepmother's tolerance of Hale's plan. Through and through June walked, her dark eyes flashing joyously here and there when they were not a little dimmed with tears, with Loretta following her, unsympathetic in appreciation, wondering that June should be making such a fuss about a lot of flowers, but envious withal when she half guessed the reason, an impatient Bud eager to show her other births and changes. And over all the while June was whispering to herself, "My garden, my garden." When she came back to the porch after a tour through all that was new or had changed, Dave had brought his horse and Loretta's to the gate. No, he wouldn't come in and rest a spell. "They must be getting along home," he said shortly, and old Jud Tolliver insisted that he should stay to dinner, and Dave tied the horses to the fence and walked to the porch, not lifting his eyes to June. Straightway the girl went into the house to help her stepmother with dinner, but the old woman told her she reckoned she needn't startin' yet, adding in a querulous tone June knows so well, "I've been mighty poorly, and there'll be a mighty lot for you to do now." So, with this direful prophecy in her ears, the girl hesitated. The old woman looked at her closely. "You ain't a bit changed," she said. They were the words Loretta had used, and in the voice of each was the same strange tone of disappointment. June wondered, were they sorry she had not come back, putting on airs and fussed up with ribbons and feathers, that they might hear her picked to pieces and perhaps do some of the picking themselves? Not Loretta, surely, but the old stepmother? June left the kitchen and sat down just inside the door. The Red Fox and 2 other men had sauntered up from the store, and all were listening to his quavering chat. "I seed a vision last night, and there's trouble a-comin' in these mountains. The Lord told me so straight from the clouds. These railroads and coal miners is a-goin' to raise taxes, so that a poor man will have to sell his hogs and his corn to pay 'em, and have nothing left to keep him from starving to death. Them police fellers over there at the Gap is a-stirring up strife and a-running things over there as though the earth was made for them, and the citizens ain't going to stand for it. And this war's a-comin', and on there'll be shooting and killing over there and over here. I seed all this devilment in a vision last night, as sure as I'm sitting here." Old Judd grunted, shifted his huge shoulders, parted his mustache and beard with 2 fingers, and spat through them. "Well, I reckon you didn't see no devilment, Red, that you won't take a hand in, if it comes." The other men laughed, but the Red Fox looked meek and lowly. I'm a servant of the Lord. He says do this, and I does it the best I know how. I goes about a preaching the word in the wilderness, and a healing the sick with soothing arms and such." "And making compacts with the devil," said old Judd shortly, "when the eye of man is a looking the other way." The left side of the Red Fox's face twitched in the faintest shadow of a snarl, but shaking his head, he kept still. "Well," said Sam Barth, who was thin and long and sandy, "I don't care what them fellers do on t'other side of the mountain, but what air they comin' over here for?" Old Judd spoke again. "Give you a job, if you wasn't too dern lazy to work." "Yeah," said the other man, who was dark, swarthy, and whose black eyebrows met across the bridge of his nose, "that damned Hale who's tearing up hell fire here in the cove." The old man lifted his eyes. Young Dave's face wore a sudden malignant sympathy which made June clench her hands a little more tightly. "What about him? You must have been over to the Gap lately, like Dave there. Did you get bored in the calaboose?" It was a random thrust, but it was accurate, and it went home, and there was silence for a while. Presently old Judd went on. "Taxes ain't going to be raised, and if they are, folks will be better able to pay 'em. Them police fellers at the Gap don't bother nobody if he behaves himself. This war will start when it does start, and as for Hale, he's as square and as clever a fellow as I've ever seen. His word is just as good as his bond. I'm a-goin' to sell him this land. It'll be his'n, and he can do what he wants to do with it. I'm his friend, and I'm going to stay his friend as long as he goes on as he's going now, and I'm not going to see him bothered as long as he tends to his own business." The words fell slowly, and the weight of them rested heavily on all except on June. Her fingers loosened, and she smiled. The Red Fox rose, shaking his head. "All right, Judd Tolliver," he said warningly. "Come in and get something to eat, Red." "No," I said, "I'll be getting along." And he went, still shaking his head. The table was covered with an oilcloth spotted with drippings from a candle. The plates and cups were thick, and the spoons were of pewter. The bread was soggy, and the bacon was thick and floating in grease. The men ate, and the women served, as in ancient days. They gobbled their food like wolves, and when they drank their coffee, the noise they made was painful to June's ears. There were no napkins, and when their father pushed his chair back, he wiped his dripping mouth with the back of his sleeve. And Loretta and the stepmother, they too ate with their knives and used their fingers. Poor June quivered with a vague newborn disgust. Ah, had she not changed in ways they could not see? June helped clear away the dishes. The old woman did not object to that. Listening to the gossip of the mountains, courtships, marriages, births, deaths, the growing hostility in the feud, the random killing of this man or that, Hale's doings in Lonesome Cove. "He's coming over here again next Saturday," said the old woman. "Is he?" said Loretta in a way that made June turn sharply from her dishes toward her. She knew Hale was not coming, but she said nothing. The old woman was lighting her pipe. "Yes, you better be over here in your best bib and tucker." "Pshaw!" said Loretta, but June saw two bright spots come into her pretty cheeks, and she herself burned inwardly. The old woman was looking at her. "'Pears like you're mighty quiet, June." "That's so," said Loretta, looking at her too. June, still silent, turned back to her dishes. They were beginning to take notice after all, for the girl hardly knew that she had not opened her lips. Once only Dave spoke to her, and that was when Loretta said she must go. June was out in the porch looking at the already beloved garden, and hearing his step she turned. He looked her steadily in the eyes. She saw his gaze drop to the fairy stone at her throat, and a faint sneer appeared at his set mouth, a sneer for June's folly and what he thought was uppishness in the furriners like Hale. "So, you ain't good enough for him just as you are, here," he said slowly. "He's got to make ye all over again, so you'll be fittin' for him." He turned away without looking to see how deep his barbed shaft went, and, startled, June flushed to her hair. In a few minutes they were gone, Dave without the exchange of another word with June, and Loretta with a parting cry that she would come back on Saturday. The old man went to the cornfield high above the cabin. The old woman, groaning with pains real and fancied, lay down on a creaking bed, and June, with Dave's wound rankling, went out with Bub to see the new doings in Lonesome Cove. The geese cackled before her, the hogfish darted like submarine arrows from rock to rock, and the willows bent in the same wistful way toward their shadows in the little stream. But its crystal depths were there no longer. Floating sawdust whirled in eddies on the surface, and the water was black as soot. Here and there the white belly of a fish lay upturned to the sun, for the cruel, deadly work of civilization had already begun. Further up the creek was a buzzing monster that, creaking and snorting when a flashing disk, rimmed with sharp teeth, biting a savage way through a log, that screamed with pain as the brutal thing tore through its vitals, and gave up its life each time with a ghost-like cry of agony. Further on, little houses were being built of fresh boards, and further on the water of the creek got blacker still. June suddenly clutched Bud's arms. 2 demons had appeared on a pile of fresh dirt above them, sooty, begrimed, with black faces, black hands, and in the cap of each was a smoking little lamp. "Huh?" said Bub. "'Tain't nothing." "Hello, Bill," called bravely. "Hello, Bub," answered one of the 2 demons, and both stared at the lovely little apparition who was staring with such naive horror at them. It was all very wonderful, though, and it was all happening in Lonesome Cove. But Jack Hale was doing it all, and therefore it was all right, thought June, no matter what. Dave said, moreover, the ugly spot on the great beautiful breast of the mother was such a little one after all, and June had no idea how it must spread. Above the opening for the mines the creek was crystal clear as ever. The great hills were the same, and the sky and the clouds and the cabin and the fields of corn. Nothing could happen to them. But if even they were wiped out by Hale's hand, she would have made no complaint. A wood thrush flitted from a ravine as she and Bub went back down the creek, and she stopped with uplifted face to listen. All her life she had loved its song, and this was the first time she had heard it in Lonesome Cove since she had learned its name from Hale. She had never heard it thereafter without thinking of him, and she thought of him now while it was breathing out the very spirit of the hills, and she drew a long sigh, for already she was lonely and hungering for him. The song ceased, and a long wavering cry came from the cabin. "Soo-cow, Sookie, Sookie." Old Mother was calling the cows. It was near milking time, and with a vague uneasiness she hurried Bub home. She saw her father coming down from the cornfield. She saw the 2 cows come from the woods into the path that led to the barn, switching their tails and snatching mouthfuls from the bushes as they swung down the hill, and when she reached the gate, her stepmother was standing on the porch with one hand on her hip and the other shading her eyes from the slanting sun, waiting for her. Already kindness and consideration were gone. "Where you been, June? Hurry up now. You've had a long resting spell while I've been a-working myself to death." It was the old tone, and the old fierce rebellion rose within June. But Hale had told her to be patient. She could not check the flash from her eyes, but she shut her lips tight on the answer that sprang to them, and without a word she went to the kitchen for the milking pails. The cows had forgotten her. They eyed her with suspicion and were restive. The first one kicked at her when she put her beautiful head against its soft flank. Her muscles had been in disuse, and her hands were cramped, and her forearms ached before she was through, but she kept doggedly at her task. Then she finished. Her father had fed the horses and was standing behind her. "It's mighty good to have you back again, little gal." It was not often that he smiled or showed tenderness, much less spoke it thus openly, and June was doubly glad that she had held her tongue. Then she helped her stepmother get supper. The fire scorched her face that had grown unaccustomed to such heat, and she burned one hand, but she did not let her stepmother see even that. Again she noticed with aversion the heavy, thick dishes and the pewter spoons and the candle grease on the oilcloth. She put the dishes down, and while the old woman was out of the room, attacked the spots viciously. Again she saw her father and Bub ravenously gobbling their coarse food, while she and her stepmother served and waited, and she began to wonder. The woman sat at the table with the men over in the gap. Why not here? Then her father went silently to his pipe, and Bub to playing with the kitten at the kitchen door, while she and her mother ate, with never a word. Something began to stifle her, but she choked it down. There were the dishes to be cleared away and washed, and the pans and kettles to be cleaned. Her back ached, her arms were tired to the shoulders, and her burned hand quivered with pain when all was done. The old woman had let her do to the last few things alone, and had gone to her pipe. Both she and her father were sitting in silence on the porch when June went out there. Neither spoke to each other nor to her, and both seemed to be part of the awful stillness that engulfed the world. Bub fell asleep in the soft air, and June sat and sat and sat. That was all, except for the stars that came out over the mountains and were slowly being sprayed over the sky, and the pipings of frogs from the little creek. Once the wind came with a sudden sweep up the river, and she thought she could hear the creak of Uncle Billy's water wheel. It smote her with sudden gladness, not so much because it was a relief and because she loved the old miller, but such is the power of association, because she now loved the mill more, loved it because the mill over at the gap had made her think more of the mill at the mouth of Lonesome Cove. A tapping vibrated through the railing on the porch on which her cheek lay. Her father was knocking the ashes from his pipe. A similar tapping sounded inside at the fireplace. The old woman had gone, and Bub was in bed, and she had heard neither move. The old man rose with a yawn. "Time to lay down, June." The girl rose. They all slept in one room. She did not dare to put on her nightgown. Her mother would see it in the morning. So she slipped off her dress, as she had done all her life, and crawled into bed with Bub, who laid in the middle of it, and who grunted peevishly when she pushed him with some difficulty over to his side. There were no sheets, not even one, and the coarse blankets, which had a close, acrid odor that she had never noticed before, seemed almost to scratch her flesh. She had hardly been to bed that early since she had left home, and she lay sleepless, watching the firelight play hide-and-seek with the shadows among the aged, smoky rafters and flicker over the strings of dried things that hung from the ceiling. In the other corner her father and stepmother snored heartily, and Bub, beside her, was in a nervous slumber that would not come to her that night, tired and aching as she was. So quietly, by and by, she slipped out of bed and out the door to the porch. The moon was rising. The radiant sheen of it had dropped down over the mountainside like a golden veil, and was lighting up the white rising mist that trailed the curves of the river. It sank below the still crest of the pines beyond the garden and dropped on until it illuminated one by one the dewy heads of the flowers. She rose and walked down the grassy path in her bare feet, through the silent, fragrant emblems of the planter's thought of her, touching this flower and that with the tips of her fingers. And when she went back, she bent to kiss one lovely rose, and as she lifted her head with a start of fear, the dew from it shining on her lips made her red mouth as flower-like and no less beautiful. A yell had shattered the quiet of the world, not the high fox-hunting yell of the mountains, but something new and strange. Up the creek were strange lights. A loud laugh shattered the succeeding stillness, a laugh she had never heard before in Lonesome Cove. Swiftly she ran back to the porch. Surely strange things were happening there. A strange spirit pervaded the cove, and the very air throbbed with premonitions. What was the matter with everything? What was the matter with her? She knew that she was lonely and that she wanted Hale, but what else was it? She shivered, and not alone from the chill night air, and puzzled and wondering and stricken at heart, she crept back to bed. End of chapter 17.
Chapter 18 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Storm. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox Jr. Chapter 18. Pausing at the pine to let his big black horse blow a while, Hale mounted and rode slowly down the green and gold gloom of the ravine. In his pocket was a quaint little letter from June to John Hale, thanking him for the beautiful garden, saying she was lonely and wanting him to come soon. From the low flank of the mountain he stopped, looking down on the cabin in Lonesome Cove. It was a dreaming summer day. Trees, air, blue sky and white cloud were all in a dream, and even the smoke lazing from the chimney seemed drifting away like the spirit of something human that cared little whither it might be borne. Something crimson emerged from the door and stopped in indecision on the steps of the porch. It moved again, stopped at the corner of the house, and then, moving on with a purpose, stopped once more and began to flicker slowly to and fro like a flame. June was working in her garden. Hale thought he would halloo to her, and then he decided to surprise her, and he went on down, hitched his horse and stole up to the garden fence. On the way he pulled up a bunch of weeds by the roots, and with them in his arms he noiselessly climbed the fence. June neither heard nor saw him. Her underlip was clenched tight between her teeth. The little cross swung violently at her throat, and she was so savagely wielding the light hoe he had given her that he thought at first she must be killing a snake, but she was only fighting to death every weed that dared to show its head. Her feet and her head were bare, her face was moist and flushed, and her hair was a tumbled heap of what was to him the rarest gold under the sun. The wind was still, the leaves were heavy with the richness of full growth. Bees were busy about June's head, and not another soul was in sight. "Good morning, little girl," he called cheerily. The hoe was arrested at the height of a vicious stroke, and the little girl whirled without a cry, but the blood from her pumping heart crimsoned her face and made her eyes shine with gladness. Her eyes went to her feet and her hands to her hair. "You oughtn't to slip up and startle a lady that way," she said with grave rebuke, and Hale looked humbled. "Now you just sit there and wait till I come back." "No, no, I want you to stay just as you are." "Honest?" Hale gravely crossed heart and body, and June gave out a happy little laugh, for he had caught that gesture, a favorite one, from her. Then suddenly, "How long?" She was thinking of what Dave said, but the subtle twist in her meaning passed Hale by. He raised his eyes to the sun, and June shook her head. "You got to go home 'fore sundown." She dropped her hoe and came over toward him. "What you doing with those weeds?" "Going to plant them in our garden." Hale had got a theory from a garden book that the humble burdock, pigweed and other lowly plants were good for ornamental effect, and he wanted to experiment, but June gave a shrill whoop and fell to scornful laughter. Then she snatched the weeds from him and threw them over the fence. "Why, June! Not in my garden. Them staggerweeds, they kill cows," and she went off again. "I reckon you better consult me 'bout weeds next time. I don't know much 'bout flowers, but I've knowed all my life 'bout weeds." She laid so much emphasis on the word that Hale wondered for the moment if her words had a deeper meaning, but she went on. "Every spring I have to watch the cows for 2 weeks to keep 'em from eating those weeds." Her self-corrections were always made gravely now, and Hale consciously ignored them except when he had something to tell her that she ought to know. Everything, it seemed, she wanted to know. "Do they really kill cows?" June snapped her fingers. "Like that. But you just come on here," she added with pretty imperiousness. "I want to ask you some things." "What's that?" "Scarlet sage." "Scarlet sage," repeated June. "And that?" "Nasturtium, and that's oriental grass." "Nasturtium, oriental. And what's that vine?" "That comes from North Africa. They call it matrimonial vine." "What for?" asked June quickly. "Because it clings so." Hale smiled, but June saw none of his humor. The married people she knew clung till the finger of death unclasped them. She pointed to a bunch of tall tropical-looking plants with great spreading leaves and big green white stalks. "They're called Palmae Christi." "What?" "That's Latin. It means hands of Christ," said Hale with reverence. "You see how the leaves are spread out? Don't they look like hands?" "Not much," said June frankly. "What's Latin?" "Oh, that's a dead language that some people used a long, long time ago." "What do folks use it nowadays for? Why don't they just say, 'Hands o' Christ'?" "I don't know," he said helplessly. "But maybe you'll study Latin some of these days." June shook her head. "Gettin' your language is a big enough job for me," she said with such quaint seriousness that Hale couldn't laugh. She looked up suddenly. "You been a long time gettin' over here." "Yes, and now you want to send me home before sundown. I'm afraid for you. Have you got a gun?" Hale tapped his breast pocket. "Always. What are you afraid of?" "The Falins." She clenched her hands. "I'd like to see one of them Falins touch ye," she added fiercely, and then she gave a quick look at the sun. "You better go now, Jack. I'm afraid for you. Where's your horse?" Hale waved his hand. "Down there." "All right, little girl," he said. "I ought to go anyway." And to humor her he started for the gate. There he bent to kiss her, but she drew back. "I'm afraid of Dave," she said, but she leaned on the gate and looked long at him with wistful eyes. "Jack," she said, and her eyes swam suddenly, "it'll most kill me, but I reckon you better not come over here much." Hale made light of it all. "Nonsense! I'm coming just as often as I can." June smiled then. "All right, I'll watch out for ye." He went down the path, her eyes following him, and when he looked back from the spur he saw her sitting in the porch and watching that she might wave him farewell. Hale could not go over to Lonesome Cove much that summer, for he was away from the mountains a good part of the time, and it was a weary, racking summer for June when he was not there. The stepmother was a stern taskmistress, and the girl worked hard, but no night passed that she did not spend an hour or more on her books, and by degrees she bribed and stormed Bub into learning his ABCs and digging at the blueback spelling book. But all through the day there were times when she could play with the boy in the garden, and every afternoon when it was not raining she would slip away to a little ravine behind the cabin, where a log had fallen across a little brook, and there in the cool sun-pierced shadows she would study, read, and dream, with the water bubbling underneath and wood thrushes singing overhead. For Hale kept her well supplied with books. He had given her children's books at first, but she outgrew them when the first love story fell into her hands, and then he gave her novels, good old ones and the best of the new ones, and they were to her what water is to a thing athirst. But the happy days were when Hale was there. She had 1,000 questions for him to answer whenever he came, about birds, trees, and flowers, and the things she read in her books. The words she could not understand in them she marked, so that she could ask their meaning, and it was amazing how her vocabulary increased. Moreover, she was always trying to use the new words she learned, and her speech was thus a quaint mixture of vernacular, self-corrections, and unexpected words. Happening once to have a volume of Keats in his pocket, he read some of it to her, and while she could not understand, the music of the lines fascinated her, and she had him leave that with her too. She never tired hearing him tell of the places where he had been, and the people he knew, and the music and plays he had heard and seen. And when he told her that she too should see all those wonderful things some day, her deep eyes took fire, and she dropped her head far back between her shoulders and looked long at the stars that held but little more wonder for her than the world of which he told. But each time he was there she grew noticeably shyer with him, and never once was the love theme between them taken up in open words. Hale was reluctant, if only because she was still such a child, and if he took her hand or put his own on her wonderful head, or his arm around her as they stood in the garden under the stars. He did it as to a child, though the leap in her eyes and the quickening of his own heart told him the lie that he was acting rightly to her and to himself. And no more now were there any breaking downs within her. There was only a calm faith that staggered him and gave him an ever-mounting sense of his responsibility for whatever might, through the part he had taken in moulding her life, be in store for her. When he was not there, life grew a little easier for her in time, because of her dreams, the patience that was built from them, and Hale's kindly words, the comfort of her garden and her books, and the blessed force of habit. For as time went on, she got consciously used to the rough life, the coarse food, and the rude ways of her own people and her own home. And though she relaxed not a bit in her own dainty cleanliness, the shrinking that she felt when she first arrived home came to her at longer and longer intervals. Once a week she went down to Uncle Billy's, where she watched the water-wheel dripping sun-jewels into the sluice, the kingfisher darting like a blue bolt upon his prey, and listening to the lullaby that the water played to the sleepy old mill, and stopping both ways to gossip with old Hun in her porch under the honeysuckle vines. Uncle Billy saw the change in her, and he grew vaguely uneasy about her. She dreamed so much, she was at times so restless, she asked so many questions he could not answer, and she failed to ask so many that were on the tip of her tongue. He saw that while her body was at home, her thoughts rarely were, and it all haunted him with a vague sense that he was losing her. But old Hun laughed at him and told him he was an old fool, and to "git another pair of specs," and maybe he could see that the little gal was in love. This started Uncle Billy, for he was so like a father to June that he was as slow as a father in recognizing that his child had grown to such absurd maturity. But looking back to the beginning, how the little girl had talked of the furriner who had come into Lonesome Cove all during the 6 months he was gone, how gladly she had gone away to the Gap to school, how anxious he was to go still farther away again, and remembering all the strange questions she asked him about things in the outside world of which he knew nothing, Uncle Billy shook his head in confirmation of his own conclusion, and with all his soul he wondered about Hale, what kind of a man he was, and what his purpose was with June. And of every man who passed his mill he never failed to ask if he knew that a man Hale, and what he knew. All he had heard had been in Hale's favor, except from young Dave Tolliver, the Red Fox, or from any Falin of the crowd which Hale had prevented from capturing Dave. Their statements bothered him, especially the Red Fox's evil hints and insinuations about Hale's purposes one day at the mill. The miller thought of them all the afternoon and all the way home, and when he sat down at his fire his eyes very naturally and simply rose to his old rifle over the door, and then he laughed to himself so loudly that old Hun heard him. "Are you going crazy, Billy?" she asked. "What you studyin' about?" "Nothin'. I was just a-thinkin' Devil Judd wouldn't leave a greased pot of him." "You air goin' crazy? Who's him?" Nobody," said Uncle Billy, and old Hun turned with a shrug of her shoulders. She was tired of all this talk about the feud. All that summer young Dave Tolliver hung around Lonesome Cove. He would sit for hours in Devil Judd's cabin, rarely saying anything to June or to anybody, though the girl felt that she hardly made a move that he did not see, and while he disappeared when Hale came, after a surly grunt of acknowledgment to Hale's cheerful greeting, his perpetual espionage began to anger June. Never, however, did he put himself into words, until Hale's last visit, when the summer had waned and it was nearly time for June to go away again to school. As usual, Dave had left the house when Hale came, and an hour after Hale was gone she went to the little ravine with a book in her hand, and there the boy was sitting on her log, his elbows dug into his legs midway between thigh and knee, his chin in his hands, his slouched hat over his black eyes, every line of him picturing angry, sullen dejection. She would have slipped away, but he heard her and lifted his head and stared at her without speaking. Then he slowly got off the log and sat down on a moss-covered stone. "'Scuse me," he said, with elaborate sarcasm. "This being your schoolhouse over here, and me not being a scholar, I reckon I'm in your way." "How do you happen to know it's my schoolhouse?" asked June quietly. "I've seed you here." "Just as I supposed." "You and him?" "Just as I supposed," she repeated, and a spot of red came into each cheek. "But we didn't see you." Young Dave laughed. "Well, everybody don't always see me when I'm seein' them." "No," she said unsteadily. "So you've been sneakin' around through the woods a-spyin' on me, sneakin' and spyin'," she repeated so searingly that Dave looked at the ground suddenly, picked up a pebble confusedly, and shot it in the water. "I had a mighty good reason," he said doggedly. "If he'd been up to some of his furrin tricks—" June stamped the ground. "Don't you think I can take keer o' myself?" "No, I don't. I never seed a gal that could, with one o' them furriners." "Huh!" she said scornfully. "You seem to set a mighty big store by the decency of your own kin." Dave was silent. "He ain't up to no tricks. An' what do you reckon Dad'd be doin' while you was protectin' me?" "Air you goin' away to school?" he asked suddenly. June hesitated. "Well, seein' as it's none o' your business, I am. Air you goin' to marry him?" "He ain't axed me." The boy's face turned red as a flame. "Ye air honest with me, an' now I'm goin' to be honest with you. You ain't never goin' to marry him." "Maybe you think I'm goin' to marry you?" A mist of rage swept before the lad's eyes so that he could hardly see, but he repeated steadily, "You ain't goin' to marry him." June looked at the boy long and steadily, but his black eyes never wavered. She knew what he meant. "And he kept the Falins from killing you," she said, quivering with indignation at the shame of him. But Dave went on unheeding. "You poor little fool, do you reckon as how he's ever goin' to ax you to marry him? What's he sendin' you away fer? 'Cause you ain't good enough fer him. Whar's your pride? You ain't good enough fer him," he repeated scathingly. June had grown calm now. "I know it," she said quietly, "but I'm going to try to be." Dave rose then in impotent fury and pointed one finger at her. His black eyes gleamed like a demon's and his voice was hoarse with resolution and rage, but it was Tolliver against Tolliver now, and June answered him with contemptuous fearlessness. "You ain't never goin' to marry him. And he kept the Falins from killin' ye." "Yes," he retorted savagely at last, "and I kept the Falins from killin' him." And he stalked away, leaving June blanched and wondering. It was true. Only an hour before, as Hale turned up the mountain that very afternoon at the mouth of Lonesome Cove, young Dave had called to him from the bushes and stepped into the road. "You are goin' to court Monday?" he said. "Yes," said Hale. "Well, you better take another road this time," he said quietly. "3 of the Falins will be waitin' in the laurel somewhere on the road to lay ye." Hale was dumbfounded, but he knew the boy spoke the truth. "Look here," he said impulsively, "I've got nothing against you, and I hope you've got nothing against me. I'm much obliged. Let's shake hands." The boy turned sullenly away with a dogged shake of his head. "I was beholden to you," he said with dignity, "and I warned you 'bout them Falins to get even with you. We're quits now." Hale started to speak, to say that the lad was not beholden to him, that he would as quickly have protected a Falin, but it would have only made matters worse. Moreover, he knew precisely what Dave had against him, and that, too, was no matter for discussion. So he said simply and sincerely, "I'm sorry we can't be friends." No, Dave gritted out. Not this side o' heaven or hell. End of chapter 18.
Chapter 19 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr., Chapter 19. And still further into that far silence about which she used to dream at the base of the big pine went little June. At dusk, weary and travel-stained, she sat in the parlors of a hotel, a great gray column structure of stone. She was confused and bewildered, and her head ached. The journey had been long and tiresome. The swift motion of the train had made her dizzy and faint. The dust and smoke had almost stifled her, and even now the dismal parlors, rich and wonderful as they were to her unaccustomed eyes, oppressed her deeply. If she could have one more breath of mountain air. The day had been too full of wonders, impressions that crowded on her sensitive brain so thick and fast that the recollection of them was as through a haze. She had never been on a train before, and when, as it crashed ahead, she clutched Hale's arm in fear and asked how they stopped it, Hale, hearing the whistle blow for a station, said, "I'll show you." And he waved one hand out the window, and he repeated this trick twice before she saw it was a joke. All day he had soothed her uneasiness in some such way, and all day he watched her with an unusual smile that was puzzling to her. She remembered sadly watching the mountains dwindle and disappear, and when several of her own people who were on the train were left at way stations, it seemed as though all links that bound her to her home were broken. The face of the country changed, the people changed in looks, manners, and dress, and she shrank closer to Hale with an ever-increasing sense of painful loneliness. These level fields and these farmhouses, so strangely built, so varied in color, were the settlements, and these people, so nicely dressed, so clean and fresh-looking, were furriners. At one station a crowd of schoolgirls had got on board, and she had watched them with keen interest, mystified by their incessant chatter and gaiety. And at last had come the big city, with more smoke, more dust, more noise, more confusion, and she was in his world. That was the thought that comforted her. It was his world, and now she sat alone in the dismal parlors while Hale was gone to find his sister, waiting and trembling at the ordeal close upon her of meeting Helen Hale. Below, Hale found his sister and her maid registered, and a few minutes later he led Miss Hale into the parlor. As they entered, June rose without advancing, and for a moment the two stood facing each other, the still, roughly clad, primitive mountain girl and the exquisite modern woman, in an embarrassment equally painful to both. "June, this is my sister." At a loss what to do, Helen Hale simply stretched out her hand, but drawn by June's timidity and the quick admiration and fear in her eyes, she leaned suddenly forward and kissed her. A grateful flush overspread the little girl's features, and the pallor that instantly succeeded went straightway to the sister's heart. "You are not well," she said quickly and kindly. "You must go to your room at once. I am going to take care of you. You are my little sister now." June lost the subtlety in Miss Hale's emphasis, but she fell with instant submission under such gentle authority, and though she could say nothing, her eyes glistened and her lips quivered, and without looking at Hale she followed his sister out of the room. Hale stood still. He had watched the meeting with apprehension, and now, surprised and grateful, he went to Helen's parlor and waited with a hopeful heart. When his sister entered, he rose eagerly. "Well," he said, stopping suddenly, for there were tears of vexation, dismay, and genuine distress on his sister's face. "Oh, Jack," she cried, "how could you? How could you?" Hale bit his lips, turned and paced the room. He had hoped too much, and yet what else could he have expected? His sister and June knew as little about each other and each other's lives as though they had occupied different planets. He had forgotten that Helen must be shocked by June's inaccuracies of speech and in 100 other ways to which he had become accustomed. With him, moreover, the process had been gradual, and, moreover, he had been beneath it all, and yet he had foolishly expected Helen to understand everything at once. He was unjust, so very wisely he held himself in silence. "Where's her baggage, Jack?" Helen had opened her trunk and was lifting out the lid. "She ought to change those dusty clothes at once. You'd better ring and have it set right up." "No," said Hale. "I will go down and see about it myself." He returned presently, his face aflame with June's carpet-bag. "I believe this is all she has," he said quietly. In spite of herself, Helen's grief changed to a fit of helpless laughter, and, afraid to trust himself further, Hale rose to leave the room. At the door he was met by the negro maid. "Miss Helen," she said with an open smile, "Miss June say she don't want nothin'." Hale gave her a fiery look and hurried out. June was seated at a window. When he went into her room with her face buried in her arms, she lifted her head, dropped it, and he saw that her eyes were red with weeping. "Are you sick, little girl?" he asked anxiously. June shook her head helplessly. "You aren't homesick, are you?" "No." The answer came very faintly. "Don't you like my sister?" The head bowed an emphatic "Yes, yes." "Then what is the matter?" "Oh," she said despairingly between her sobs, "she won't like me. I never can be like her." Hale smiled, but her grief was so sincere that he leaned over her and with a tender hand soothed her into quiet. Then he went to Helen again, and he found her overhauling dresses. "I brought along several things of different sizes, and I'm going to try at any rate. Oh," she added hastily, "only, of course, until she can get some clothes of her own." "Sure," said Hale, but his sister waved her hand, and again Hale kept still. June had bathed her eyes and was lying down when Helen entered, and she made not the slightest objection to anything the latter proposed. Straightway she fell under as complete subjection to her as she had done to Hale. Without a moment's hesitation she drew off her rudely fashioned dress and stood before Helen with utmost simplicity, her beautiful arms and throat bare, and her hair falling about them with the rich gold of a cloud at an autumn sunset. Dressed, she could hardly breathe, but when she looked at herself in the mirror she trembled. Magic transformation! Apparently the chasm between the two had been bridged in a single instant. Helen herself was astonished, and again her heart warmed toward the girl. When a little later she stood timidly under Hale's scrutiny, eagerly watching his face and flushing rosy with happiness under his brightening look. Her brother had not exaggerated. The little girl was really beautiful. When they went down to the dining room there was another surprise for Helen Hale, for June's timidity was gone, and to the wonder of the woman she was clothed with an impassive reserve that in herself would have been little less than haughtiness, and as astounding in a child. She saw, too, that the change in the girl's bearing was unconscious, and that the presence of strangers had caused it. It was plain that June's timidity sprang from her love of Hale, her fear of not pleasing him and not pleasing her, his sister, and plain, too, that remarkable self-poise was little June's to command. At the table June kept her eyes fastened on Helen Hale. Not a movement escaped her, and she did nothing that was not done by one of the others first. She said nothing, but if she had to answer questions she spoke with such care and precision that she almost seemed to be using a foreign language. Miss Hale smiled, but with inward approval, and that night she was in better spirits. "Jack," she said when he came to bid her good night, "I think we'd better stay here a few days. I thought, of course, you were exaggerating, but she is very, very lovely, and that manner of hers, well, it passes my understanding. Just leave everything to me." Hale was very willing to do that. He had all trust in his sister's judgment. He knew her dislike of interference, her love of autocratic supervision, so he asked no questions, but in grateful relief kissed her good night. The sister sat for a long time at her window after he was gone. Her brother had been long away from civilization. He had become infatuated. The girl loved him. He was honorable, and in his heart he meant to marry her. That was to her the whole story. She had been mortified by the misstep, but the misstep made only one thought had occurred to her, to help him all she could. She had been appalled when she first saw the dusty, shrinking mountain girl, but the helplessness and the loneliness of the tired little face touched her, and she was straightway responsive to the mute appeal in the dark eyes that were lifted to her own with such modest fear and wonder. Now her surprise at her brother's infatuation was abating rapidly. The girl's adoration of him, her wild beauty, her strange winning personality, as rare and as independent of birth and circumstance as genius, had soon made that phenomenon plain. And now, what was to be done? The girl was quick, observant, imitative, docile, and in the presence of strangers, her gravity of manner gave the impression of uncanny self-possession. It seemed as though anything might be possible. At Helen's suggestion, then, the three stayed where they were for a week, for June's wardrobe was sadly in need of attention. So the week was spent in shopping, driving, and walking, and rapidly as it passed for Helen and Hale, it was to June the longest of her life. So filled was it with 1,000 sensations unfelt by them. The city had been stirred by the spirit of the New South, but the charm of the old was distinct everywhere. Architectural eccentricities had startled the sleepy, maple-shadowed rows of comfortable, uniformed dwellings here and there, and in some streets the life was brisk, but it was still possible to see pedestrians strolling with unconscious good humor around piles of goods on the sidewalk, businessmen stopping for a social chat on the street, streetcars moving independent of time, men invariably giving up their seats to women, and strangers or not, depositing their fare for them, the drivers at the courteous personal service of each patron of the road now holding a car and placidly whistling while some lady who had signaled from her doorway went back indoors for some forgotten article, now twisting the reins around the brakes and leaving a parcel in some yard, and no one grumbling. But what was to Hale an atmosphere of amusing leisure was to June bewildering confusion. To her his amusement was unintelligible, but through in constant wonder at everything she saw, no one would ever have suspected that she was making her first acquaintance with city scenes. At first, the calm unconcern of her companions had puzzled her. She could not understand how they could walk along heedless of the wonderful visions that beckoned to her from the shop windows, fearless of the strange noises about them, and scarcely noticing the great crowds of people or the strange shining vehicles that thronged the streets. But she had quickly concluded that it was one of the demands of the new life to see little and be astonished at nothing, and Helen and Hale, surprised in turn at her unconcern, little suspected the effort her self-suppression cost her. And when over some wonder she did lose herself, Hale would say, "Just wait till you see New York," and June would turn her dark eyes to Helen for confirmation and see if Hale could be joking with her. "It's all true, June," Helen would say. "You must go there some day, it's true." But that town was enough and too much for June. Her head buzzed continuously, and she could hardly sleep, and she was glad when one afternoon they took her into the country again, the bluegrass country, and to the little town near which Hale had been born, and which was a dream city to June, and to a school of which an old friend of his mother was principal, and in which Helen herself was a temporary teacher. And rumor had gone ahead of June. Hale had found her dashing about the mountains on the back of a wild bull, said rumor. She was as beautiful as Europa, was of pure English descent, and spoke the language of Shakespeare. The Honorable Sam Budd's hand was patent in this. She had saved Hale's life from moonshiners, and while he was really in love with her, he was pretending to educate her out of gratitude. And here, doubtless, was the faint tracery of Miss Anne Saunders' natural suspicions. And there Hale left her, under the eye of his sister, left her to absorb another new life like a thirsty plant, and come back to the mountains to make his head swim with new witcheries. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Venditti, MikeVenditti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 20. The boom started after its shadow through the hills now, and Hale watched it sweep toward him with grim satisfaction at the fulfillment of his own prophecy, and with disgust that by the irony of fate it should come from the very quarters where years before he had played the maddening part of lunatic at large. The avalanche was sweeping southward. Pennsylvania was creeping down the Alleghanies. Emissaries of New York capital were pouring into the hills. The tidewater of Virginia and the bluegrass region of Kentucky were sending in their best blood and youth, and friends of the helmeted Englishman were hurrying over the seas. Eastern companies were taking up principalities, and at Cumberland Gap those helmeted Englishmen had acquired a kingdom. They were building a town there, too, with huge steel plants, broad avenues, and business blocks that would have graced Broadway, and they were pouring out $1 million for every $1,000 that it would have cost Hale to acquire the land on which the work was going on. Moreover, they were doing it there, as Hale heard, because they were too late to get control of his Gap through the Cumberland. At his Gap, too, the same movement was starting. In stage and wagon, on mule and horse, riding and trying, sometimes and even afoot, came the rush of madmen. Horses and mules were drowned in the mud holes along the road. Such was the traffic, and such were the floods. The incomers slept 8 in a room, burned oil at $1 a gallon, and ate potatoes at 10 cents apiece. The Grand Central Hotel was a humming real estate exchange, and night and day the occupants of any room could hear through their thin partitions, lots booming to right, left, behind, and in front of them. The labor and capital question was instantly solved, for everybody became a capitalist: carpenter, bricklayer, blacksmith, singing teacher, and preacher. There is no difference between the shrewdest business man and a fool in a boom, for the boom levels all grades of intelligence and produces as distinct a form of insanity as you can find within the walls of an asylum. Lots took wings skyward. Hale bought one for June for $30 and sold it for $1,000. Before the autumn was gone, he found himself on the way to ridiculous opulence, and when spring came, he had the world in a sling, and if he wished, he could toss it playfully at the sun and have it drop back into his hand again. And the boom spread down the valley and into the hills. The police guard had little to do, and over in the mountains the feud miraculously came to a sudden close. So pervasive, indeed, was the spirit of the times that the Honorable Sam Budd actually got old Buck Falin and old Dave Tolliver to sign a truce, agreeing to a complete cessation of hostilities until he carried through a land deal in which both were interested. And after that was concluded, nobody had time, even the Red Fox, for devilry and private vengeance. So busy was everybody picking up the manna which was dropping straight from the clouds. Hale bought all of old Judd's land, formed a stock company, and in the trade gave June a bonus of the stock. Money was plentiful as grains of sand, and the cashier at the bank in the back of the furniture store at the Gap chuckled to his beardless directors as he locked the wooden door on the day before the great land sale. Capital stock paid in $13,000, deposits $300,000. Loans $260,000, interest from 8 to 12%, and beardless though those directors were, that statement made them real. A club was formed, and the like of it was not below Mason and Dixon's line in the way of furniture, periodicals, liquors, and cigars. Poker ceased. It was too tame in competition with this new game of town lots. On the top of High Knob a kingdom was bought. The young bloods of the town would build a lake up there, run a road up, and build a Swiss chalet on the very top for a country club. The booming editor was discharged. A new paper was started, and the ex-editor of a New York daily was got to run it. If anybody wanted anything, he got it from no matter where, nor at what cost. Nor were the arts wholly neglected. One man, who was proud of his voice, thought he would like to take singing lessons. An emissary was sent to Boston to bring back the best teacher he could find. The teacher came with a method of placing the voice by trying to say "come" at the base of the nose and between the eyes. This was with the lips closed. He charged $2 per half hour for his effort, as he had each pupil say it twice for half an hour each day, and for 6 weeks the town was humming like a beehive. At the end of that period the teacher fell ill and went his way with a fat pocketbook, and not a warbling soul had got the chance to open his mouth. The experience dampened nobody. Generosity was limitless. It was equally easy to raise money for a roulette wheel, a cathedral, or an expedition to Africa. And even yet the railroad was miles away, and even yet in February the improvement company had a great land sale. The day before it, competing purchasers had deposited checks aggregating 3 times the sum asked for by the company for the land, so the buyers spent the night organizing a pool to keep down competition, and drawing lots for the privilege of bidding. For fairness, the sale was an auction, and one old farmer who had sold some of the land originally for $100 an acre bought back some of that land for $1,000 a lot. That sale was the climax, and that early Hale got a warning word from England, but he paid no heed, even though after the sale the boom slackened, poised, and stayed still. For optimism was unquenchable, and another tide would come with another sale in May, and so the spring passed in the same joyous recklessness and same perfect hope. In April the first railroad reached the Gap at last, and families came in rapidly. Money was still plentiful, and right royally was it spent, for was not just as much more coming when the second road arrived in May? Life was easier, too. Supplies came from New York. 8 o'clock dinners were in vogue, and everybody was happy. Every man had 2 or 3 good horses and nothing to do. The place was full of visiting girls. They rode in parties to High Knob, and the ring of hoof and the laughter of youth and maid made every dusk resonant with joy. On Popular Hill houses sprang up like magic, and weddings came. The passing stranger was stunned to find out in the wilderness such a spot. Gaiety, prodigal hospitality, a police force of gentlemen, nearly all of whom were college graduates, and a club where poker flourished in the smoke of Havana cigars, and a barrel of whiskey stood in one corner with a faucet waiting for the turn of any hand. And still the foundation of the new hotel was not started, and the coming of the new railroad did not make a marked change. For some reason the May sale was postponed by the improvement company, but what did it matter? Perhaps it was better to wait for the fall, and so the summer went on unchanged. Every man still had a bank account, and in the autumn the boom would come again. At such a time June came home for her vacation, and Bob Berkeley came back from college for his. All through the school year Hale had got the best reports of June. His sister's letters were steadily encouraging. June had been very homesick for the mountains, and for Hale at first, but the homesickness had quickly worn off, apparently for both. She had studied hard, had become a favorite among the girls, and had held her own among them in a surprising way. But it was on June's musical talent that Hale's sister always laid most stress, and on her voice, which she said was really unusual. June wrote, too, at longer and longer intervals, and in her letters Hale could see the progress she was making, the change in her handwriting, the increasing formality of expression, and the increasing shrewdness of her comments on her fellow pupils, her teachers, and the life about her. She did not write home for a reason Hale knew, though June never mentioned it, because there was no one at home who could read her letters. But she always sent messages to her father and Bub, and to the old miller and old Hun, and Hale faithfully delivered them when he could. From her people, as Hale learned from his sister, only one messenger had come during the year to June, and he came but once. One morning a tall, black-haired, uncouth young man in a slouch hat and a Prince Albert coat had strode up to the school with a big paper box under his arm and asked for June. As he handed the box to the maid at the door, it broke and red apples burst from it and rolled down the steps. There was a shriek of laughter from the girls, and the young man, flushing red as the apples, turned without giving his name and strode back with no little majesty, looking neither to right nor left. Hale knew, and June knew, that the visitor was her cousin Dave, but he never mentioned the incident to him, though as the end of the session drew nigh her letters became more frequent and more full of messages to the people of Lonesome Cove, and she seemed eager to get back home. Over there about this time old Judd concluded suddenly to go west. taking Bud with him, and when Hale wrote the fact, an answer came from June that showed the blot of tears. However, she seemed none the less in a hurry to get back, and when Hale met her at the station he was startled, for she came back in dresses that were below her shoe tops, with her wonderful hair massed in a golden glory on the top of her head, and a little fairy cross dangling at a woman's throat. Her figure had rounded, her voice had softened. She held herself as straight as a young poplar, and she walked the earth as though she had come straight from Olympus. And still, in spite of her new feathers and airs and graces, there was in her eyes and in her laugh and in her moods all the subtle wild charm of the child in Lonesome Cove. It was fairy time for June that summer. Though her father and Bud had gone west, for her stepmother was living with a sister, the cabin in Lonesome Cove was closed, and June stayed at the Gap, not at the Widow Crane's boarding house, but with one of Hale's married friends on Poplar Hill. And always was she, young as she was, one of the merry parties of that happy summer, even at the dances, for the dance, too, June had learned. Moreover, she had picked up the guitar, and many times when Hale had been out in the hills, he would hear her silver-clear voice floating out into the moonlight as he made his way toward Poplar Hill, and he would stop under the beeches and listen with ears of growing love to the wonder of it all. For it was he who was the ardent one of the two now. June was no longer the frank, impulsive child who stood at the foot of the beach doggedly reckless if all the world knew her love for him. She had taken flight to some inner recesses where it was difficult for Hale to follow, and right puzzled he was to discover that he must now win again what an ask she had once so freely given. Bob Berkeley, too, had developed amazingly. He no longer said sir to Hale. That was bad form at Harvard. He called him by his first name and looked him in the eye as a man to man. Just as June, Hale observed, no longer seemed in any awe of Miss Ann Saunders, and to have lost all jealousy of her, or of anybody else. So swiftly had her instinct caught her now. She had nothing to fear, and Bob and June seemed mighty pleased with each other, and sometimes Hale, watching them as they galloped past him on horseback, laughing and bantering, felt foolish to think of their perfect fitness, the one for their other, and the incongruity of himself in a relationship that would so naturally be theirs. At one thing he wondered. She had made an extraordinary record at school, and it seemed to him that it was partly through the consciousness that her brain would take care of itself, that she could pay such heed to what hitherto she had no chance to learn: dress, manners, deportment, and speech. Indeed, it was curious that she seemed to lay most stress on the very things to which he, because of his long rough life in the mountains, was growing more and more indifferent. It was quite plain that Bob, with his extreme gallantry of manner, his smart clothes, his high ways, and his unconquerable gaiety, had supplanted him on the pedestal where he had been the year before, just as somebody somewhere, his sister perhaps, had supplanted Miss Ann. Several times, indeed, June had corrected Hale's slips of tongue with mischievous triumph, and once, when he came back late from a long trip in the mountains and walked in to dinner without changing his clothes, Hale saw her look from himself to the immaculate Bob with an unconscious comparison that half amused, half worried him. The truth was, he was building a lovely Frankenstein, and from wondering what he was going to do with it, he was beginning to wonder now what it might some day do with him. And though he sometimes joked with Miss Ann, who had withdrawn now to the level plane of friendship with him, about the transformation that was going on, he worried in a way that did neither his heart nor his brain good. Still, he fought both to little purpose all that summer, and it was not till the time was nigh when June must go away again that he spoke both. For Hale's sister was going to marry, and it was her advice that he should take June to New York, if only for the sake of her music and her voice. That very day June had for the first time seen her cousin Dave. He was on horseback, he had been drinking, and he pulled in and without an answer to her greeting stared her over from head to foot. Coloring angrily, she stared on, and then he spoke thickly and with a sneer. "'Bout fine size now, ain't ye?" I reckon maybe if you keep on, you'll be good enough for him in a year or more." "I'm much obliged for those apples, Dave," said June quietly, and Dave flushed a darker red and sat still, forgetting to renew the old threat that was on his tongue. But his taunt rankled in the girl, rankled more now than when Dave first made it, for she better saw the truth of it, and the hurt was the greater to her unconquerable pride that kept her from betraying the hurt to Dave long ago. And now, when he was making an old wound bleed afresh. But the pain was with her at dinner that night and through the evening. She avoided Hale's eyes, though she knew that he was watching her all the time, and her instinct told her that something was going to happen that night, and what that something was. Hale was the last to go, and when he called to her from the porch, she went out trembling and stood at the head of the steps in the moonlight. "I love you, little girl," he said simply, "and I want you to marry me some day. Will you, June?" She was unsurprised, but she flushed under his hungry eyes, and the little cross throbbed at her throat. "Some day, not now," she thought, and then with equal simplicity, "Yes, Jack. And if you should love somebody else more, you'll tell me right away, won't you, June?" She shrank a little, and her eyes fell, but straightway she raised them steadily. "Yes, Jack." "Thank you, little girl. Good night." "Good night, Jack." Hale saw the little shrinking movement she made, and as he went down the hill he thought she seemed to be in a hurry to be alone, and that she caught her breath sharply as he turned away, and brooding, he walked the woods long that night. Only a few days later they started for New York, and with all her dreaming, June had never dreamed that the world could be so large. Mountains, the vast stretches of rolling hills and level land, melted away from her wondering eyes. Towns and cities sank behind them. Swift streams, swollen by freshets, were outstripped and left behind. Darkness came on, and through it they sped on. Once during the night she woke from a troubled dream in her berth, and for a moment she thought she was at home again. They were running through the mountains again, and there they lay in the moonlight, the great calm dark faces that she knew and loved, and she seemed to catch the odor of the earth and feel the cool air on her face. But there was no pang of homesickness now. She was too eager for the world into which she was going. Next morning the air was cooler, the skies lower and grayer. The big city was close at hand. Then came the water, shaking and sparkling in the early light like a great cauldron of quicksilver, and the wonderful Brooklyn Bridge, a ribbon of twinkling lights tossed out through the mist from the mighty city that rose from the mist as from a fantastic dream. Then the picking of the way through the screeching little boats and noiseless big ones, and white bird-like floating things that then they disappeared like two tiny grains in a shifting human tide of sand. But Hale was happy now, for on the trip June had come back to herself and to him once more, and now awed but unafraid, eager, bubbling, up-looking, full of quaint questions about everything she saw. She was once more sitting with an affectionate reverence at his feet. When he left her in a great low house that fronted on the majestic Hudson, June clung to him with tears and, of her own accord, kissed him for the first time since she had torn her little playhouse to pieces at the foot of the beach down in the mountains far away. And Hale went back with peace in his heart, but to trouble in the hills. Not suddenly did the boom drop down there, not like a falling star, but on the wings of hope, wings that, ever fluttering upward, yet sank inexorably and slowly closed. The first crash came over the waters when certain big men over there went to pieces, men on whose shoulders rested the colossal figures of progress that the English were carving from the hills at Cumberland Gap. Still nobody saw why a hurt to the lion should make the eagle soar, and so the American spirit at the other gaps and all up the Virginia valleys and skirt of the Cumberland held faithful and dauntless for a while. But in time, as the huge steel plants grew noiseless and the flaming throats of the furnaces were throttled, a sympathetic fire of dissolution spread slowly north and south, and it was plain only to the wise outsider as merely a matter of time until all up and down the Cumberland the fox and the coon and the quail could come back to their old homes on corner lots, marked each by a pathetic little whitewashed post, a tombstone, over the graves of a myriad of buried human hopes. But it was the gap where Hale was that died last and hardest, and of the brave spirits there, his was the last and hardest to die. In the autumn, while June was in New York, the signs were sure, but every soul refused to see them. Slowly, however, the vexed question of labor and capital was born again, for slowly each local capitalist went slowly back to his own trade, the blacksmith to his forge, but the carpenter not to his plane, nor the mason to his brick. There was no more building going on. The engineer took up his transit, the preacher politician and was oftener in his pulpit, and the singing teacher started on his round of raucous do mi so la dos through the mountains again. It was curious to see how each man slowly, reluctantly, and perforce sank back again to his old occupation, and the town, with the luxuries of electricity, waterworks, bathtubs, and a street railway, was having a hard fight for the plain necessities of life. The following spring, notes for the second payment on the lots that had been bought at the great land sale fell due, but very few were paid. As no suits were brought by the company, however, hope did not quite die. June did not come home for the summer, and Hale did not encourage her to come. She visited some of her schoolmates in the North and took a trip west to see her father, who had gone out there again and bought a farm. In the early autumn, Devil Judd came back to the mountains and announced his intention to leave them for good. But that autumn the effects of the dead boom became perceptible in the hills. There were no coal lands bought, logging ceased, the factories were idle once more, moonshine stills flourished. Quarreling started, and at the county seat one court date, Devil Judd whipped 3 Falins with his bare fist. In the early spring a Tolliver was shot from ambush, and old Judd was so furious at the outrage that he openly announced that he would stay at home until he had settled the old scores for good. For that, as the summer came on, matters between the Falins and the Tollivers were worse than they had been for years, and everybody knew that with old Judd at the head of his clan, the fight would be fought to the finish. At the Gap, one institution only had suffered in spirit not at all. That was the volunteer police guard. Indeed, as the excitement of the boom had died down, the members of that force, as a vent for their energies, went with more enthusiasm than ever into their work. Local lawlessness had been subdued by this time. The guard had been extending its work into the hills, and it was only a question of time until it must take a part in the Falin-Tolliver troubles. Indeed, that time, Hale believed, was not far away, for election day was at hand, and always on that day the feudalists came to the Gap in a search for trouble. Meanwhile, not long afterward, there was a pitched battle between the factions at the county seat, and several of each would fight no more. Next day a Falin whistled a bullet through Devil Judd's beard from ambush, and it was at such a crisis of all the warring elements in her mountain life that June's school days were coming to a close. Hale had had a frank talk with old Judd, and the old man agreed that the two had best be married at once and live at the Gap until things were quietest in the mountains, though the old man still clung to his resolution to go west for good when he was done with the Falins. At such a time, then, June was coming home. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 21. Hale was beyond Black Mountain when her letter reached him. His work over there had to be finished, and so he kept in his saddle the greater part of 2 days and nights, and on the 3rd day he rode his big black horse 40 miles in little more than half a day, that he might meet her at the train. The last 2 years had wrought their change on him. Deterioration is easy in the hills. Superficial deterioration in habits, manners, personal appearance, and the practices of all the little niceties of life. The morning bath is impossible because of the crowded domestic conditions of a mountain cabin, and, if possible, might, if practiced, excite wonder and comment, if not vague suspicion. Sleeping garments are practically barred for the same reason. Shaving becomes a rare luxury. A lost toothbrush may not be replaced for a month. In time, one may bring himself to eat with a knife for the reason that it is hard for a hungry man to feed himself with a fork that has but two tines. The fingertips cease to be the cumulating standard of the gentleman. It is hard to keep a supply of fresh linen when one is constantly in the saddle, and a constant weariness of body and a ravenous appetite make a man indifferent to things like a bad bed and worse food, particularly as he must philosophically put up with them anyhow. Of all these things the man himself may be quite unconscious, and yet they affect him more deeply than he knows, and show to a woman even in his voice, his walk, his mouth. Everywhere, save in the eyes, which change only in severity or in kindliness, or when there has been some serious breakdown of soul or character within. And the woman will not look to his eyes for the truth, which makes its way slowly, particularly when the woman is striven for the very things that the man has so recklessly let go. She would never suffer herself to let down in such a way, and she does not understand how a man can. Hale's life, since his college doors had closed behind him, had always been a rough one. He had dropped from civilization and gone back into it many times, and each time he dropped the deeper, and for that reason had he come back into his own life each time with more difficulty and with more indifference. The last had been his roughest year, and he had sunk a little more deeply just at the time when June had been pluming herself for flight from such depths forever. Moreover, Hale had been dominant in every matter that his hand or his brain had touched. His habit had been to say, "Do this," and it was done. Though he was no longer acting captain of the police guard, he always acted as captain whenever he was on hand, and always he was the undisputed leader in all questions of business, politics, or the maintenance of law and order. The success he had forged had hardened and strengthened his mouth, steeled his eyes, and made him more masterful in manner, speech, and point of view, and naturally had added nothing to his gentleness, his unselfishness, his refinement, or the nice consideration of little things on which women lay such stress. It was an hour by sun when he clattered through the gap and pushed his tired black horse into a gallop across the valley toward the town. He saw the smoke of the little dummy, and as he thundered over the bridge at the North Fork, he saw that it was just about to pull out, and he waved his hat and shouted imperiously for it to wait. With his hand on the bell-rope, the conductor, autocrat that he too was, did wait, and Hale threw his reins to the man who was nearest, hardly seeing who he was, and climbed aboard. He wore a slouched hat spotted by contact with the roof of the mines which he had hastily visited on his way through Lonesome Cove. The growth of 3 days' beard was on his face. He wore a gray woolen shirt, and a blue handkerchief, none too clean, was loosely tied about his sun-scorched column of a neck. He was spotted with mud from his waist to the soles of his rough riding boots, and his hands were rough and grimy. But his eye was bright and keen, and his heart thumped eagerly. Again, it was the middle of June, and the town was a naked island in a sea of leaves, whose breakers literally had run mountain high and stopped for all time, motionless. Purple lights, thick as mist, veiled Powell's Mountain. Below, the valley was still flooded with yellow sunlight which lay along the mountain sides, and was streaked here and there with the long shadow of a deep ravine. The beech trunks on Imboden Hill gleamed in it like little white bodies scantily draped with green, and the yawning gap held the yellow light as a bowl holds wine. He had long ago come to look upon the hills merely as storehouses for iron and coal, put there for his special purpose, but now the long submerged sense of the beauty of it all stirred within him again, for June was the incarnate spirit of it all, and June was coming back to those mountains and to him. And June June had seen the change in Hale. The first year he had come often to New York to see her, and they had gone to the theater and the opera, and June was pleased to play the part of heroine in what was such a real romance to the other girls in school, and she was proud of Hale. But each time he came he seemed less interested in the diversions that meant so much to her, more absorbed in his affairs in the mountains, and less particular about his looks. His visits came at longer intervals. With each visit he stayed less long, and each time he seemed more eager to get away. She had been shy about appearing before him for the first time in evening dress, and when he entered the drawing-room she stood under a chandelier in blushing and resplendent confusion. But he seemed not to recognize that he had never seen her that way before, and for another reason June remained confused, disappointed, and hurt. For he was not only unobserving and seemingly unappreciative, but he was more silent than ever that night, and he looked gloomy. But if he had grown accustomed to her beauty, there were others who had not. The smart, dapper college youths gathered about her like bees around a flower, a triumphant fact to which he also seemed indifferent. Moreover, he was not in evening clothes that night, and she did not know whether he had forgotten or was indifferent to them. And the contrast that he was made her that night almost ashamed of him. She never guessed what the matter was, for Hale kept his troubles to himself. He was always gentle and kind. He was as lavish with her as though he were a king, and she was as lavish and prodigally generous as though she were a princess. There seemed no limit to the wizard income from the investments that Hale had made for her when, as he said, he sold a part of her stock in the Lonesome Cove mine, and what she wanted Hale always sent her without question. Only as the end was coming on at the Gap, he wrote once to know if a certain amount would carry her through until she was ready to come home. But even that question aroused no suspicion in the thoughtless June. And then, that last year, he had come no more. Always he was too busy. Not even on her triumphal night at the end of the session was he there, when she had stood before the guests and patrons of the school like a goddess, and had thrilled them into startling applause, her teachers into open glowing pride, and the other girls into bright-eyed envy, and herself into still another new world. Now she was going home, and she was glad to go. She had awakened that morning with the keen air of the mountain in her nostrils, the air she had breathed in when she was born, and her eyes shone happily when she saw through her window the love-blue hills along which raced the train. They were only a little way from the town where she must change, the porter said. She had overslept, and she had no time even to wash her face and hands, and that worried her a good deal. The porter nearly lost his equilibrium when she gave him $50, for women are not profuse in the ways of tipping, and instead of putting her bag down on the station platform, he held it in his hand, waiting to do her further service. At the head of the steps she searched about for Hale, and her lovely face looked vexed and a little hurt when she did not see him. "Hotel, miss?" said the porter. "Yes, please, Harvey," she called. An astonished black man sprang from the line of calling hotel porters and took her bag. Then every tooth in his head flashed. "Lordy, Miss June, I never knowed you at all." June smiled in the tribute she was looking for. "Have you seen Mr. Hale?" "No'm. Mr. Hale ain't been here for months, 6 months. I reckon he ain't in the country now. I ain't heard nothin' about him for a long time." June knew better than that, but she said nothing. She would rather have had even Harvey think that he was away. So she hurried to the hotel. She would have 4 hours to wait, and asked for the one room that had a bath attached, the room to which Hale had sent her when she had passed through on her way to New York. She almost winced when she looked in the mirror and saw the smoke stains about her pretty throat and ears, and she wondered if anybody could have noticed them on her way from the train. Her hands, too, were dreadful to look at, and she hurried to take off her things. In an hour she emerged, freshened, immaculate from the crown of her lovely hair to her smartly booted feet, and at once she went downstairs. She heard the man whom she passed stop at the head of them and turn to look down at her, and she saw necks craned within the hotel office when she passed the door. On the street not a man and hardly a woman failed to look at her with wonder and open admiration, for she was an apparition in that little town, and it all pleased her so much that she became flushed and conscious and felt like a queen who, unknown, moved among her subjects and blessed them just with her gracious presence. For she was unknown, even by several people whom she knew, and that too pleased her, to have blossomed beyond their ken. She was like a meteor coming back to dazzle the very world from which it had flown for a while into space. When she went into the dining room for the midday dinner, there was a movement in almost every part of the room, as though there were many there who were on the lookout for her entrance. The head waiter lost his imperturbable majesty for a moment in surprise at the vision, and then, with a lordly yet obsequious wave of his hand, led her to a table over in a corner where no one was sitting. 4 young men came in rather boisterously and made for her table. She lifted her calm eyes at them so haughtily that the one in front halted with sudden embarrassment, and they all swerved to another table from which they stared at her surreptitiously. Perhaps she was mistaken for the comic opera star whose brilliant picture she had seen on the billboard in front of the opera house. Well, she had the voice, and she might have been, and she might yet be, and if she were, this would be the distinction that would be shown her. And still, as it was, she was greatly pleased. At 4 o'clock she started for the hills. In half an hour she was dropping down a winding ravine along a rock-lashing stream, with those hills so close to the car on either side that only now and then could she see the tops of them. Through the window the keen air came from the very lungs of them, frightened with the coolness of shadows, the scent of damp earth, and the faint fragrance of wild flowers, and her soul leaped to meet them. The mountain-sides were showered with pink and white laurel, she used to call the ivy, and the rhododendrons, she used to call them laurel, were just beginning to blossom. They were her old and fast friends. Mountain shadow, the wet earth and its pure breath, and tree plant and flower, she had not forgotten them, and it was good to come back to them. Once she saw an overshot water-wheel on the bank of a rushing little stream, and she thought of Uncle Billy. She smiled, and the smile stopped short. She was going back to other things as well. The train had creaked by a log cabin set in the hillside, and then past another and another, and always there were 2 or 3 ragged children in the door, and a haggard, unkempt woman peering over their shoulders. How lonely those cabins looked! How desolate the life they suggested to her now. The first station she came to after the train had wound down the long ravine to the valley level again was crowded with mountaineers. There a wedding party got aboard with a great deal of laughter, chaffing, and noise, and all 3 went on within and without the train while it was waiting. A sudden thought stunned her like a lightning stroke. They were her people, out there on the platform and inside the car. Ahead, those rough men in slouch hats, jeans, and cowhide boots, their mouths stained with tobacco juice, their cheeks and eyes on fire with moonshine, and those women in poke bonnets with their sad, worn, patient faces, on which the sympathetic good cheer and joy of the moment sat so strangely. She noticed their rough shoes and their homespun gowns that made their figures all alike and shapeless, with a vivid awakening of early memories. She might have been one of those narrow-life girls outside, or that bride within, had it not been for Jack Hale. She finished the name in her own mind that she was conscious that she had. Well, that was a long time ago, and she was nothing but a child, and she had thrown herself at his head. Perhaps it was different with him now, and if it was, she would give him the chance to withdraw from everything. It would be right and fair, and then life was so full for her now. She was dependent on nobody, on nothing. A rainbow spanned the heavens above her, and the other end of it was not in the hills, but one end was, and to that end she was on her way. She was going to just such people as she had seen at the station. Her father and her kinsmen were just such men. Her stepmother and kinswomen were just such women. Her home was little more than just such a cabin as the desolate ones that stirred her pity when she swept by them. She thought of how she felt when she had first gone to Lonesome Cove after a few months at the Gap. and she shuddered to think how she would feel now. She was getting restless by this time, and aimlessly she got up and walked to the front of the car and back again to her seat, hardly noticing that the other occupants were staring at her with some wonder. She sat down for a few minutes, and then she went to the rear and stood outside on the platform, clutching a brass rod on the railing and looking back on the dropping darkness, in which the hills seemed to be rushing together, far behind as the train crashed on with its wake of sparklit rolling smoke. A cinder stung her face, and when she lifted her hand to the spot, she saw that her glove was black with grime. With a little shiver of disgust, she went back to her seat, and with her face to the blackness rushing past her window, she sat brooding. Why had Hale not met her? He had said he would, and she had written him when she was coming, and had telegraphed him at the station in New York when she started. Perhaps he had changed. She recalled that even his letters had grown less frequent, shorter, more hurried the past year. Well, he should have his chance. Always, however, her mind kept going back to the people at the station and to her people in the mountains. They were the same, she kept repeating to herself, the very same, and she was one of them. And always she kept thinking of her first trip to Lonesome Cove after her awakening, and of what her next would be. That first time Hale had made her go back, as she had left, in homespun, sunbonnet, and brogans. There was the same reason why she should go back that way now as then. Would Hale insist that she should now? She almost laughed aloud at the thought. She knew that she would refuse, and she knew that his reason would not appeal to her now. She no longer cared for what her neighbors and kinspeople might think and say. The porter paused at her seat. "How much longer is it?" she asked. "Half an hour, miss." June went to wash her face and hands, and when she came back to her seat, a great glare shone through the windows on the other side of the car. It was a furnace. A run was on, and she could see the streams of white molten metal racing down the narrow channels of sand to their narrow beds on either side. The whistle shrieked ahead for the gap, and she nerved herself with a prophetic sense of vague trouble at hand. At the station, Hale had paced the platform. He looked at his watch to see whether he might have time to run to the furnace half a mile away and board the train there. He thought he had, and he was about to start when the shriek of the incoming engine rose beyond the low hills in Wildcat Valley, echoed along Powell's Mountain, and broke against the wrinkled breast of the Cumberland. On it came, and in plain sight it stopped suddenly to take water, and Hale cursed it silently and recalled viciously that when he was in a hurry to arrive anywhere, the water tower was always on the wrong side of the station. He got so restless that he started for it on a run, and he had gone hardly 50 yards before the train came on again, and he had to run back to beat it to the station, where he sprang to the steps of the Pullman before it stopped, pushing the porter aside to find himself checked by the crowded passengers at the door. June was not among them, and straightway he ran for the rear of the car. June had risen, the other occupants of the car had crowded forward, and she was the last of them. She had stood, during an irritating wait, at the water tower, and now she moved slowly forward again. She heard the hurry of feet behind her, and she turned to look into the eager, wondering eyes of John Hale. "June!" he cried in amazement, but his face lighted with joy, and he impulsively stretched out his arms as though he meant to take her in them, but as suddenly he dropped them before the startled look in her eyes, which, with one swift glance, searched him from head to foot. They shook hands almost gravely. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 22. June sat in the little dummy, the focus of curious eyes, while Hale was busy seeing that her baggage was got aboard. The checks that she gave him jingled in his hands like a bunch of keys, and he could hardly help grinning when he saw the huge trunks and the smart bags that were tumbled from the baggage car, all marked with her initials. There had been days when he had laid considerable emphasis on pieces like those, and when he thought of them overwhelming with opulent suggestions that debt-stricken little town, and later piled incongruously on the porch of the cabin on Lonesome Cove, he could have laughed aloud but for a nameless something that was gnawing savagely at his heart. He felt almost shy when he went back into the car, and though June greeted him with a smile, her immaculate daintiness made him unconsciously sit quite far away from her. The little fairy cross was still at her throat, but a tiny diamond gleamed from each end of it, and from the center, as from a tiny heart, pulsated the light of a little blood-red ruby. To him it meant the loss of June's simplicity, and was the symbol of her new estate. But he smiled and forced himself into hearty cheerfulness of manner, and asked her questions about her trip. But June answered in halting monosyllables, and talk was not easy between them. All the while he was watching her closely, and not a movement of her eye, ear, mouth, or hand, not an inflection of her voice escaped him. He saw her sweep the car and its occupants with a glance, and he saw the results of that glance in her face, and the down-dropping of her eyes to the dainty point of one boot. He saw her beautiful mouth close suddenly tight, and her thin nostrils quiver disdainfully when a swirl of black smoke, heavy with cinders, came in with an entering passenger through the front door of the car. Two half-drunken men were laughing boisterously near that door, and even her ears seemed trying to shut out their half-smothered rough talk. The car started with a bump that swayed her toward him, and when she caught the seat with one hand, it checked as suddenly, throwing her the other way, and then with a leap it sprang ahead again, giving a nagging snap to her head. Her whole face grew red with vexation and shrinking distaste, and all the while, when the little train steadied into its creaking, puffing, jostling way, one gloved hand on the chased silver handle of her smart little umbrella kept nervously swaying it to and fro on its steel-shod point, until she saw that the point was in a tiny pool of tobacco juice, and then she laid it across her lap with shuddering swiftness. At first Hale thought that she had shrunk from kissing him in the car because other people were around. He knew better now. At that moment he was as rough and dirty as the chain carrier opposite him, who was just in from a surveying expedition in the mountains, as the sooty brakeman who came through to gather up the fares, as one of those good-natured, profane inebriates up in the corner. No, it was not publicity. She had shrunk from him as was shrinking now from black smoke, rough men, the shaking of the train, the little pool of tobacco juice at her feet. The truth began to glimmer through his brain. He understood even when she leaned forward suddenly to look into the mouth of the gap that was now dark with shadows. Through that gap lay her way, and she thought him now more a part of what was beyond than she who had been born of it was, and dazed by the thought, he wondered if he might not really be. At once he straightened in his seat, and his mind made up, as he always made it up, swiftly. He had not explained why he had not met her that morning, nor had he apologized for his rough garb, because he was so glad to see her, and because there were so many other things he wanted to say. And when he saw her, conscious and resentful, perhaps, that he had not done those things at once, he deliberately declined to do them now. He became silent, but he grew more courteous, more thoughtful, watchful. She was very tired, poor child. There were deep shadows under her eyes which looked weary and almost mournful. So when with a clanging of the engine bell they stopped at the brilliantly lit hotel, he led her at once upstairs to the parlor, and from there sent her up to her room, which was ready for her. "You must get a good sleep," he said kindly, and with his usual firmness that was wont to preclude argument. "You are worn to death. I'll have your supper sent to your room." The girl felt a subtle change in his manner, and her lip quivered, for a vague reason that neither knew, but without a word she obeyed him like a child. He did not try again to kiss her. He merely took her hand, placed his left over it, and with a gentle pressure said, "Good night, little girl." "Good night," she faltered. Resolutely, relentlessly first, Hale cast up his accounts, liabilities, resources that night, to see what, under the least favorable outcome, the balance left to him would be. Nearly all was gone. His securities were already sold. His lots would not bring at public sale one half of the deferred payments yet to be made on them, and if the company brought suit, as it was threatening to do, he would be left fathoms deep in debt. The branch railroad had not come up the river toward Lonesome Cove, and now he meant to build barges and float his cannel coal down to the main line, for his sole hope was in the mine in Lonesome Cove. The means that he could command were meager, but they would carry his purpose with June for a year at least, and then, who knew? He might, through that mine, be on his feet again. The little town was dark and asleep when he stepped into the cool night air and made his way past the old schoolhouse and up Imboden Hill. He could see, all shining silver in the moonlight, the still crest of the big beech, at the blessed roots of which his lips had met June's on the first kiss that had passed between them. On he went through the shadowy aisle that the path made between other beech trunks, harnessed by the moonlight, with silver armor and motionless as sentinels on watch till dawn. Out past the amphitheater of darkness, from which the dead trees tossed out their crooked arms, as though voicing silently now his own soul's torment, and then on to the point of the spur of the foothills, where, with the mighty mountains encircling him and the world, a dreamland lighted only by stars, he stripped his soul before the maker of it and of him, and fought his fight out alone. His was the responsibility for all, his alone. No one else was to blame. June not at all. He had taken her from her own life, had swerved her from the way to which God pointed when she was born. He had given her everything she wanted, and allowed her to do what she pleased, and had let her think that, through his miraculous handling of her resources, she was doing it all herself. And the result was natural. For the past 2 years he had been harassed with debt, racked with worries, writhing this way and that, concerned only with the soul-tormenting catastrophe that had overtaken him. About all else he had grown careless. He had not been to see her the last year. He had written seldom, and it appalled him to look back now on his own self-absorption, and to think how he must have appeared to June. And he had gone on in that self-absorption to the very end. He had got his license to marry, had asked Uncle Billy, who was magistrate as well as miller, to marry them, and, a rough mountaineer himself to the outward eye, he had appeared to lead a child like a lamb to the sacrifice, and had found a woman with a mind, heart, and purpose of her own. It was all his work. He had sent her away to fit her for his station in life, to make her fit to marry him. She had risen above, and now he was not fit to marry her. That was the brutal truth, a truth that was enough to make a wise man laugh or a fool weep. And Hale did neither. He simply went on working to make out how he could best discharge the obligations that he had voluntarily, willingly, gladly, selfishly even assumed. In his mind he treated conditions only as he saw and felt them and believed them at that moment true, and into the problem he went no deeper than to find his simple duty, and that, while the morning stars were sinking, he found. And it was a duty the harder to find because everything had reawakened within him, and the starting point of that awakening was the proud glow in Uncle Willie's kind old face when he knew the part he was to play in the happiness of Hale and June. All the way over the mountain that day his heart had gathered fuel from memories at the big pine, and down the mountain and through the gap, to be set aflame by the yellow sunlight in the valley and the throbbing life in everything that was alive. For the month was June, and the spirit of that month was on her way back to him. So when he rose now with back-thrown head, he stretched his arms suddenly out towards those far-seeing stars, and as suddenly dropped them with an angry shake of his head and one quick gritting of his teeth. That such a thought should have mastered him even for one swift second. The thought of how lonesome would be the trail that would be his to follow after that day. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 23. June, tired though she was, tossed restlessly that night. The one look she had seen in Hale's face when she met him in the car told her the truth as far as he was concerned. He was unchanged. She could give him no chance to withdraw from their long understanding, for it was plain to her quick instinct that he wanted none, and so she had asked him no question about his failure to meet her, for she knew now that his reason, no matter what, was good. He had startled her in the car, for her mind was heavy with memories of the poor little cabins she had passed on the train, the mountain men and women in the wedding party, and Hale himself was to the eyes so much like one of them, had so startled her that, though she knew his instinct, too, was at work, she could not gather herself together to combat her own feelings, for every little happening in the dummy but drew her back to her previous train of painful thought, and in that helplessness she had told Hale good night. She remembered now how she had looked upon Lonesome Cove after she went to the Gap, how she had looked upon the Gap after her year in the Bluegrass, and how she looked back even on the first big city she had seen there from the lofty vantage ground of New York. What was the use of it all? Why laboriously climb a hill merely to see and yearn for things that you cannot have, if you must go back and live in the hollow again? Well, she thought rebelliously, she would not go back to the hollow again, that was all. She knew what was coming, and her cousin Dave's perpetual sneer sprang suddenly from the past to cut through her again, and the old pride rose within her once more. She was good enough now for Hale. Oh, yes, she thought bitterly, good enough now. And then, remembering his lifelong kindness and thinking what she might have been but for him, she burst into tears at the unworthiness of her own thought. What should she do? What should she do? Repeating that question over and over again, she fell toward morning into troubled sleep. She did not wake until nearly noon, for already she had formed the habit of sleeping late at least for that part of the world, and she was glad when the boy brought her word that Mr. Hale had been called up the valley and would not be back until the afternoon. She dreaded to meet him, for she knew that he had seen the trouble within her, and she knew he was not the kind of man to let matters drag vaguely, if they could be cleared up and settled by open frankness of discussion, no matter how blunt he must be. She had to wait until midday dinner time to get something to eat, so she lay abed, picked a breakfast from the menu, which was spotted, dirty, and meager in offerings, and had it brought to her room. Early in the afternoon she issued forth into the sunlight and started toward Imboden Hill. It was very beautiful and soul-comforting, the warm air, the luxuriantly wooded hills, with their shades of green that told her where poplar and oak and beech and maple grew, the delicate haze of blue that overlay them and deepened as her eyes followed the still mountain piles northeastward to meet the big range that shut her in from the outer world. The changes had been many. One part of the town had been wiped out by fire, and a few buildings of stone had risen up. On the streets she saw strange faces, but now and then she stopped to shake hands with somebody whom she knew, and who recognized her, always with surprise, and spoke but few words. And then, as she thought, with some embarrassment, half unconsciously, she turned toward the old mill. There it was, dusty and gray, and the dripping old wheel creaked with its weight of shining water, and the muffled roar of the unseen dam started an answering stream of memories surging within her. She could see the window of her room in the old brick boarding-house, and as she passed the gate she almost stopped to go in, but the face of a strange man who stood in the door with a proprietary air deterred her. There was Hale's little frame cottage, and his name half washed out, was over the wing that was still his office. Past that she went with a passing temptation to look within and toward the old schoolhouse. A massive new one was half built of gray stone to the left, but the old one, with its shingles on the outside that had once caused her such wonder, still lay warm in the sun, but closed and deserted. There was the playground, where she had been caught in Ring Around the Rosy, and Hale and that girl teacher had heard her confession. She flushed again when she thought of that day, but the flush was now for another reason. Over the roof of the schoolhouse she could see the beech tree where she had built her playhouse, and memory led her from the path toward it. She had not climbed a hill for a long time, and she was panting when she reached it. There was the scattered playhouse. It might have lain there untouched for a quarter of a century, just as her angry feet had kicked it to pieces. On a root of the beech she sat down, and the broad rim of her hat scratched the trunk of it and annoyed her. So she took it off and leaned her head against the tree, looking up into the underworld of the leaves, through which a sunbeam filtered here and there, one striking her hair, which had darkened to the duller gold, striking it eagerly, unerringly, as though it had started for just such a shining mark. Below her was outspread the little town, the straggling, wretched little town, crude, lonely, lifeless. She could not be happy in Lonesome Cove after she had known the Gap, and now her horizons had so broadened that she felt now toward the Gap and its people as she then felt toward the mountaineers, for the standards of living in the Cove, so it seemed, were no farther below the standards in the Gap than they in turn were lower than the new standards to which she had adapted herself while away. Indeed, even that bluegrass world where she had spent a year was too narrow now for her vaulting ambition, and with that thought she looked down again on the little town, a lonely island in a sea of mountains, and as far from the world for which she had been training herself as though it were in mid-ocean. Live down there? She shuddered at the thought, and straightway was very miserable. The clear piping of a wood thrush rose far away. A tear started between her half-closed lashes, and she might have gone to weeping silently had her ear not caught the sound of something moving below her. Someone was coming that way, so she brushed her eyes swiftly with her handkerchief and stood upright against the tree. And there again Hale found her, tense, upright, bareheaded again, and her hands behind her. Only her face was not uplifted and dreaming. It was turned toward him, unstartled and expectant. He stopped below her and leaned one shoulder against a tree. "I saw you pass the office," he said, "and I thought I should find you here." His eyes dropped to the scattered playhouse of long ago, and a faint smile that was full of submerged sadness passed over his face. It was his playhouse, after all, that she had kicked to pieces. But he did not mention it, nor her attitude, nor did he try in any way to arouse her memories of that other time at this same place. "I want to talk with you, June, and I want to talk now." "Yes, Jack," she said tremulously. For a moment he stood in silence, his face half turned, his teeth hard on his indrawn lip, thinking. There was nothing of the mountaineer about him now. He was clean-shaven and dressed with care. June saw that. But he looked quite old. His face seemed harried with worries and ravaged by suffering. And June had suddenly to swallow a quick surging of pity for him. He spoke slowly and without looking at her. "June, if it hadn't been for me, you would be over in Lonesome Cove and happily married by this time, or at least contented with your life, for you wouldn't have known any other." "I don't know, Jack. I took you out, and it rests with you whether I shall be sorry I did. Sorry wholly on your account, I mean," he said hastily. She knew what he meant, and she said nothing. She only turned her head away slightly, with her eyes upturned a little toward the leaves that were shaking like her own heart. "I think I see it all very clearly," he went on in a low and perfectly even voice. "You can't be happy over there now. You can't be happy over here now. You've got other wishes, ambitions, dreams now, and I want you to realize them. I want to help you realize them. All I can, that's all. Jack. She helplessly, protestingly spoke his name in a whisper, but that was all she could do, and he went on. It isn't so strange. What is strange is that I didn't foresee it all. But if I had, he added firmly, I'd have done it just the same, unless by doing it I've really done you more harm than good. No, no, Jack. I came into your world. You went into mine. What I had grown indifferent about, you grew to care about. You grew sensitive, while I was growing callous to certain... He was about to say surface things, but he checked himself. Certain things in life that mean more to a woman than to a man. I would not have married you as you were. I've got to be honest now. At least I thought it necessary that you should be otherwise. And now you've gone beyond me. And now you do not want to marry me as I am. And it is all very natural and very just. Very slowly her head had dropped until her chin rested hard above the little jeweled cross on her breast. You must tell me if I'm wrong. You don't love me now well enough to be happy with me here. He waved one hand toward the straggling little town below them, and then toward the lonely mountains. I did not know that we would have to live here, but I know it now. He checked himself, and afterward she recalled the tone of those last words. But then they had no especial significance. Am I wrong? He repeated, and then he said hurriedly, for her face was so piteous, No, you needn't give yourself the pain of saying it in words. I want you to know that I understand that there's nothing in the world I blame you for. Nothing, nothing. If there is any blame at all, it rests on me alone. She broke toward him with a cry then. Jack, no, Jack, she said brokenly, and she caught his hand in both her own and tried to raise it to her lips. But he held her back, and she put her face on his breast and sobbed broken-heartedly. He waited for the paroxysm to pass, stroking her hair gently. You mustn't feel that way, little girl. You can't help it. I can't help it. And these things happen all the time, everywhere. You don't have to stay here. You can go away and study, and when I can, I'll come to see you and cheer you up. And when you are a great singer, I'll send you flowers and be so proud of you. And I'll say to myself, I helped do that. Dry your eyes now. You must go back to the hotel. Your father will be there by this time, and you'll have to be starting home pretty soon. Like a child, she obeyed him, but she was so weak and trembling that he put his arm about her to help her down the hill. At the edge of the wood, she stopped and turned full toward him. You are so good, she said tremulously. So good. Why, you haven't even asked me if there was another. Hale interrupted her, shaking his head. If there is, I don't want to know. But there isn't. There isn't, she cried. I don't know what the matter is with me. I hate the tears started again, and again she was on the point of breaking down, but Hale checked her. Now, he said soothingly, you mustn't. No, it's all right, you mustn't. Her anger at herself helped now. Why, I stood like a silly fool, tongue-tied. I wanted to say so much. You don't need to, Hale said gently. I understand it all. I understand. I believe you do, she said with a sob. Better than I do. Well, all right, little girl, come on. They issued forth into the sunlight, and Hale walked rapidly. The strain was getting too much for him, and he was anxious to be alone. Without a word more, they passed the old schoolhouse, a massive new one, and went on, in silence, down the street. Hitched to a post near the hotel were two gaunt horses with drooping heads, and on one of them was a side saddle. Sitting on the steps of the hotel with a pipe in his mouth was the mighty figure of Devil Judd Tolliver. He saw them coming, at least he saw Hale coming, and that far away Hale saw his bushy eyebrows lift in wonder at June. A moment later he rose to his great height without a word. Dad, said June in a trembling voice, don't you know me? The old man stared at her silently, and a doubtful smile played about his bearded lips. "Hardly, but I reckon it's June." She knew that the world to which Hale belonged would expect her to kiss him, and she made a movement as though she would, but the habit of a lifetime is not broken so easily. She held out her hand, and with the other patted him on the arm as she looked up into his face. "Time to be going, June, if we want to get home afore dark." "All right, Dad." The old man turned to his horse. "Hurry up, little gal." In a few minutes they were ready, and the girl looked long into Hale's face when he took her hand. "Are you coming over soon?" "Just as soon as I can." Her lips trembled. "Goodbye," she faltered. "Goodbye, June," said Hale. From the steps he watched them, the giant father slouching in his saddle and the trim figure of the now sadly misplaced girl erect on the awkward pacing mountain beast, as incourageous, the two, as a fairy on some prehistoric monster. A horseman was coming up the street behind him, and a voice called, "Who's that?" Hale turned. It was the Honorable Samuel Budd coming home from court. "June Tolliver, June Tolliver," corrected the Honorable Sam with emphasis. "The same." The Honorable Sam silently followed the pair for a moment through his big goggles. "What do you think of my theory of the latent possibilities of the mountaineer now?" "I think I know how true it is better than you do," said Hale calmly, and with a grunt the Honorable Sam rode on. Hale watched them as they rode across the plateau, watched them until the Gap swallowed them up, and his heart ached for June. Then he went to his room, and there, stretched out on his bed, and with his hands clenched behind his head, he lay staring upward. Devil Judd Tolliver had lost none of his taciturnity. Stolidly, silently, he went ahead, as is the custom of lordly man in the mountains, horseback or afoot, asking no question, answering June's in the fewest words possible. Uncle Billy, the miller, had been complaining a good deal that spring, and old Hun had rheumatism. Uncle Billy's old maid sister, who lived in Devil's Fork, had been cooking for him at home since the last taking to bed of June's stepmother. Bub had growed up like a hickory sapling. Her cousin Loretta hadn't married, and some folks allowed she'd run away some day with that young buck Falin. Her cousin Dave had gone off to school that year, had come back a month before, and had been shot through the shoulder. He was in Lonesome Cove now. This fact was mentioned in the same matter-of-fact way as the other happenings. Hale had been raising Cain in Lonesome Cove, a-cutting things down and tearing 'em up and playing hell generally. The feud had broken out again, and maybe June couldn't stay at home long. He didn't want her there with the fighting going on, whereat June's heart gave a start of gladness that the way would be easy for her to leave when she wished to leave. Things over at the Gap was a-goin' to perdition, the old man had been told, while he was waiting for June and Hale that day, and Hale not only lost a lot of money, but if things didn't take a rise, he would be left head over heels in debt if that mine over Lonesome Cove didn't pull him out. They were approaching the big pine now, and June was beginning to ache and get sore from the climb. So Hale was in trouble. That was what he meant when he said that, though she could leave the mountains when she pleased, he must stay there, perhaps for good. "I'm mighty glad you came home, gal," said the old man, "and that you're going to put an end to all this spending of so much money. Jack says you got some money left, but I don't understand it. He says he made an investment for ye to triple the money. I hain't never asked him no questions. It was betwixt you and him, and that 'twa'n't none of my business long as you and him ever gettin' to marry. He said you was going to marry him this summer, and I wish you'd get tied up right away whilst I'm living, for I don't know when a Winchester might take me off, and I'd die a sight easier if I knowed you was tied up with a good man like him." "Yes, Dad," was all she said, for she had not the heart to tell him the truth, and she knew that Hale never would until the last moment. He must when he learned that she had failed. Half an hour later she could see the stone chimney of the little cabin in Lonesome Cove. A little further down, several spirals of smoke were visible, rising from unseen houses which were more miner shacks. Her father said that Hale had put up while she was gone. The water of the creek was jet black now. A row of rough wooden houses ran along its edge. The geese cackled a doubtful welcome. A new dog leaped barking from the porch, and a tall boy sprang after him, both running for the gate. "Why, Bub!" cried June, sliding from her horse and kissing him, and then holding off at arm's length to look into his steady gray eyes and his blushing face. "Take the horses, Bub," said old Judd, and June entered the gate while Bub stood with the reins in his hand, still speechlessly staring her over from head to foot. There was her garden, thank God, with all her flowers planted, a new bed of pansies and one of violets, and the border of laurel in bloom, unchanged and weedless. "Wanted Jack Haleman to take care of it," explained old Judd, and again with shame June felt the hurt of her lover's thoughtfulness. When she entered the cabin, the same old rasping, petulant voice called from her bed in one corner, and when June took the shriveled old hand that was limply thrust from the bedclothes, the old hag's keen eyes swept her from head to foot with disapproval. "My, but you're a-wearin' mighty fine clothes," she croaked enviously. "I ain't had a new dress for more'n 5 years." And that was the welcome she got. "No?" said June appeasingly. "Well, I'll get one for you myself." "I'm much obliged," she whined, "but I reckon I can get along." A cough came from the bed in the other corner of the room. "That's Dave," said the old woman, and June walked over to where her cousin's black eyes shone hostile at her from the dark. "Sorry, Dave," she said, but Dave answered nothing but a sullen "Howdy," and did not put out a hand. He only stared at her in sulky bewilderment, and June went back to listen to the torment of the old woman's plaints until Bub came in. Then, as she turned, she noticed for the first time that a new door had been cut in one side of the cabin, and Bud was following the direction of her eyes. "Why, hain't nobody told you?" he said delightedly. "Told me what, Bub?" With a whoop, Bub leaped for the side of the door, and reaching up, pulled a shining key from between the logs and thrust it into her hands. "Go ahead," he said. "It's yourn." "Some more of Jack Hale's fool doin's," said the old woman. "Go on, gal, see what he's done." With eager hands she put the key in the lock, and when she pushed open the door, she gasped. Another room had been added to the cabin, and the fragrant smell of cedar made her nostrils dilate. Bub pushed by her and threw open the shutters of a window to the low sunlight, and June stood with both hands to her head. It was a room for her, with a dresser, a long mirror, a modern bed in one corner, a work table with a student's lamp on it, a washstand, and a chest of drawers, and a piano. On the walls were pictures, and over the mantel stood the one she had first learned to love. Two lovers clasped in each other's arms, and under them the words, "Infanzol." "Oh, oh, oh," was all she could say, and choking, she motioned Bud from the room. When the door closed, she threw herself sobbing across the bed. Over at the Gap that night, Hale sat in his office with a piece of white paper and a lump of black coal on the table in front of him. His foreman had brought the coal to him that day at dusk. He lifted the lump to the light of his lamp, and from the center of it a mocking, evil eye looked back at him. The eye was a piece of shining black flint, and told him that his mine in Lonesome Cove was but a pocket of cannel coal and worth no more than the smoldering lumps in his grate. Then he lifted the piece of white paper. It was his license to marry June. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24 of The Trail of the Lonesome Pine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Vendetti, MikeVendetti.com. The Trail of the Lonesome Pine by John Fox, Jr. Chapter 24. Very slowly June walked up the little creek to the old log where she had lain so many happy hours. There was no change in leaf, shrub, or tree. and not a stone in the brook had been disturbed. The sun dropped the same arrows down through the leaves, blunting their shining points into tremulous circles on the ground. The water sang the same happy tune under her dangling feet, and the wood thrush piped the old lay overhead. Wood thrush. June smiled as she suddenly rechristened the bird for herself now. That bird henceforth would be the magic flute to musical June. She leaned back with ears, eyes, and soul awake, and her brain busy. All the way over the mountain on that second home-going, she had thought of the first, and even memories of the memories aroused by that first home-going came back to her, that place where Hale had put his horse into a dead run and had given her that never-to-be-forgotten thrill, and where she had slid from behind to the ground and stormed with tears when they dropped down into the green gloom of shadow and green leaves toward Lonesome Cove. She had the same feeling that her heart was being clutched by a human hand and that black night had suddenly fallen about her. But this time she knew what it meant. She thought then of the crowded sleeping room, the rough beds and coarse blankets at home, the oilcloth spotted with drippings from a candle that covered the table, the thick plates and cups, the soggy bread and the thick bacon floating in grease, the absence of napkins and eating with knives and fingers, and the noise Bub and her father made drinking their coffee. But then she knew all these things in advance, and the memories of them on her way over had prepared her for Lonesome Cove. The conditions were definite there. She knew what it would be to face them again. She was facing them all the way, and to her surprise the realities had hurt her less even than they had before. Then had come the same thrill over the garden, and now with that garden and her new room and her piano and her books, with Uncle Billy's sister to help do the work, and with the little changes that June was daily making in the household, she could live her own life, even over there, as long as she pleased, and then she would go out into the world again. But all the time when she was coming over from the Gap, the way had bristled with accusing memories of Hale, even from the chattering creeks, the turns in the road, the sun-dappled bushes and trees and flowers. And when she passed the big pine that rose with such friendly solemnity above her, the pang of it all hurt her heart and kept on hurting her. When she walked in the garden, the flowers seemed not to have the same spirit of gladness. It had been a dry season, and they drooped for that reason, but the melancholy of them had a sympathetic human quality that depressed her. If she saw a bass shoot arrow-like into deep water, if she heard a bird or saw a tree or a flower whose name she had to recall, she thought of Hale. Do what she would, she could not escape the ghost that stalked at her side everywhere. So like a human presence that she felt sometimes a strange desire to turn and speak to it. And in the room that presence was all-pervasive. The piano, the furniture, the bits of bric-a-brac, the pictures and books, all were eloquent with his thought of her. And every night before she turned out the light, she could not help lifting her eyes to her once favorite picture, even that Hale had remembered, the lovers clasped in each other's arms, at last alone, only to see it now as a mocking symbol of his beaten hopes. She had written to thank him for it all, and not yet had he answered her letter. He had said that he was coming over to Lonesome Cove, and he had not come. Why should he? On her account? Between them all was over. Why should he? The question was absurd in her mind, and yet the fact that she had expected him, that she so wanted him, was so illogical and so incongruous and vividly true that it raised her to a sitting posture on the log, and she ran her fingers over her forehead and down her dazed face until her chin was in the hollow of her hand, and her startled eyes were fixed unwaveringly on the running water, and yet not seeing it at all. A call, her stepmother's cry, rang up the ravine, and she did not hear it. She did not even hear Bub coming through the underbrush a few minutes later, and when he half angrily shouted her name at the end of the vista downstream, whence he could see her, she lifted her head from a dream so deep that in it all her senses had for the moment been wholly lost. "Come on," he shouted. She had forgotten there was a bean stringing the house that day, and she slipped slowly off the log and went down the path, gathering herself together as she went, and making no answer to the indignant bub who turned and stalked ahead of her, back to the house. At the barnyard gate her father stopped her. He looked worried. "Jack Hale's just been over here." June caught her breath sharply. "Has he gone?" The old man was watching her, and she felt it. "Yeah, he was in a hurry, and nobody knowed where you was. He just came over, he said, to tell me to tell you that you could go back to New York and keep on with yo' singing, doing whatever you please. He knowed I didn't want you here when this war starts for a finish, as it's going to go mighty soon now. He says he ain't quite ready to get married yet. I'm afeard he's in trouble." "Trouble?" "I told you the other day he's lost all his money, but he says you got enough to keep you going for some time. I don't see why you don't get married right now and live over in the Gap." June colored and was silent. "Oh," said the old man quickly, "you ain't ready neither." He studied her with narrowing eyes and threw a puzzled frown. "But I reckon it's all right if you're going to get married sometime." "What's all right, Dad?" The old man checked himself. "Everything," he said shortly. "But don't you make a fool of yourself with a good man like Jack Hale." And wondering, June was silent. The truth was that the old man had wormed out of Hale an admission of the kindly duplicity the latter practiced on him and June, and he had given his word to Hale that he would not tell June. He did not understand why Hale should have so insisted on that promise, for it was all right that Hale should openly do what he pleased for the girl he was going to marry, but he had given his word. So he turned away, but his frown stayed where it was. June went on, puzzled, for she knew that her father was withholding something, and she knew, too, that he would tell her only in his own good time. But she could go away when she pleased. That was the comfort. And with that thought, she stopped suddenly at the corner of the garden. She could see Hale on his big black horse climbing the spur. Once it had always been his custom to stop on top of it to rest his horse and turn to look back at her, and she always waited to wave him good-bye. She wondered if he would do it now. And while she looked and waited, the beating of her heart quickened nervously. But he rode straight on without stopping or turning his head, and June felt strangely bereaved and resentful, and the comfort of the moment before was suddenly gone. She could hear the voices of the guests on the porch around the corner of the house. There was an ordeal for her around there, and she went on. Loretta and Loretta's mother were there, the old Hun, and several wives and daughters of Tolliver adherents from up Deadwood Creek, and below Uncle Billy's mill. June knew that the bean-stringing was simply an excuse for them to be there, for she could not remember that so many had ever gathered there before, at that function in the spring, at corn-cutting in the autumn, or sorghum-making time, or the log-raising or quilting parties, and she well knew the motive of these many and the curiosity of all save perhaps Loretta and the old miller's wife, and June was prepared for them. She had borrowed a gown from her stepmother, a purple creation of homespun. She had shaken down her beautiful hair and drawn it low over her brows, and arranged it behind after the fashion of mountain women, and when she went up the steps of the porch, she was outwardly, to the eye, one of them, except for the leathern belt about her slenderly full waist, her black silk stockings, and the little fern shoes on her dainty feet. She smiled inwardly when she saw the same old wave of disappointment sweep across the faces of them all. It was not necessary to shake hands, but unthinkingly she did, and the women sat in their chairs as she went from one to the other, and each gave her a limp hand and a grave howdy, though each paid an unconscious tribute to a vague something about her by wiping that hand on an apron first. Very quietly and naturally she took a low chair, piled beans on her lap, and as one of them went to work. Nobody looked at her at first until old Hun broke the silence. "You ain't lost a speck of your good looks, Junie." June laughed without a flush. She would have reddened to the roots of her hair 2 years before. "I'm feelin' right pert, thank ye," she said, dropping consciously into the vernacular, but there was something in her voice that was vaguely felt by all as a part of the universal strangeness that was in her erect bearing, her proud head, her deep eyes, that looked so straight into their own, a strangeness that was in that belt, those stockings, and those shoes, inconspicuous as they were, to which she saw every eye in time covertly wandering as to tangible symbols of a mystery that was beyond their ken. Old Hon and the stepmother alone talked at first, and the others, even Loretta, said never a word. "Jack Hale must have been in a mighty big hurry," quavered the old stepmother. "June ain't going to be with us long, I'm feared." And without looking up, June knew the wireless significance of the speech was going around from eye to eye. But calmly she pulled her thread through a green pod and said calmly, with a little enigmatical shake of her head, "I don't know. I don't know." Young Dave's mother was encouraged, and all her efforts at good humor could not quite draw the sting of a spiteful plaint from her voice. "I reckon she'd never get away if my boy Dave had any saying of it." There was a subdued titter at this, but Bub had come in from the stable and had dropped on the edge of the porch. He broke in hotly, "You just let June alone, Aunt Tilly. You'll have your hands full if you keep your eye on Lottie there." Already, when somebody was saying something about the feud, as June came around the corner, her quick eye had seen Loretta bend her head swiftly over her work to hide the flush of her face. Now Loretta turned scarlet as her stepmother spoke severely, "You hush, Bub." And Bub rose and stalked into the house. Aunt Tilly was leaning back in her chair, gasping, and consternation smote the group. June rose suddenly with her string of dangling beans. "I haven't shown you my room, Loretta. Don't you want to see it? Come on, all of you," she added to the girls, and they and Loretta, with one swift look of gratitude, rose shyly and trooped shyly within, where they looked in wide-mouthed wonder at the marvelous things that room contained. The older women followed to share sight of the miracle, and all stood looking from one thing to another, some with their hands behind them as though to thwart the temptation to touch, and all saying merely, "My, my." None of them had ever seen a piano before, and June must play the shiny contraption and sing a song. It was only curiosity and astonishment that she evoked when her swift fingers began running over the keys from one end of the board to the other. Astonishment at the gymnastic quality of the performance, and only astonishment when her lovely voice set the very walls of the little room to vibrating with a dramatic love song that was about as intelligible to them as a problem in calculus. And June flushed, and then smiled with quick understanding at the dry comment that rose from Aunt Tilly behind. "She surely can holler some." She couldn't play Sourwood Mountain on the piano, nor Jenny Get Around, nor Soap Suds Over the Fence, but with a sudden inspiration she went back to an old hymn that they all knew, and at the end she won the tribute of an awed silence that made them file back to the beans on the porch. Loretta lingered for a moment, and when June closed the piano and the two girls went into the main room, a tall figure entering stooped in the door and stared at June without speaking. "Why, howdy, Uncle Ruf," said Loretta. "This is June. You didn't know her, did ye?" The man laughed. Something in June's bearing made him take off his hat. He came forward to shake hands, and June looked up into a pair of bold black eyes that stirred within her again the vague fears of her childhood. She had been afraid of him when she was a child, and it was the old fear aroused that made her recall him by his eyes now. His beard was gone, and he was much changed. She trembled when she shook hands with him, and she did not call him by his name. Old Judd came in, and a moment later the two men and Bub sat on the porch while the women worked, and when June rose again to go indoors, she felt the newcomer's bold eyes take her slowly in from head to foot. She turned crimson. This was the terror among the Tollivers. Bad Ruf came back from the West to take part in the feud. He saw the belt and the stockings and the shoes, the white column of her throat, and the proud set of her gold-crowned head. He knew what they meant. He made her feel that he knew, and later he managed to catch her eyes once with an amused, half-contemptuous glance at the simple, unraveled folk about them, that said plainly how well he knew they, too, were set apart from them. And she shrank fearfully from the comradeship that the glance implied, and would look at him no more. He knew everything that was going on in the mountains. He had come back ready for business, he said. When he made ready to go, June went to her room and stayed there. But she heard him say to her father that he was going over to the Gap, and with a laugh that chilled her soul, "Going over to kill me a policeman." And her father warned gruffly, "You better keep away from there. You don't understand them fellers." And she heard Rufe's brutal laugh again, and as he rode into the creek his horse stumbled, and she saw him cut cruelly at the poor beast's ears with the rawhide quirt that he carried. She was glad when all went home, and the only ray of sunlight in the day for her radiated from Uncle Billy's face when, at sunset, he came to take old Hon home. The old miller was one unchanged soul to her, and that he was the one soul that could see no change in June. He called her baby, in the old way, and he talked to her now as he had talked to her as a child. He took her aside to ask if she knew that Hale had got his license to marry, and when she shook her head, his round red face lighted up with the benediction of a rising sun. "Well, that's what he's done, baby, and he's asked me to marry ye," he added with boyish pride. "He's asked me." And June choked, her eyes filled, and she was dumb. But Uncle Billy could not see that it meant distress and not joy. He just put her arm around her and whispered, "I ain't told a soul, baby, not a soul." She went to bed and to sleep with Hale's face in the dream mist of her brain, and Uncle Billy's and the bold black eyes of Bad Rufe Tolliver, all fused, blurred, indistinguishable. Then suddenly Rufe's words struck that brain, word by word, like the clanging terror of a frightened bell. "I'm going to kill me a policeman." And with the last word, it seemed, she sprang upright in bed, clutching the coverlet convulsively. Daylight was showing gray through her window. She heard a swift step up the steps across the porch, the rattle of the door chain, her father's quick call, then the rumble of two men's voices, and she knew as well what had happened as though she had heard every word they uttered. Rufe had killed him, a policeman, perhaps John Hale, and with terror clutching her heart she sprang to the floor, and as she dropped the old purple gown over her shoulders she heard the scurry of feet across the back porch, feet that ran swiftly but cautiously, and left the sound of them at the edge of the woods. She heard the back door close softly, the creaking of the bed as her father lay down again, and then a sudden splashing in the creek. Kneeling at the window, she saw a strange horseman pushing toward the gate, where one threw himself from his saddle, strode swiftly toward the steps, and her lips unconsciously made soft little inarticulate cries of joy, for the stern gray face under the hat of the man was the face of John Hale. After him pushed other men, fully armed, whom he motioned to either side of the cabin to the rear. By his side was Bob Berkeley, and behind him was a red-headed Falin, whom she well remembered. Within 20 feet, she was looking into that grave face when the set lips of it opened in a loud command. "Hello!" She heard her father's bed creak again the rattle of the door chain, and then old Judd stepped on the porch with a revolver in each hand. "Hello," he answered sternly. "Judd," said Hale sharply, and June had never heard that tone from him before. "A man with a black mustache killed one of our men over in the Gap yesterday, and we've tracked him over here. There's his horse, and we saw him go into that door. We want them." "Do you know who the feller is?" asked old Judd calmly. "No," Hale said quickly, and then with equal calm, "It was my brother." And the old man's mouth closed like a vise. Had the last word been a stone striking against his ear, Hale could hardly have been more stunned. Again he called, and almost gently, "What's the rear there?" And then gently he turned to Devil Judd. "Judd, your brother shot a man at the Gap without excuse or warning. He was an officer and a friend of mine, but if he were a stranger, we would want him just the same. Is he here?" Judd looked at the red-headed man behind Hale. "So you turned on the Falin side now, have ye?" he said contemptuously. "Is he here?" repeated Hale. "Yes, and you can't have him." Without a move toward his pistol, Hale stepped forward, and June saw her father's big right hand tighten on his huge pistol, and with a low cry she sprang to her feet. "I'm an officer of the law," Hale said. "Stand aside, Judd." Bud leaped to the door with a Winchester, his eyes wild and his face white. "Watch out, men!" Hale called, and as the men raised their guns there was a shriek inside the cabin, and June stood at Bub's side, barefoot, her hair tumbled about her shoulders, and her hand clutching the little cross at her throat. "Stop!" she shrieked. "He isn't here. He's gone." For a moment a sudden sickness smote Hale's face. Then Devil Judd's ruse flashed to him, and wheeling he sprang to the ground. "Quick!" he shouted with a sweep of his hand right and left. "Up those hollows! Lead those horses up to the pine and wait. Quick!" Already the men were running as he directed, and Hale, followed by Bob and the Falin, rushed around the corner of the house. Old Judd's nostrils were quivering, and with his pistols dangling in his hand he walked to the gate, listening to the sounds of the pursuit. "They'll never catch him," he said, coming back, and then he dropped into a chair and sat in silence a long time. June reappeared, her face still white and her temples throbbing, for the sun was rising on days of darkness for her. Devil Judd did not even look at her. "I reckon you ain't going to marry John Hale." "No, Dad," said June. End of chapter 24.